8 stars stopped at the same time, and the third round of tests passed. Lin Moyu enjoyed the starlight refinement. Although it had no effect, it was quite comfortable. Every 10 days is a round, and each round corresponds to a realm. The 8 stars correspond to the third level of gods, which is the low-level gods. With 3 rounds as one stage, there should be new changes in the 4th round. Lin Moyu got some information from Lu Yuan Kuei. No matter what type of test it is, the third level is a stage. This is similar to the distinction between gods. The 10th day after entering the secret realm is the first round, corresponding to the first level of deity. The 4 stars are the second round, corresponding to the second level of the god. The 8 stars are the third wheel, corresponding to the third level of the god. After 3 rounds, there will be a change and the difficulty will be greatly increased. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry. He is summarizing his previous gains and losses and looking for points that cannot be improved. An hour later, the starlight was condensed, and Lin Moyu held the starlight in his hand for the first time. The quality of this starlight is 26 points better, and the starlight law contained in it is more powerful and pure. Lin Moyu feels that if this starlight is given to the cultivators of the third level of the God Lord, it will have a great effect. In fact, starlight is also divided into levels. This piece is the same as before, it belongs to low-level starlight, and its value is not high. The value of the mid-level starlight starting from the 4th round will be much higher. Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about it and just put away the starlight casually. There was fire again outside the secret realm, and then 8 stars appeared. The number of stars doubled again, from 8 to 16. Doubling the number of stars would mean at least 3 or 4 times the difficulty. This also coincides with the gap between the 3rd level of God and the 4th level of God. 16 stars rotated at the same time, shining brighter than before. Lin Moyu's face changed slightly. In his induction, a total of 32 points of fire appeared in all directions. 18 seconds later, 32 flaming arrows flew out and shot at Lin Moyu in a cross pattern. Lin Moyu teleported and disappeared, and the flaming arrow missed the target. The flaming arrows landed on the barriers surrounding the great secret realm, exploding into a sea of fire. The flames were raging, and the scope of the sea of fire was much larger than before, occupying a large space. The flaming arrows shot out and exploded in batches, and soon the surroundings of the secret realm were occupied by a sea of fire. Lin Moyu's space for movement was reduced by a fifth. The activity space is compressed, the difficulty becomes greater, and the control requirements for space laws are further increased. In the secret realm, flaming arrows were flying everywhere, pressure was everywhere, and Lin Moyu teleported non-stop. An ordinary 4th-level god shouldn't be able to survive. Senior Lu's words are true. Those who can survive the mysterious star realm are definitely among the best in the same realm. It's not unreasonable for Senior Qi Yuan to have the confidence to leapfrog the competition. Lin Moyu did not change his strategy and still used flame arrows to exercise his control over the law. Time passed day by day, and on the 35th day, the frequency of the flame arrows increased again, and the evolution speed reached 0.7 seconds. Lin Moyu had no choice but to continue to increase his teleportation frequency, corresponding to the frequency of the flame arrow. The pressure is increasing, and under heavy pressure, Lin Moyu's progress is astonishingly fast. Finally, the 4th round finally passed, and there was brief peace again in the secret realm. 16 stars surround the main secret realm, flashing with fire. Lin Moyu still sums up the gains and losses as before, until a starlight condenses. The 5th round is about to begin. Lin Moyu put away his starlight and looked outside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, fire light once again lit up from a distance, rapidly expanding in sight. The number of stars doubled again, from 16 to 32. Lin Moyu couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. If the stars double, will the flaming arrows double? He felt the pressure increase again, but there was a faint sense of anticipation. Lin Moyu doesn't hate this feeling. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. The fire light emerged, Lin Moyu sensed it instantly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's doubled as expected, not bad, not bad. 32 stars, a total of 144 flaming arrows, evolved in 0.6 seconds, and shot towards Lin Moyu like a rain of arrows. Boom! The flaming arrow shot into the air and exploded into a large sea of fire. 2/5 of the entire secret realm was occupied by the sea of fire, leaving even less room for Lin Moyu to move. There are more flame arrows, the space is smaller, and the pressure is higher than before. This has already exceeded the level of a 5th-level god. Even if the 6th-level deity comes here, he will probably have a headache. But it's manageable for me. Lin Moyu has increased the teleportation frequency to once every 0.6 seconds, and after images have appeared in the secret realm. 144 flaming arrows still couldn't touch Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu feels that his understanding of the laws of space is constantly deepening, and the effect of practice is even better than that of retreat. He gradually felt that he could catch every fluctuation in the space and rhythm with the space, greatly improving his accuracy. The 5th round passed safely. An hour later, the 6th round began. The number of stars increased to 64, the number of flame arrows also increased to 512, and the evolution speed was even faster than 0.5 seconds. 2 waves of flame arrows erupted every second, and the raging flames engulfed 3/5 of the secret space. In the limited space, Lin Moyu kept teleporting and dodging, avoiding waves of attacks. Once every half a second should be my speed limit. Unless I use the law of time, I can't speed up anymore. The changes in the secret realm should have reached their limit, and the frequency should not increase anymore. If it increases again, no god will be able to survive it. Under the current attack of flame arrows, the gods of the same realm could hardly withstand it. Qi Yuan couldn't hold on to the end in the 6th round, only Lu Yuankui could hold on. But Lu Yuankui is a high-level god, and with the power of rules, his strength is completely different. However, it can be seen that Lu Yuankui's true combat power is quite strong, and it is not a problem to challenge the 8th level of the deity. If those 9th-level gods were weaker, Lu Yuankui would not be without the ability to fight. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yuankui and several other deities were staring at the entrance of the secret realm with complicated expressions. Qi Yuan said, "It's been 65 days, and Xiao Yu Lin hasn't come out yet." Lu Yuankui said, "It is said that Lin Xiaoyu has extraordinary combat power. When he was a small god, he was able to defeat the god. At the time, I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems to be true." Qi Yuan echoed, "Indeed, being able to persist for 65 days means that Lin Xiaoyu's combat power has reached at least the 6th level of the divine. Fighting beyond the 4th level of the divine realm, it's really amazing." The god next to him sighed, "Compared with Xiao Yu Lin, we are indeed far behind." Lu Yuankui said, "I have some expectations. If Lin Xiaoyu can really clear the secret realm." Qi Yuan and others showed shock on their faces, and lost their voices. It was just a joke at the time. I didn't think it was possible to pass the secret realm. Lu Yuankui chuckled, "Jokes sometimes come true. If he can really clear the secret realm, this means that when Lin Moyu is at the 2nd level of the Divine Lord, he will be comparable to or even surpass the peak Divine Lord. This ability to leapfrog and fight has reached an unimaginable level." Outside the secret realm, 32 stars were emitting blazing flames at the same time, and they had surrounded the entire secret realm. Lin Moyu certainly knew that the 32 stars were not real stars, but false stars evolved from ancient symbols. But when it falls on the eyes, it is not much different from the real stars, just smaller in size. 32 stars bring a strong sense of oppression to people. The 6th round has ended, and Lin Moyu is waiting for the 7th round of testing. The 7th round of tests dealt with the 7th-level god, which is the high-level god. But Lin Moyu knows very well that ordinary high-level gods cannot survive the 7th round. Some high-level gods may not even be able to survive the 6th round. At the beginning of this round, there will be new changes. The changes in the 4th round were not big, but the changes in this round are unknown. It won't just be a change in quantity, the frequency shouldn't increase anymore. What could that be? The number of stars will definitely increase, but the space outside the secret realm seems to have been filled. Lin Moyu suddenly slapped his head and laughed at himself. Of course, why the number of stars must increase. What should be increased is the number of flaming arrows. What does it have to do with the number of stars? Each time the star increases, so does the flame. Instinctively, Lin Moyu connected the number of flaming arrows with the number of stars. Now that I think about it, there is actually no relationship between the two. This is just an illusion given by the secret realm. The number of flame arrows is not determined by the stars at all. The stars are just appearances. In fact, the root of everything lies in the ancient talisman of the evolution secret. The starlight condensed, and another starlight appeared. Lin Moyu picked it up easily. This was his fifth starlight. When the fire appeared around him, Lin Moyu's soul jumped and he felt it immediately. The body almost instinctively stepped out and teleported tens of thousands of meters away. Just as the teleportation ended, a flaming arrow suddenly fell on him and exploded on the spot. The purple gold body shimmered and withstood part of the impact. The passive spell was activated, and the undead army withstood the remaining impact for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was also blown away by the huge force. Another sharp arrow hit Lin Moyu halfway and blew Lin Moyu in another direction again. What's going on? I clearly avoided it. Under the huge impact, Lin Moyu lost control of his body for a moment. However, he knew very clearly in his mind that he clearly avoided the first wave of attacks, so how could he be hit? His eyes swept across the secret realm, and he suddenly realized that there were only 2 light spots around him. There were indeed only 2 flame arrows attacking him at that time. I just teleported immediately because of my instinctive reaction. After teleporting, he was hit by an arrow, not because the flaming arrow tracked him, but because he happened to appear in front of the flaming arrow. At this moment, he saw the flaming arrows flying in the secret realm, and Lin Moyu suddenly realized. This time it really changed. The flaming arrows no longer chased me, but started shooting randomly without any purpose or direction. The number is greater than before. The number of stars has indeed remained unchanged, but the number of flaming arrows is at least more than 2,000, which has increased several times. It still takes half a second from the appearance of the fire to the moment it evolves into a flame arrow, and this has not changed. Lin Moyu suddenly had a headache. No one knew where the flame arrow would appear and which area it would shoot to. The entire secret realm was filled with flaming arrows flying randomly. The flaming arrow hit the secret realm barrier and still exploded into a sea of fire. Soon the sea of fire occupied 3/5 of the space in the secret realm, leaving not much space for Lin Moyu to move. In this case, Lin Moyu has 3 options. One is to carry it hard. With the purple gold body and the undead army, it is not a big problem to carry it hard. After all, he won't be attacked continuously, he can withstand it. The second is to use speed to dodge. Flying dodge is different from teleportation and is easier to control. The last method is also the most difficult. You still use teleportation, but you need to accurately control the distance of each teleportation, and cooperate with the keen sense of the soul to have a chance to survive this round. Lin Moyu didn't think too much and directly chose the most difficult one. The greater the pressure, the better the effect. Lin Moyu felt a little excited and began to challenge himself. He controlled the distance of each teleport within 100 meters, trying to control the accuracy as much as possible. The soul is running at full strength, shrouding the surroundings, constantly sensing safe locations. With the cooperation of both, Lin Moyu began to dodge to the limit. From the beginning, he was unfamiliar, and occasionally he was shot by flaming arrows due to lack of control. Gradually, Lin Moyu became proficient, and his teleportation accuracy also improved rapidly. The laws of space and soul induction are working together more and more tacitly, and the error rate has been greatly reduced. Lin Moyu feels that his idea is right. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. You can be stronger. 2 days later, Lin Moyu had completely adapted, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Seeking benevolence will lead to benevolence, and the secret realm has indeed changed. Just at the end of the 62nd day, the number of flaming arrows suddenly doubled. The originally small space was densely packed with long fire lines. The flaming arrows trailed their tails and intertwined in the space. Lin Moyu's pressure increased again, but Lin Moyu felt excited and even laughed loudly. Not bad, this is true. Now, his teleport frequency has reached once every half a second, and each teleport can accurately control the error within 10 meters. Although it is still not close to what he asked for, it is already very accurate. Lin Moyu is not satisfied, but also hopes for better. It is best to have no errors. Wherever you want, you will be where you are. Every 2 days, the number of flaming arrows will increase. On the 66th day, the total number of flame arrows exceeded 10,000. The space in the secret realm is densely packed with flaming arrows that come and go, like raindrops. And Lin Moyu was just within a few inches, constantly teleporting and dodging. He doesn't care about the wind and rain outside, he only cares about his own 1/3 of an acre of land. Whether there are more or less flaming arrows outside has nothing to do with him. He only kept teleporting in his own area, less than 100 meters in diameter, dodging the flaming arrows. A large number of afterimages appeared in the space of 100 meters, all traces left by Lin Moyu during his rapid teleportation. The 7th round finally ended, and the secret realm returned to calm again. Lin Moyu's breath was calm, but there was excitement in his eyes. After the round just now, not only the accuracy of teleportation has been improved, but the control of the law has also been improved. In just 10 days, it is equivalent to Wang Hao's practicing for a year on his own, and it is still a year with the blessing of explosive luck. There is indeed a big difference whether there is pressure or not. What a great place! Lin Moyu said to himself, who said it is useless for other gods? Using this secret realm, you can completely practice your control over the magic, but how many gods can understand this? An hour later, the stars began to gather. This time it was high-level starlight, and the speed of condensation was a bit slow. The position of the starlight has changed. It is no longer in the center of the secret realm, but closer to the edge. Lin Moyu was about to go over to get the starlight when his figure suddenly disappeared, leaving an afterimage in place. A flaming arrow flew past with its afterimage. Lin Moyu appeared next to Xingguang and reached for it again. At this time, another flaming arrow came and hit the starlight. In the strong explosion, the starlight was blown away, and Lin Moyu was also impacted and knocked away. Stabilizing his body, Lin Moyu frowned. The 8th round, the difficulty has increased again. The moment Lin Moyu's thoughts just emerged, a warning came from his soul. Lin Moyu teleported away 100 meters without thinking, and several flaming arrows flew past from different directions, piercing the afterimage. Several of the flame arrows collided and exploded. The huge impact pushed Lin Moyu back. During the retreat, another flaming arrow flew towards him, and Lin Moyu teleported away again. This time he teleported to a distance of 10,000 meters. Boom! The flame arrow collided and exploded again. Fortunately, we are far away this time. Before he could finish his thoughts, another flaming arrow appeared and shot. Lin Moyu could only continue teleporting. No matter where he teleports to, the flaming arrow will appear immediately. Not only were the flaming arrows tracking him closely, but also in other areas, just like the previous round, countless flaming arrows appeared and scattered aimlessly. In the limited space of the secret realm, Lin Moyu had to pay attention to the scattered flame arrows, and at the same time, he also had to pay attention to the flame arrows that were accurately shot at him. In this way, the difficulty will be increased at least several times. Starlight was constantly hit by aimless flaming arrows, and was blown up everywhere. Fortunately it was strong enough and not damaged. Lin Moyu teleported all the time while staring at the flying starlight. There should have been gods before, and they encountered danger in order to obtain this starlight. 993. Danger and opportunity coexist. The quality of this starlight is excellent. If given to Senior Qi Yuan, he will be able to be promoted to a high-level god with this starlight. The value is so high that it is only reasonable for the god to sacrifice his life for it. Lin Moyu controlled the teleportation direction and approached the starlight. He can't teleport too far at once, because his soul is fully sensing the surrounding situation, and the sensing of the situation in the distance is not so clear. If he teleports over and is shot by a flaming arrow, he will become passive. Lin Moyu could only move closer. The stars were still changing positions, flying everywhere in the secret realm. Lin Moyu could only change direction accordingly. Unknowingly, his manipulation of the laws of space became more and more precise and detailed. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yuankui sighed loudly. Little friend Lin is really a great talent. I am far inferior to him. Qi Yuan said with a smile, Lin Xiaoyu is a rare genius, a figure comparable to Xiao War God. It is normal for us to be inferior. Lu Yuankui shook his head and smiled bitterly. You old guy, you can comfort yourself. Qi Yuan said, that's natural. After living for thousands of years, can't you even think about this? It has been 76 days, since Xiao Yu Lin entered the hospital. It seems that he really has hope. Lu Yuankui said, the current highest record is 84 days. I think Lin Xiaoyu can break this record, but it will be difficult to pass the test. Qi Yuan sighed, yeah, the next few rounds are too difficult. Lu Yuankui said, but I still hope that Lin Xiaoyu can pass the customs, so that the butcher can be freed. Qi Yuan half smiled, really? If Lin Xiaoyu really passes the level, you won't feel any pity at all? Lu Yuankui snorted, of course, do you think I'm joking? Qi Yuan laughed and said, okay, let's hope together. In the secret realm, Lin Moyu worked hard for several days and finally arrived near the starlight. The starlight happened to be blown away by the flaming arrow. Lin Moyu saw the flight path of the starlight and teleported away, hitting the star cow. What seems to be a very simple action is actually the result of Lin Moyu's countless calculations. In the past few days, he discovered that starlight has a special characteristic. As soon as it stops, flames will attack it. Starlight will be blown up after being hit. There will be about 1 second when it is blown up and it will not be attacked again. As long as you seize this second and calculate the flight path when it is blown up, you can catch it. Lin Moyu did just that, and it was indeed successful. Putting away the starlight, Lin Moyu can concentrate on dealing with the flaming arrows fired at him. Over the past few days, he has completely adapted to the changes in the flame arrow. Now every time he teleports, the arrow can be controlled within 7 meters, which is an improvement compared to before. Moreover, Lin Moyu found that his soul acuity seemed to have improved after using his soul for sensing for a long time. This surprised Lin Moyu. His soul acuity is already terrifying and no one can compare with it. I thought it was the limit, but I didn't expect that I could still be promoted. The improvement of soul acuity has great benefits, both in terms of cultivation and runes. With joy, the 8th round finally ended. The 8th round is much more difficult than the 7th round. Lin Moyu feels that even if Lu Yuankui insists on entering the 8th round, it will be difficult to survive for a day. Not to mention him, even if it is the peak god, at least half of them will not be able to survive the 8th round. Lin Moyu felt that if he did not have the laws of space and simply dodge with speed, he would definitely not be able to survive the 8th round. His defense is strong, and the undead army can also share the damage. But every arrow in the 8th round was equivalent to a full-strength strike from an 8th level god, and he could hold on for a few more times. Only the law of space can completely avoid the flaming arrows in a small space. Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, did you know that the situation would become like this? Lin Moyu complained in his heart, but he didn't understand how the inheritance from Tianzuan could be obtained so easily. Normally, it would be much easier if he came here as a peak god. Perhaps, the inheritance originally placed here by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was prepared for the peak Divine Lord, Lin Moyu was thinking in his heart while looking at the secret realm. Next is the 9th round, and no one can survive the 9th round. The highest record is 84 days. Although the situation in the 9th round is not yet known, Lin Moyu is confident in himself. Starlight falls on the body, bringing warmth, like bathing in a hot spring, very comfortable. Time passed by, and the secret realm gradually became darker. 32 stars actually began to dim, as if they were about to go out. Lin Moyu took a look and said, "No, it's not extinguished, but the secret realm is blocked." He keenly discovered that it was not that the star dimmed, but that the outside of the secret realm was shrouded in a layer of darkness, preventing the star's light from penetrating. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm became extremely dark. A flash of starlight appeared not far away, and new starlight materials appeared. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry to get it, he knows that it will be impossible to get it now or in the past. Suddenly his soul jumped, and Lin Moyu teleported away instinctively, appearing meters outside the city. The flaming arrow appeared silently and without any warning, which was different from before. If Lin Moyu hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been shot. With a loud bang, the flames exploded, illuminating the secret realm. A rocket collided and exploded, but unlike before, the starry sky turned into a sea of fire during the explosion, occupying a large area of the starry sky. The explosion before was an explosion. After the explosion, there will be no sea of fire left. But after this explosion, a sea of fire appeared. Looking at the posture of the sea of fire, it would not be extinguished for a while. The space to hide is smaller. Lin Moyu thought to himself and teleported away again. Where he was standing, flaming arrows flew again. After colliding with each other, they exploded, forming a sea of fire. The sea of fire looked a bit coquettish in the dark secret realm. The flaming arrows become without warning, and the sea of fire after the explosion will remain in the secret realm, constantly eating away at the space. Lin Moyu immediately realized what the difficulty of this round was. The attack power of the flame arrow is astonishing, equivalent to the 9th level attack of the God Lord. In the realm of gods, this level of attack is already at the top, only slightly worse than those powerful peak gods. Even the peak deity cannot sustain this kind of attack. Not to mention the God Lord, even the other side will be injured if he continues to be attacked at this level. Lin Moyu estimated that if he was continuously attacked by flame arrows in a short period of time, both the purple gold body and the undead army would collapse. The most important thing is that the difficulty in this round is not just the flaming arrows that appear silently, but also the sea of fire left behind after the flaming arrows explode. The sea of fire has the same attack power as the flame arrow. If the entire secret realm is eventually occupied by the sea of fire and you are in the sea of fire, you won't be able to survive for long. There is no problem in saving his life, but his trip to the secret realm will also end in failure. Don't even think about getting what the holy talisman Tianzuan left behind. The next time you come in, the test will be different, and the experience this time may not be used again. Lin Moyu dodged several flame arrows in a row, leaving a large sea of fire in the environment. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Moyu figured out the key points to pass this round. That's control. To control the location of the explosion of the flame arrow, that is, not to let the sea of fire occupy the secret realm, at least to leave a place for yourself. The flaming arrows are silent, and it is already difficult to dodge them. It is even more difficult to control the location where the flaming arrows explode. The combination of the two requires not only strong sensitivity and the ability to control danger, but also an extremely stable mind. Of course, all of this is based on strength. Without corresponding strength, everything is empty talk. Each sea of fire is about 100 meters in diameter. Then the distance I move every time should be about 50 meters. It can be 1 or 2 meters more, but not less, otherwise I will fall into the sea of fire. For accuracy requirements, it's easy. The distance of 50 meters is still within the impact range of the flame arrow explosion. I need to stabilize my body and not be affected by the impact. The purple gold body alone is not enough, there is also the bone hell and the golden armor talisman. Purple gold light burst out from Lin Moyu's body, and the purple gold body was stimulated, and Lin Moyu provided a layer of defense. Outside Zijin's body, there is a hell of bones, forming a second layer of defense. Then the golden armor talisman exploded at Lin Moyu's fingertips, and a layer of golden light covered Lin Moyu's body, forming the outermost layer of defense. 3 layers of defense are enough to cope with it. Sensing the appearance of the flaming arrow, Lin Moyu's body was filled with the laws of space. According to the determined target, he stepped forward and teleported away. The figure appeared 50 meters away, 53 meters to be precise. Lin Moyu can now control the error of teleportation within 5 meters, and 53 meters is considered normal performance. Boom! 3 flaming arrows flashed past, piercing the afterimage 53 meters away, and then collided and exploded violently. A huge impact swept through, and Lin Moyu's golden armor talisman shone brightly, blocking all the impact. Lin Moyu's body only swayed slightly and he completely withstood it. Without the golden armor talisman, Lin Moyu would have been knocked back a certain distance at this moment, disrupting his plan. After all, his true realm is the 2nd level of God. It is remarkable that he could not be injured under the impact of the explosion. The explosion turned into a raging sea of fire. From the center of the explosion point, the sea of fire just covered a range of 100 meters, no more, no less. Lin Moyu was only 3 meters away from the edge of the sea of fire at this moment, and he could completely feel the terrifying high temperature in the sea of fire, as well as the power of the rules. The sea of fire is only an external manifestation, but inside it is actually the law of starlight, and it also carries the 5th rule of sublimated starlight. From the flames, it seems that one can see the sky full of stars, and the dream is full of terror and murderous intent. The sea of fire that exploded this time was connected with the previous sea of fire, half of which overlapped each other. The overlapping sea of fire did not expand in scope and still maintained its own 100-meter range. Lin Moyu's thoughts flashed, as I thought, the real difficulty in this round is control. Every time, the range of the sea of fire is increased by 50 meters. As long as it is controlled properly, it should be possible to survive 10 days. Of course, there can be no more changes during these 10 days, otherwise it will be difficult. He quickly calculated in his mind. If the range of the sea of fire was only increased by 50 meters each time, then with the firing frequency of flame arrows, it would not be a problem to survive 10 days. Lin Moyu was thinking, and at the same time he raised his steps and left again, leaving behind an afterimage. The afterimage was pierced by the flaming arrow and exploded. Another sea of fire was generated, and Lin Moyu also appeared 50 meters away. This time the sea of fire was not connected to the previous one, leaving about 3 meters of space between them. This is also because Lin Moyu teleported just now and reached 53 meters, exceeding the 50-meter radius of the sea of fire. Lin Moyu teleported 52 meters this time. He did not stop after teleporting, but quickly flew 2 meters to make fine adjustments. He stood on the edge of the sea of fire, less than 10 centimeters away from the flames. Since the accuracy of teleportation is not enough, artificial adjustments must be made to make up for the accuracy. Flame arrows continue to appear, explosions continue, and seas of fire continue to form. More and more areas in the secret realm were occupied by the sea of stars and fire. Lin Moyu maintained his own rhythm, constantly teleporting and adjusting. The frequency of flame arrows appearing is not the same, sometimes half a second, sometimes 2 seconds apart. This also forced Lin Moyu to maintain soul sensing at all times without relaxing at all. The pressure was great. Under the tremendous pressure, Lin Moyu's control over the laws of space strengthened again. Gradually, the number of manual adjustments he made became less and less, and the teleportation error was shortened to 3 meters. Lu Yuankui and Qi Yuan were actually able to enter the secret realm a few days ago. It could be that they tacitly chose not to go in. They wanted to wait for Lin Moyu to come out and see how long Lin Moyu could last. Lu Yuankui said, "It's the 85th day, and a new record has been born." Qi Yuan chuckled, "I just checked the Human Emperor Network, and the Human Emperor Network has updated the new record." Lu Yuankui sighed, "No matter whether Xiaoyu Lin can pass the level or not, when he leaves the secret realm, the Human Emperor Network will definitely make an announcement announcing a new record." Qi Yuan drank tea. "I really hope that Xiaoyu Lin can clear the secret realm." No one has cleared the advanced secret realm for a long time. Lu Yuan Kuei also had the same idea as Qi Yuan. It is said that clearing the advanced secret realm can bring benefits to our human race. If so, that would be even better. Several gods were staring at the secret realm to see when Lin Moyu would come out. Time passes day by day, and the 9th round is coming to an end in a blink of an eye. More than 80% of the space in the secret realm has been occupied by the Sea of Fire. Lin Moyu still followed his rhythm and guided the formation of the Sea of Fire without any panic. Lin Moyu didn't feel any pain at all as he used the golden armor talisman one after another. This thing can be mass-produced, but using it is not as fast as producing it. Fortunately, there are no new changes in this follow-up round. I wonder if there will be another round. The 9th round will deal with the 9th level of the deity. If there is a 10th round, what will it correspond to? The pinnacle god? Half a step to the other side? Don't think about it anymore, let's take advantage of it. In the midst of thoughts, the Sea of Fire suddenly disappeared collectively. The 9th round passed safely. A blazing starlight came from outside the secret realm and fell on Lin Moyu. In an instant, Lin Moyu's 3 laws of the galaxy were revealed at the same time: the law of immortality, the law of time, the law of space. The 3 law galaxies appeared at the same time. The immortal law galaxy is located slightly higher in the middle. It seems to have an extraordinary status and is above the laws of time and space. The law of immortality is Lin Moyu's natal law, and Lin Moyu has always felt that it is no weaker than the laws of time and space. Until the law galaxy appeared, his guess was verified. The law of immortality is very strong, even stronger than the law of time and the law of space, which can be seen from its location. At this time, the starlight shone over, and the 3 laws of the galaxy automatically emerged, which surprised Lin Moyu a little. The power of starlight rules. Lin Moyu felt the power of the starlight rules, and the rules of this world were changed. It is precisely in this way that the galaxy of his 3 laws emerges. In the starlight, Lin Moyu also saw a law galaxy, hanging in the distant starry sky outside the secret realm like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens. He has seen this law galaxy several times. It is the Starlight Law Galaxy. Is it the ancient talisman that summoned the Starlight Law Galaxy? What is this going to do? Lin Moyu was full of doubts, but he didn't feel any danger, and the starlight shining down didn't seem to be malicious. Under the starlight, Lin Moyu felt that he was connected with the distant Starlight Law Galaxy. He had the illusion that the Starlight Law Galaxy outside the secret realm was also his own law galaxy. But he knew nothing about the Starlight Law, so why did he feel this way? As the starlight continues to shine, this feeling becomes stronger and stronger. It seems that as long as I have a thought, this Starlight Law Galaxy will come over and become my property. What a strange feeling. Lin Moyu followed his own feeling and tried to summon the Starlight Galaxy. The Starlight Law Galaxy suddenly shook, and he heard the roar of the galaxy. Surprisingly, there was a real reaction. Lin Moyu was shocked that he, a person who had no knowledge of the Starlight Law, could actually communicate with the Starlight Law Galaxy. Speaking of which, it is really incredible. For a time all kinds of speculations came to mind, but after much guessing, Lin Moyu couldn't figure out the correct answer. Inside and outside the secret, the 4 laws of the galaxy complement each other, looking very harmonious. After this situation lasted for a full hour, the starlight disappeared, Lin Moyu's own 3-law galaxy disappeared, and the secret realm was once again occupied by darkness. What the hell? Lin Moyu murmured. He seemed to have gained something in the starlight that hour just now, but he seemed to have gained nothing. In the darkness, a starlight began to condense and take shape. Lin Moyu's soul suddenly became alert again. He felt danger, and he was locked secretly. Sure enough, there is a 10th round. On the 91st day after Lin Moyu entered the Xuanqing secret realm, the 10th round began. Like before, Lin Moyu did not immediately go to obtain starlight. Nowadays, no matter how high the quality of starlight is, it is no longer the primary goal. His primary goal is to get through this round, and he can feel that this round will not be easy. In the secret realm, there are traces of the power of rules. The power of these rules, if they are there or not, is clearly felt by you. The laws in the secret realm are undergoing some strange changes. Lin Moyu doesn't know what the specific changes are. The stars are still gathering, but the uneasiness in Lin Moyu's heart is getting stronger and stronger. He felt that the difficulty this time was far greater than before. He suddenly frowned and took a step forward instinctively. The space surged, and Lin Moyu disappeared in an instant, revealing himself 30 meters away. Boom! An explosion dozens of times stronger than before occurred. The huge impact hit Lin Moyu. The golden armor talisman flashed, but it was torn into pieces within a second. Then the Zijin body collapsed on the spot, and Lin Moyu was blown away uncontrollably. The undead army suffered a lot of damage, and the army leader began to treat it frantically. So strong. Lin Moyu struggled to control his body, feeling a little shocked. The explosion was so powerful that the 3 layers of defense, including the golden armor talisman, skeleton hell, and purple gold body, were torn into pieces like paper in front of the explosion. In the end, countless undead will have to bear a lot of damage before it is over. Fortunately, there was only one explosion. If it happened again, the undead would collapse collectively. Although there are undead souls, and the undead souls can be resurrected, it is always not a good thing. If you are attacked continuously. Lin Moyu felt a chill in his heart. From the moment he entered the secret realm, he finally felt the danger. After a second, the flame arrow was sensed again. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it and stayed away. This time he was farther away, no longer controlling the 50-meter range, but teleporting directly to 1,000 meters away. The next second, less than 100 meters away, Lin Moyu appeared in a slightly embarrassed state. There are a large number of lines composed of the power of starlight rules in the secret realm. They are like a big net, blocking Lin Moyu and preventing Lin Moyu from getting away. Boom! Another violent explosion occurred, and Lin Moyu was blown away, as expected. This time there was not even a golden armor talisman, and the purple gold body was powerless and destroyed again. In the soul world, in the magic white star, the undead army collapsed collectively, and then resurrected under the influence of the undead magic. After receiving heavy blows twice in a row, Lin Moyu did not panic, but analyzed calmly. The attack power of the explosion exceeds that of the peak god, but it is not as strong as the other side, and is equivalent to half a step to the other side. The scope of the explosion's sea of fire expanded from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. According to the experience of the previous round, even if the method of the previous round was used, it would not be possible to survive 10 days safely. The sea of fire is no worse than an explosion attack. Even I can't last long in it. There is the power of starlight rules in the secret realm. They affect my teleportation, greatly reducing my teleportation distance and making it impossible to accurately control the distance. The first time I teleported, the target was 50 meters away, but I only teleported 30 meters. For the second teleportation, the target was 1,000 meters, but in the end, it only teleported 100 meters. In other words, the distance affected is not fixed. Lin Moyu summarized several changes in just half a second. The next step is to find ways to deal with these changes. The secret realm is not a dead end, it just depends on whether you can find a way. 1 second later, the flame arrow appears again. Lin Moyu simply teleported 100,000 meters to see if he could avoid it. The space distorted and fluctuated, and he revealed his figure 500 meters away. He still did not avoid the explosion of the flame arrow and was blown away again. Lin Moyu stabilized his body and thought about how to deal with it at the same time. One method after another was thought of, but was rejected again. All the methods that have been used before will not work at this moment. Looking at the 1,000-meter sea of fire, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that he had thought about something wrong. Lin Moyu realized that in the previous 9 rounds, his response was to avoid. Having been like this for 90 days, a mental inertia has formed. But this round, just dodging, doesn't work anymore. The point of this round is not to avoid the sea of fire, but to control the sea of fire, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he knew what he should do. To control the Sea of Fire, we must control its roots. The source of the Sea of Fire is the flame arrow. As long as the flame arrow is controlled and prevented from exploding, the Sea of Fire can be solved. Then how to control the flame arrow? Lin Moyu immediately thought of several methods. Each time the flame arrows appear, the number is between 2 and 4. They appeared at the same time and aimed at the same place. To be precise, they were all aimed at Lin Moyu's head. They appear at the same time, are at the same distance from each other, and have the same speed. They will eventually collide and explode. In this way, as long as their speed can be affected and their arrival times are different, they will not be allowed to collide. Of course, it can also affect their accuracy and make them lose direction. However, that would require intervention with a relatively strong force. Lin Moyu felt that it might directly cause the flame arrow to explode. After half a second of thinking, Lin Moyu chose to use the simplest method to affect the speed of the flame arrow. It can't open the space door yet, otherwise it only needs to use the 26 space doors and let the flame arrows shoot elsewhere to solve this problem. The law of space has no place here, so use the law of time. Use the law of time to change the time flow rate of the flame arrow. Whether it is fast or slow, you can change the arrival time of the flame arrow. That way you can avoid the flame arrows from colliding with each other. Sensing the appearance of the flame arrow, Lin Moyu struck first and used the law of time. Lin Moyu accurately locked the positions of the 3 flame arrows that appeared this time, and the law of time affected 2 of them. The time of one flaming arrow was slowed down by 2/10, and the time of the other was slowed down by 1/10. Therefore, the times belonging to the 3 flaming arrows differed by tenths each. After doing all this, Lin Moyu had no time to teleport and could only dodge with a tilt of his head. 3 flaming arrows flew past Lin Moyu's head within a fraction of a second. Their time flow rates differ by 1/10. At the speed of the flame arrow, 1/10 is already a big gap. The 3 flame arrows did not collide with each other, and naturally they did not explode. They hit the secret barrier like a stream of light, exploded, and turned into a raging sea of fire. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yuran can do it. Finally found the correct method, and it didn't seem difficult. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. Then several rounds of flaming arrows appeared, but they were all affected by the law of time and never exploded again. Lin Moyu slowly flew towards the location of the starlight, using the law of time, tilting his head in time and space and firing flaming arrows. He slowly came to the front of the starlight and took this top-quality starlight in his hand. It seems that Lin Moyu has a leisurely feeling. Only Lin Moyu himself knows how delicate operations are hidden under the leisurely stroll. Using the law of time is far from simple as imagined. Moreover, there is a huge difference between using the law of time on others and using it on oneself. When Lin Moyu controlled the flame arrow, he kept analyzing the difference between the two. It also slows down the flow of time. If you put it on yourself, it is equivalent to giving yourself more time. Let your 1 second become 2 seconds, and you can make more attacks. If it is used on others, it will really slow down others. What used to take only 1 second now takes 2 seconds. For yourself, it is accelerating, but for others, it is a deceleration. So when the law of time falls on the flaming arrow, the flame is extinguished. After Lin Moyu analyzed it, he determined that the reason for this situation was because of his control over the law of time. If the enemy also controls the law of time, he will not be affected by the law of time. This is the same as the law of space. Lin Moyu was analyzing and thinking about how to deal with the situation if it happened. After confirming that time slowdown was useful, Lin Moyu began to try to use time acceleration. In his analysis, time acceleration can speed up attacks for him. Originally it took 1 second for his attack to hit the target, but after using time acceleration, it might only take half a second. But Lin Moyu doesn't know what will happen if the time acceleration falls on the target. Try it. As soon as he thought of it, Lin Moyu started experimenting with flaming arrows. A second later, 3 more flame arrows appeared. Lin Moyu waved the law of time, speeding up the time flow of one of the flame arrows by 1/10 and the other by 2/10. This bonus is the same as when time slows down. After the law of time fell, the flaming arrows shot out like lightning, faster than before. Lin Moyu tilted his head violently, and flames flew past his head. If he were any slower, the flaming arrow would hit his head and explode his head. The flame arrow was already fast enough, and coupled with the acceleration of the law of time, the speed became even more terrifying, and it was almost impossible to escape. Lin Moyu laughed self-deprecatingly. I almost got shot in the head. However, there was still excitement in his eyes, at least his idea was verified. Time acceleration can also be used to speed up others. From this point of view, time acceleration can be used on fellow comrades to enhance their combat power. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the flaming arrow exploded in the secret realm, exploding into a sea of fire. Both methods of the law of time can deal with this round, but time deceleration is easier. In the following time, Lin Moyu kept using time to slow down and tilted his head to avoid the flaming arrows. The flaming arrows hit the secret realm barrier from different angles, igniting raging flames and turning the secret realm into a big fireball. After finding a way to deal with it, the 10th round, the most dangerous round, became the easiest round. Lin Moyu was already thinking about how to break this situation without using the law of time. There are still methods. You can use some special magic weapons to use a gentle force to divert the direction of the flame arrows, which will affect the flame arrows and break the situation. However, the Xuanqing secret realm is ever-changing, and even if you enter it hundreds of times, you may not be able to encounter the stellar flame arrow. If you cannot, all the preparations in advance will be in vain. In the final analysis, it still depends on strength and adaptability. After reaching this point in the Xuanqing secret realm, Lin Moyu was already sure that the evolution of the secret realm must have been interfered with by the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. The rounds of danger are like some kind of test. It is somewhat similar to the test in Yunwu Mountain, and it also tests the comprehensive strength of the cultivators. Observation, adaptability, and actual combat capability are all indispensable. Outside the secret realm, several gods headed by Lu Yuankue had already stood up. They stopped drinking tea, stopped playing chess, and all stared at the secret realm. 95 days have passed since Lin Moyu entered the secret realm. One day, it will be 100. Qi Yuanyan spoke on his behalf. If there are 100 secret realms, will it trigger new changes? Lu Yuankue said, it's very possible that 10 rounds and 100 days are possible. I once guessed that the perfection of the secret realm would be 100 days. But I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong. I'll know when little friend Lin comes out and asks. Qi Yuan's breath became slightly thicker. Okay, then wait for Xiaoyu Lin to come out. 100 days have passed, and the 10th round of danger is over. The secret realm returned to calm again, and all the sea of fire disappeared like a dream. Immediately afterwards, a starlight fell on Lin Moyu. Compared with the previous round, the starlight this time was more intense and powerful. Starlight is filled with powerful starlight rules, not rules, but rules. Lin Moyu can clearly distinguish the difference between laws and rules. Above the starlight, the Milky Way galaxy emerged. At the same time, Lin Moyu's galaxy of 3 laws also emerged again. Lin Moyu discovered that the starlight not only illuminated himself, but also illuminated the galaxy of his 3 laws. Under the starlight, Lin Moyu felt that the connection between the galaxies of his writings was closer. Especially the law of starlight, the galaxy, this law that I have never understood before, for some reason, has become extremely familiar. The Starlight Law galaxy flew from afar, entered the secret realm, and came to Lin Moyu's head. Huge waves rolled up in the galaxy, and the huge waves turned into a wall of starlight, shining in front of my eyes. There are 9 gaps in the starlight wall, which are very eye-catching. Looking at the shape of the gap, Lin Moyu took out the Jiufen starlight he had obtained. Jiufen starlight, each one has different quality and even appearance. Jiufen starlight corresponds to the 9 gaps in the starlight wall. No need for any reminder, Lin Moyu already knows what to do. He put 9 parts of the starlight into the 9 gaps in sequence. The wall of starlight became complete, and then it retracted into the galaxy of laws. The law galaxy is turbulent, and the entire secret realm is roaring. There seems to be some kind of change in the law galaxy, and its vibration also affects Lin Moyu's 3 law galaxies, causing them to resonate together. Lin Moyu remained calm and watched the changes. He has seen a lot of strange and weird things, and he is very curious about what changes can be made to the law galaxy in front of him. His keen soul told him that he did not understand the changes in front of him. Starlight Law, the galaxy shed stronger starlight, forming a huge starlight cluster that enveloped Lin Moyu. Then, it roared and vibrated, flew to Lin Moyu's feet, joined the 3 law galaxies, and became Lin Moyu's 4th law galaxy. Its position is a little lower than the law of time and the law of space, which seems to indicate that it is the 2nd echelon law. When it joined the law galaxy team, Lin Moyu truly felt its existence, and he really had a new law galaxy. Even if I have never realized it, I do have it. This strange change once again exceeded Lin Moyu's understanding. If nothing else, does having a new law galaxy mean that the difficulty of his cultivation has increased again? What is there to practice in the 2nd echelon of laws? He doesn't like it at all. Lin Moyu felt dumbfounded at this time. This was nothing. He instinctively wanted to throw it away and erase it, but when he thought about it, it seemed a pity. The vibrations of the Starlight Law galaxy became more and more violent, and finally reached the limit. A huge wave rose into the sky and turned into a rune and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not dodge. He could feel that this rune was only good for him and not harmful. The runes rushed straight into the soul and then exploded. In an instant, countless insights about the laws of starlight came to my mind. It was as if there was a supreme being who controlled the Starlight Law and told himself all the principles of the Starlight Law. This supreme master uses the simplest language, and even an idiot can understand most of it. Lin Moyu understood it directly without any difficulty. His control over the Starlight Law increased at a terrifying speed. 10%. 20%. 30%. 100%. In just half a day, Lin Moyu has completely mastered the Starlight Method. If he was still the God King, he could already be promoted to God Lord by relying on the Starlight Law. When Lin Moyu came back to his senses, there was nothing but shock in his eyes. What the hell is this? Force me a Starlight Law, it's okay if you don't want it. All the information about the Starlight Law has been imprinted into the soul, and it cannot be forgotten even if it wants to be forgotten. The main thing is a sentence, it can be used without it, but it cannot be left out. Lin Moyu looked at the Starlight Law galaxy that was gradually quieting down at his feet with a strange expression on his face. Is this the reward of the Xuanqing secret realm? Who said it is only useful for practitioners of the Starlight Law? They are all wrong. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking about it, it lit up again outside the secret realm. 32 stars illuminated the secret realm again. In the light of stars, a gap appeared in the secret realm, and behind the gap was a deep passage. A familiar voice came from the passage, "You have passed the test, come in," the voice of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, thinking secretly, it really is him. Xingfu Tianzuan gave him a strange feeling, with a strange temper and an elusive temper. Perhaps the same is true for Tianzuan, and Huanwu Tianzuan seems to be similar. Lin Moyu flew into the passage, and the scene in front of him changed rapidly. He found that he had entered an endless bright space. In this space, there are tens of thousands of runes floating around. Each rune sparkles with starlight and has different colors, illuminating the space in a dreamy way. Holy Talisman Tianzuan stood in the center of the space, looking at him with a smile. Lin Moyu immediately felt that the Holy Talisman Tianzuan was not a projection, but a soul with consciousness. Holy Talisman Tianzuan actually left a ray of soul here. Obviously this soul is also independent. He is both Holy Talisman Tianzuan, but not completely Holy Te Tianxia. He only has part of the memory given by Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, and has the same character as Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. Although Lin Moyu was slandering him in his heart, the other party was still a god, And even if there was only a trace of his soul, it would still take him a matter of minutes to kill him. Immediately, he bowed politely and met Tianzuan. Holy Talisman. Tianzuan smiled. I didn't expect that my successor would be so young, so good, so good. Lin Moyu is neither humble nor arrogant. Tianzuan is so complimentary. Holy Talisman. Tianzuan snorted. From my point of view, how could I see it wrong? If you say you are good, you are good. There is no false praise. Holy Talisman. Tianzuan is still as conceited as ever. Lin Moyu did not argue with him. I am flattered by the praise from the Heavenly Lord. Holy Talisman. Tianzuan frowned. Although you are very talented, you lack a kind of domineering power. Being able to become the successor of this deity means that you have excellent luck, excellent talent, and excellent understanding. You are the top genius in the world. You should be on top of the world. You should not be inferior to others. You should have the aura of dominance. Lin Moyu felt that the Holy Talisman Tianzuan in front of him was somewhat similar to the one he had come into contact with before, but there were also some differences. It seems that his personality is more radical, and I don't know what personality he was given when Holy Talisman Tianzuan separated a trace of his soul. After a lesson, Holy Talisman Tianzuan didn't care what Lin Moyu's reaction was, and waved his hand. No matter what, remember my words anyway, it will only do you good and no harm. Now I will tell you about the inheritance that stays here. You have obtained the Starlight Law, but you probably still don't know why you have obtained the Starlight Law and how to use it, and you may still be wondering whether there will be any sequelae. I can tell you clearly that there will be no sequelae, and it will only do you good and no harm. As for why, it naturally has to be attributed to my original method of inheriting runes. The soul of Holy Talisman Tianzuan is domineering, conceited, and even a little fierce. It is slightly different from the Holy Talisman Tianzuan Lin Moyu had come into contact with before, but if you look closely, it seems to be the same person. The previous Holy Talisman Tianzuan had a weird temper and seemed to be holding something back, but the person in front of him couldn't bear anything anymore and dared to say anything. Indeed, as a heavenly lord, he has already stood on top of the world, so there is nothing he dares to say. He boasted about the rune inheritance method he created, feeling extremely proud and even more arrogant. Lin Moyu was horrified when he heard this. This method of rune inheritance is indeed an extremely powerful technique. It can condense one person's understanding of the law into a text. As long as you give the runes to others, it is equivalent to passing on what you have learned throughout your life to others. This is the law of starlight obtained by Lin Moyu. In ancient times, a supreme master who practiced the law of starlight turned what he had learned throughout his life into a rune at the end of his life. The runes contain all the supreme's understanding of the law of starlight, and his mastery of the law of starlight exceeds 100%, thus summoning the galaxy of laws. After Lin Moyu absorbed it, he understood everything about the law of starlight. For Lin Moyu, there is nothing bad about the starlight law obtained in this way, and it is no different from what he has learned by himself. This inheritance method is amazing, but it is not without its shortcomings. When the runes are condensed, the inheritance will be missing. The inheritance left by the Supreme can only allow people to reach the peak of the God King. It is not a problem to become a minor god. Whether you can become a god depends on the individual. Only the rules are passed down, not the rules. It is a pity that we have to fall into two major realms during this period. Apart from that, there is one big drawback. That is, the runes do not copy the understanding, but deprive it of the understanding. Once all the understanding is turned into runes, its own realm will drop significantly, and the understanding of the law will completely disappear. According to the Holy Talisman Tianzuan, after the Supreme Lord created the Starlight Law Inheritance Talisman, he himself fell from the Supreme to the other side and completely lost the Starlight Law. Even the world of rules it created collapsed. Therefore, the method of inheritance of runes is only suitable for those strong people who are facing death and have no possibility of breakthrough. They can use this method to pass on what they have learned to their descendants. At that time, the Starlight Supreme had no relatives, and the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was kind to him. Before his death, he agreed to the Starlight Supreme's request. This Starlight Inheritance Talisman also fell into the hands of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan, and now it has been transformed into Lin Moyu. In his narration, Holy Talisman Tianzuan told Lin Moyu how to use the Starlight Law. The Starlight Law can not only be used to fight enemies, but most importantly, it can be used to refine the body, soul, and other laws. With its help, crossing the galaxy will become easier, especially when Lin Moyu is about to reach the other side, it will become easier. Lin Moyu's heart stirred up. He realized how terrifying the rune inheritance method was. If he could possess this method, it would be of great benefit to the human race. He has the ability to resurrect the dead and can resurrect the dead. If you can find the bones of powerful people from ancient times, resurrect these people, and then use this technique to turn their insights into inheritance talismans. Many of the lost inheritances of the human race may be able to reappear in the world. That would be of great benefit to the human race. After experiencing ancient wars and subsequent wars, many of the human race's inheritances have been lost. This is an opportunity. You must learn how to inherit runes. Lin Moyu said to himself in his heart that he was determined to win the rune inheritance method. After Holy Talisman Tianzuan finished speaking, he laughed loudly and said, "How about this inheritance method created by me? Isn't it very powerful?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It is indeed very powerful. The senior's talent is amazing, but the junior is far inferior." Holy Talisman Tianzuan waved his hand. "You don't have to be so humble. If you can become the inheritor of this deity, your talent will not be any worse. Of course I want to pass this method on to you, but you still need to go through some tests. It's not that easy for me to be my successor. The inheritance of Starlight has been given to you. This is the method of application of the law of Starlight by the Supreme, as well as the position of the next test of this deity." As the Holy Talisman Tianzuan spoke, he waved his hand and threw out a pearl the size of a fingernail, which contained the inheritance of that Supreme Being. Lin Moyu did not go to see it immediately, and the matter was not urgent. Holy Talisman Tianzuan obviously still has something to say. "This is that guy's inheritance. Next is the reward I want to give you. Please listen carefully. The mysterious star realm is formed by a black star talisman. The Black Star Talisman is in the brain of the ancient talisman warrior and is one of the 12 most important core texts. It suffered heavy damage back then. Of course, this kind of heavy damage is nothing in my eyes. I came in and repaired it. The materials for making this ancient talisman should have been cut off. I passed this talisman to you. You can borrow this talisman in the future to create your own rune puppet. Your talent is pretty good. If you can get all the inheritance from me, you might one day be able to create an ancient talisman warrior like me. Of course, this possibility is slim. Boy, if you work hard, you might have a chance." Lin Moyu found that the figure of Holy Talisman Tianzuan was gradually fading. His mission was completed, and it was time for this soul to leave. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and he suddenly asked, "Senior, do you know how to repair the divine path?" There was confusion in the eyes of Saint Fu Tianzuan, and Lin Moyu knew clearly when he saw his eyes that he did not know how to repair the divine path. When Holy Talisman Tianzuan separated a ray of soul, he did not give out this part of the memory. The confusion in the eyes of Holy Talisman Tianzuan became more and more intense. "I can't remember the method of repairing the divine road. There are things in this world that I don't know about. It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous." The Holy Talisman Tianzuan disappeared amidst the laughter. After it left, the runes in the space immediately began to fly. Tens of thousands of runes are spinning and flying like butterflies, and they gather into a group. A huge ancient talisman faintly emerged. Lin Moyu knows tens of thousands of runes, each of which represents a change in the Xuanqing secret realm. Every time a practitioner enters the meeting, one of the runes will be activated, resulting in a different secret realm. Tens of thousands of runes represent tens of thousands of possibilities. Therefore, in the eyes of practitioners, the mysterious realm of Xuanqing is ever-changing and unpredictable. And these runes come from an ancient rune called Xianxing. This ancient talisman is one of the 12 core ancient talismans of the ancient talisman warrior. Lin Moyu thought about what Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, and suddenly realized, did Holy Talisman Tianzuan repair all 12 core ancient talismans? It must be, otherwise he wouldn't have said the right words. Perhaps in his eyes, the ancient talisman warrior is a work he has learned all his life and contains all his hard work. If I can reproduce an ancient talisman warrior, it means that there will be successors to his method. But because all the materials have been lost, Holy Talisman Tianzuan thought that his way was lost, so he repaired the 12 core tongue talismans. According to the character of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, there may be something hidden in the 12 core ancient talismans. Lin Moyu thought about 1 and 3, thinking a lot at once and thinking very far. Holy Talisman Tianzuan left behind a ray of soul for millions of years, and finally completely collapsed. All the runes were spinning and flying, coming together to form an extremely mysterious ancient rune. This ancient talisman is the most complex ancient talisman Lin Moyu has ever seen. Its complexity is second only to the Great World symbol number. It is comparable to the runes that represent the source of a certain law. But the strange thing is that when looking at this ancient talisman, Lin Moyu did not consume his soul. This is different from other ancient talismans. On the Xuanqing ancient talisman, Lin Moyu felt the aura of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. He realized that it was the will of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord that remained in the ancient talisman, and at the same time, Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord also recognized his identity as a successor, so that was why this happened. The Xuanqing ancient talisman is an offensive ancient talisman, which contains the law of starlight and some other laws. If it launches an attack, Lin Moyu feels that even if it confronts him in the other side realm, it will be a huge headache. After the Xuanqing ancient talisman was formed, it slowly flew towards Lin Moyu. Its size was shrinking until it got into the center of Lin Moyu's eyebrows and entered the soul world. Lin Moyu's soul world has a new guest. There was an ancient talisman in the soul world before, and that ancient talisman once took Lin Moyu to see what happened in ancient times. Now the Xuanqing ancient talisman appears next to it, and the two ancient talismans complement each other. Lin Moyu's soul world, with the help of the fruit of the world, evolved a step further and became the prototype of the world of rules. The prototype of the world of rules is naturally incomparable with the real world of rules. There is a gap in both intensity and breadth. Now that the light of the Xuanqing ancient talisman is falling, it actually helps the world of rules grow and makes it more powerful. Ancient talismans have the ability to evolve secret realms, and it makes sense that they can help strengthen and perfect the world of rules. Lin Moyu guessed, is the rule world of Holy Talisman Tianzuan completely thick and dense? Tianzuan can create living beings in the world of rules, so has the Holy Talisman Tianzuan ever created living beings? When the ancient talisman of Xuanqing left, the secret realm of Xuanqing also collapsed. The secret space melted like snowflakes, and the scenery in front of Lin Moyu became blurry, rippling like water waves. Then, he saw the familiar starry sky. Back. A trip to a secret realm that lasted for 100 days finally came to an end. Lin Moyu felt the power of Renhuang Network for the first time. Renhuang Network seemed to be investigating Feng Liangkong to determine what Lin Moyu had done. The changes in the secret realm this time are different from before. The big hand of Renhuang Network did not appear. He shouldn't be able to see anything. Lin Moyu thought in his mind that he felt that Renhuang Network should not be able to view any information. The human emperor's network is very strong, but compared with Tianzuan, it is obviously far behind. The human emperor network should not be able to detect the methods of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, the voice of Renhuang Network appeared in Lin Moyu's ears. Has the secret realm been cleared? Renhuang Network's voice was as calm as ever, without any emotion. Lin Moyu replied, yes. After that, Renhuang Network lost its voice, and Lin Moyu felt that Renhuang Network had left. Obviously Renhuang Network believed Lin Moyu. Just as Lin Moyu never doubted the notarization of Renhuang Network also never doubted Lin Moyu. This feeling of mutual trust is great. Lin Moyu saw that not far away, Lu Yuankue and others were looking at him. He immediately flew over and saluted Lu Yuankue with his hands raised. "I've met all of you, seniors." Although Lu Yuankue had already guessed the answer, he still couldn't help but ask, "Little friend Lin, have you really cleared the level?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "I'm pretty lucky, I barely passed the level." "Good luck, what is good luck?" Lu Yuankue and others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Could it be that they all have bad luck? Qi Yuan asked, "What kind of test did Xiaoyu Lin encounter after entering?" Lin Moyu said, "First it was the flaming meteor, and then it was the stellar rocket." Qi Yuan thought for a while. "It seems that Butcher has never encountered a stellar rocket." Lu Yuankue said, "I once encountered that the difficulty of the stellar rocket should be above average, but it is not clear what will happen next." "Tell me more about it," I said while drinking tea. "Please, little friend Lin, please tell us old guys in detail, especially what the test will be like in the last 30 days. Several deities pulled Lin Moyu over and sat down, several people surrounded Lin Moyu, and Qi Yuan made tea with his own hands. Lin Moyu slowly talked about the rounds of tests in the secret realm. The last 2 rounds of stellar rocket were indeed quite difficult. After listening to this, everyone present frowned and fell into deep thought. They were thinking about whether they could pass the test if it were them. The results were disheartening. They found that if it were themselves, the possibility of passing the level would be 0. Let alone clearing the level. Even if you persist until the 60th day, it will be a big problem. Lu Yuankue was better. He felt that he might be able to last until 70 days, but in the 8th round after 70 days, he might not be able to last 1 day. But Lin Moyu did just that, clearing the secret realm in a miraculous manner. They were very sensible and did not specifically ask Lin Moyu how to clear the level. This matter is related to Lin Moyu's privacy, so they naturally won't say anything. Lu Yuankue said, "I admire Lin Xiaoyu's strength." Lin Moyu said modestly, "Juniors still don't understand a lot and need to learn from the seniors." Lu Yuankue smiled, "We just lived a little longer. In this world, strength is everything, and you will naturally understand many things when you get older. Lin Xiaoyu has a bright future. I believe that you should have a seat at the position of Holy Lord." Everyone chatted some more, and Lin Moyu left after drinking enough tea served by the gods. Halfway through, he received another message from the Human Emperor Network, hoping that he could provide the clearance information in the Xuanqing secret realm. Needless to say, Renhuang Network said that Lin Moyu was originally going to provide it. Whether it's to the Emperor's network or to the secret realm strategy team, he will always speak. Of course, he won't tell everything that doesn't need to be said. Lin Moyu sat on his battleship, entered deep space again, and flew towards the 3rd place. At the same time, he took out the pearl given by Holy Talisman Tianzuan. This pearl is about the size of a fist and has a bright luster, shining in the dim starry sky. Lin Moyu found that the texture of the pearl was exactly the same as the pearl inherited from the supreme lineage of Yushur sect. In ancient times, people seemed to prefer using pearls. Nowadays, practitioners generally use various kinds of precious jade to make jade charms, jade tablets, jewelry, etc. Soul Communication Pearl, a large amount of information was immediately transmitted. Lin Moyu has had the experience of receiving the inheritance of Tianzuan several times. Now it is just the inheritance of the Supreme Lord and will not have any impact on him. Moreover, these inheritances have obviously been screened, and only some of the most important information is included, and the miscellaneous information does not exist. Lin Moyu accepted and sorted it out while still learning. Gradually, he began to understand the various uses of the Starlight Law Galaxy. In the Renhuang online world, announcements suddenly appeared. In the Divine City Star Territory, everyone who was connected to the Human Emperor's network saw this announcement at the same time. Announcement from Divine City. Intermediate personnel Lin Moyu has successfully cleared the Gao 10656 Galaxy Xuanqing secret realm. This secret realm will be completely closed from now on, and related tasks will also be cancelled. As soon as the announcement came out, Xuanqing was once again in trouble. In the Divine City, countless people were in an uproar. It was only 100 days since he last cleared the secret realm, and Lin Moyu cleared the secret realm again. And this time I cleared the level of a high-level secret realm. Everyone knows how amazingly difficult the advanced secret realm is. Currently, there are 281 known high-level secret realms in the human Divine City star field. Since the Human Emperor's network has been established for tens of thousands of years, only one has been cleared. Now that Lin Moyu has cleared a secret realm again, it is naturally a major event that has caused a sensation in the entire human race. This announcement spread throughout the entire Divine City in almost half an hour. In the Renhuang network, countless people are discussing Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, I can no longer evaluate him. I can only say that his talent in clearing secret realms is unparalleled. It seems that there is no secret realm that he can't pass. No matter what kind of difficulty the secret realm is, he can pass it. It's really amazing. I thought it was amazing that he could pass the intermediate secret realm before. I didn't expect that even the high-level secret realm could not be difficult for him. 953 It's strange, Lin Moyu is only an intermediate person. How did he get to the high-level secret realm? There is nothing surprising about this. It is normal for top talents like Lin Moyu to be given special privileges. That is, there has been a genius who has received a license. If others can get it, Lin Moyu can also get it. Renhuang network is very fair, but fairness does not mean that everyone must be treated exactly the same. The fairness of Renhuang network will give ordinary people the same treatment and give special people special treatment. This kind of special person does not refer to special status, but refers to talent and special strength. For example, a powerful person like the Holy Lord and the other side. Or a genius like Lin Moyu. Everyone will get more or less privileges. After all, the purpose of the Human Emperor Network is to cultivate human geniuses, so all rules will be tilted towards geniuses. A few will have objections, but it doesn't matter. Their voices will never be heard. The Renhuang Network is very lively, and discussions about Lin Moyu continue. Lin Moyu, who was sitting in the battleship, also received a reminder from the Human Emperor Network. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the Xuanqing Secret Realm mission, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 points of Divine City mobilization. Congratulations on passing the Mysterious Star Realm, you will be rewarded with 50,000 Divine City merit points. After Lin Moyu received the reward, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the rewards for high-level secret realms are so generous. The basic tasks are as high as 1,000 Divine City merits, and the clearance rewards directly reach 50,000 Divine City merits. I got 51,000 points of Divine City merit in one secret realm. This is already an amount that many people cannot get in their lifetime. He said to himself, then my merits don't exceed 100,000, and I am already qualified to be promoted to senior personnel. Would you like to do a promotion mission? To be promoted to a senior officer, in addition to having a meritorious service of more than 100,000 in the Divine City, one must also perform a promotion task. But now he had other things to do and decided to put the promotion task back for a while. Just when Lin Moyu was about to continue studying the inheritance of laws, the prompt from the Human Emperor Network came again. After testing, you have met the promotion conditions and are exempted from the promotion task. Your permissions have been elevated. Congratulations on having the advanced permissions of God City. I hope you will continue your efforts and obtain higher authority. Advanced permissions are not the end, there is also a top-level permission. If you want to obtain top-level authority, there is only one requirement, and that is to reach the other side realm. Even if you have never entered the Divine City, as long as you can reach the other side realm, you can still obtain top-level permissions. This is the fairness of Renhuang Network to the strong. There used to be a god who never entered the city of God and was always traveling abroad. When he returned, he was already a peak god, and then successfully entered the other side and obtained top-level authority. Then he entered the Divine City. When he entered the Divine City, he brought the entire family in and entered the high-level area directly. Lin Moyu twitched the corner of his mouth twice. This is advanced. Although it was a surprise, Lin Moyu was able to remain calm. After all, seniority is dispensable to him. He originally received a license from the Human Emperor Network and could move freely in the Divine City Star territory, except that they cannot create a family. In most cases they are no different from senior personnel. Lin Moyu was once again preparing to study inheritance quietly, when suddenly the prompt from Renhuang Network rang again. It's never over. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. If he didn't come, he wouldn't come in a row, but he would come every once in a while. It was intentional, right? Congratulations on becoming a 9th-level member of the Secret Realm Strategy team. All information in the Secret Realm Strategy group is now available to you. All special props in the Secret Realm Strategy group can be borrowed at will. For specific information, please go to the Secret Realm Strategy team station to check. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would suddenly go from a 3rd-level team member to the most advanced 9th-level team member. But it's normal to think about it. I just submitted information about Xuanqing's Secret Realm to the Secret Realm Strategy team. Coupled with the announcement from the Human Emperor Network, it is announced that everyone can clear the advanced Secret Realm by themselves. In the history of the human race, there are only 2 people who can pass the advanced Secret Realm, and he is one of them. If you can't reach the 9th level in this way, then who else can open it to the 9th level? There are exceptions to everything, it's impossible to follow the rules. Lin Moyu said to himself, this is how the world works, and he doesn't find it strange. After waiting for a while, Lin Moyu felt that no one would disturb him anymore, so he calmed down his mind again and continued to study the inheritance of the Supreme Starlight. As soon as his consciousness entered his soul, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, 100 galaxies will be assigned to your command. The layout of the Faith Tower has begun, and the corresponding personnel will be transferred in time. You will be the manager of these hundreds of galaxies. You can go to your territory when you are free. Before you make your own arrangements, I will manage it for you. Lin Moyu once again interrupted his inheritance and understanding, and he was angry and funny. You did it on purpose. Every time when I want to practice, Renhuang Network comes. It happened several times in a row, and no one believed it unless they said it was intentional. However, after receiving the information from Renhuang Network, Lin Moyu couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. The human race actually allocated 100 galaxies for its own management. What a great gesture. As far as he knows, even the family of the Pinnacle God only manages 10 galaxies. Some of the more powerful ones will manage several galaxies, usually 3 or 5. After all, there are quite a few peak gods in the high-end areas of the Divine City. The family of the peak god can only be regarded as a big family, not truly top. A family with the presence of the ancestors from the other side can be considered a top family. They often manage dozens of stars, but there are only a few saints who can manage hundreds of galaxies at the same time. What a great gesture, the saints think highly of me too. These 100 galaxies should be obtained after annihilating 3 races. Lin Moyu almost guessed the origin of hundreds of galaxies. Most of the galaxies in the human race have their own owners. The origin of these hundreds of galaxies is self-evident. Lin Moyu didn't take it to heart. He had never thought about establishing a family and had no shortage of resources. But the belief tower of hundreds of galaxies is very useful to him. In this way, when the faith tower is completed, the power of faith he can obtain every day will be greatly increased. For him, this is a great thing. There is never too much power of faith. Although he has a lot of power of faith now, the more of it, the better. As the level increases and the spells become stronger, the power of faith consumed will only increase. Tens of millions can only be regarded as a base. If it is really used, hundreds of millions or billions may not be enough. Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the reward he received. He once again realized the fairness of the human race. If you pay, there will be rewards. The more you pay, the greater the rewards you will get. Most of the time, you don't need to take the initiative. Renhuang Network can arrange everything. Lin Moyu knew that he had done a lot for the human race. Whether it was killing aliens, making various strategic suggestions, or clearing secret realms, he was essentially making market contributions to the human race. Each stroke is counted by Renhuang network, accumulated, and finally given corresponding rewards. I don't know how much power of faith hundreds of galaxies can provide me every day. It's worth looking forward to. With a smile, Lin Moyu calmed down his mind again and continued to understand the inheritance. 2 seconds later, the voice of Renhuang network sounded again. Congratulations on becoming the honorary president of the Talisman Masters Association. You will have the same permissions as the president. For detailed information, you can go to the trait meeting to view it. His understanding was interrupted again, and Lin Moyu said angrily, "You must have done it on purpose." There was no response from Renhuang network, as if I didn't know anything. Lin Moyu knew that Renhuang network must have done it on purpose, and he also knew that Renhuang network knew that he knew it. But Renhuang network still did this, just like an old man, playing a prank. Lin Moyu was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had no choice. After all, Renhuang network brought good news. I actually became the honorary president of the Talisman Master Association. What does honorary president mean? It's just a name, it shouldn't have any real power, but it's good to have the same authority as the president. I can freely consult all the information in the Talisman Master Association. Unfortunately, these information are no longer of much use. After receiving the inheritance from the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, the role of information in the Master Association has been greatly weakened. He is everything that the Talisman Masters Association has. What he has, the Talisman Masters Association may not have. Lin Moyu guessed that the runes he passed on to Fu Xingzuan were passed on by Xingzuan. Therefore, Fu Xingzuan was justified and hung the title of honorary president on himself. Lin Moyu knows very well what kind of people those rune masters are. They have an extreme love for runes and don't care much about power. Most talisman masters pursue the way of runes. If Xingzuan Fu passes on those runes and uses the name of Lin Moyu, coupled with the grace of previous preaching, no one would object to Lin Moyu becoming the honorary president. Okay, then let's be this president. It looks like I will have to preach to them again in the future. Lin Moyu accepted it calmly and prepared to continue to understand. Just 3 seconds later, the voice of Prison Phoenix Network sounded again. Lin Moyu's eyes opened instantly. I guessed you would be like this. Based on the previous experiences, Lin Moyu pretended to practice this time, but in fact he just closed his eyes for a while. Sure enough, Renhuang Network is here again. Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai sent messages asking for help. Hearing this sentence, Lin Moyu's spirit was suddenly shaken, and all previous thoughts were thrown away. What happened to them? Lin Moyu entered the Renhuang network and checked the information sent by Chu Xiong. The message was sent 10 seconds ago and has just arrived. After reading it, Lin Moyu said to himself, a hole in space suddenly appeared in the outer area, and Shui Jilan and Qing Fei were sucked into it. Lin Moyu checked the information about the cave of space for the first time. The hole in space is a special passage that often connects to another space. The hole in space is a one-way passage. Driven by the power of space, the entrant can only keep moving forward until reaching the exit. There is no fixed location for its appearance, nor any regularity. No one knows where it will lead before entering. It may be the territory of another race, it may be outside the territory, or it may be inside a secret realm. Usually in the starry sky, the frequency of space holes is not high, and even if they appear, they cannot last for long. In the human territory, every time a space hole appears, the Human Emperor Network records it. After checking, Lin Moyu found that the frequency of space holes has increased significantly in the past 100 years. Based on Lin Moyu's current understanding of the laws of space, he can judge this as a good thing. The emergence of the hole in space is because the laws of space are chaotic in a certain area, causing two areas that were not connected to each other to suddenly connect together, thus forming a hole in space. Its essence is like a naturally generated spacegate. The increase in the frequency of the appearance of holes in space means that the space of the world is developing in an unstable direction. The power of the big world is weakening sharply. If this continues, the probability of space holes appearing in the future will further increase. If the space gate happens to appear on a certain planet, that planet may be involved, which will be a disaster for all life on the planet. The hole in space appeared in the outer area this time, which happened 2 days ago. The location where the space cave appears is just outside a secret realm. Many cultivators who had just come out of the secret realm were involved, including Shui Jilan and Qing Fei. Lin Moyu used his authority to view detailed information on the Renhuang network. Shui Jilan was the first to be involved, 26 hours ago. Qing Fei was a little later, the time was 25 hours ago, and they were 1 hour apart. Now the star field has been blocked and no one can approach it. Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai had no choice but to turn to Lin Moyu for help. They didn't know if Lin Moyu could help them, but in the City of God, they couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Moyu sent them a message back, saying that he would rush over immediately and asked them not to worry. The battleship slightly adjusted its direction in the deep space and rushed as fast as possible. It just so happened that the inheritance point of Holy Talisman Tianzuan was in the outer area. Lin Moyu was originally flying towards there, and the distance was not very far. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time. Chu Xiong received Lin Moyu's reply and immediately said, "Brother Lin has a reply." Zhuang Bai was standing aside, looking at the starry sky from a distance. What did brother say? Chu Xiong said, "Brother Lin said he would go over right now." Didn't you say anything else? Didn't say. Zhuang Bai frowned, thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Since Brother Lin said this, it means that he has a way. We have no other way for the time being, we can only wait. Chu Xiong nodded, we can only wait. There were many people in the starry sky near them. These people's eyes are all looking at the same place. Tens of millions of kilometers away, 10 warships were floating, and a team of people blocked the starry sky. This team comes from the Temple of War, and they don't allow anyone to get close to the space. What is behind the hole in space, no one knows. Even the people in the Temple of War don't know. Just half a day ago, the people from the Temple of War had entered the Cave of Space, and no news had been released yet. Everyone present could only wait anxiously. They all had relatives and friends who were sucked into the hole in space. Tens of millions of kilometers away, a battleship suddenly appeared. Then Lin Moyu flew out of the battleship, his figure flashing in the starry sky, approaching the space at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu's sudden appearance attracted the attention of many people. The men and horses of the Temple of War are all targeting Lin Moyu. Here, anyone who dares to break in will definitely be severely punished. Who is that? It's so fast. Oh my God, he went towards the Cave of Space. Isn't he afraid of Lin Zhan Temple? Perhaps they are people from the Temple of War. Impossible, you didn't see that the people in the Temple of War have entered a state of preparation for war. Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai also saw Lin Moyu rushing over. Zhuang Bai's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Lin is really here, so fast. Chu Xiong nodded, this speed is faster than any god I have ever seen. The two looked at each other as if they saw hope. Lin Moyu's sudden appearance was enough to amaze people just by showing his amazing speed. For some reason, when they met Lin Moyu, the two of them felt that Shui Jilan and Wei Fei should be saved. No matter what is on the other side of the hole in space, as long as they are still alive, Lin Moyu can save them. Each step of Lin Moyu's journey exceeds 30 million kilometers, hundreds of millions of kilometers, and can be completed in only a dozen seconds. The men and horses in the Temple of War were on alert, and their warships were connected together to form a formation. A high-level god from the Temple of War flew out and stood in the formation and looked at Lin Moyu. After seeing Lin Moyu, he frowned and said, "It's him." This high-level deity once met Lin Moyu. During the operation to exterminate the Buddhist clan, he saw Lin Moyu talking and laughing with several saints from the other side. Lin Moyu's voice sounded in the starry sky, "I am authorized to enter." Following Lin Moyu's voice, the high-level god also received information from the Human Emperor Network simultaneously. His expression changed slightly. Lin Moyu had indeed been authorized, and the authorizer was Zhang Xingzuan. He immediately removed the formation and made way for Lin Moyu. The War Saint has already agreed to Lin Moyu's entry, so who does he have to stop him? Lin Moyu crossed the formation and rushed into the space hole, without looking back. It wasn't until he disappeared that his voice came from the starry sky. "Thank you very much." Lin Moyu's "thank you" actually made this high-level deity feel honored. No matter what Lin Moyu's strength is, his status is the same. How can a person who is valued by the War Saint Lord be ordinary? This kind of person will become a big shot sooner or later. Even if he can't get in touch with him, he can't offend him. Thousands of kilometers away, a group of people watched Lin Moyu enter. He really went in. Who is this person? Have you seen his information? I didn't see it. He moved too fast and was too far away to see clearly. He said that he was authorized. It seems that this person's status is not low. He entered the hole in space without looking back. Could it be that some of his friends also entered? It wouldn't be a bad thing if that's the case. Everyone present is a god king, and the strongest one is just a minor god like Chu Xiong Zhuangbi. The distance is too far to see Lin Moyu's information clearly. But since Lin Moyu is so fast, he doesn't think his strength will be used much. In fact, Chu Xiong and Zhuangbai don't know Lin Moyu's true strength now. They only know that Lin Moyu is very strong, but they don't know exactly how strong he is. However, they have inexplicable trust in Lin Moyu. As long as Lin Moyu takes action, there is almost nothing that cannot be solved. In the cave of space, Lin Moyu felt the chaotic laws of space. The power of space came from all directions, pushing him forward. His space laws were suppressed and could no longer be used. He could only continue to move forward along with the power of space. He was also thinking about all the information he had received previously. What is certain at present is that this hole in space connects places far away. The location of the exit has exceeded the human star territory. It may still be within the territory, or it may be outside the territory. A group of War Temple troops who entered before have lost contact. It is precisely because of this that the Human Emperor Network analyzed that they should have left the human star field. But Lin Moyu thinks there is another possibility. It is also possible that we have entered another world, or the depths of a secret realm. In ancient times, after the worlds that were plundered by the human race merged with the larger world, the strong human race did not annex all their worlds. Instead, a part was left behind for those races to survive. For example, this was the case in the former Tulu world and the Soul world. This kind of world Human Emperor Network cannot be explored. If you enter, it will be no different from leaving the human star field. There are also the depths of the secret realm, such as the second stage or even the third stage of a certain secret realm. Those are also independent spaces, and they are also not under the jurisdiction of the Human Emperor Network. To know the details, you have to see it with your own eyes. After walking in the cave of space for about an hour, Lin Moyu finally saw the exit. The eyes became brighter and brighter, and then the light shone brightly. Lin Moyu noticed that he came to a strange starry sky. It's very bright here, and there are many stars, which illuminate the originally dark starry sky very brightly. The temperature here is also very high, and the heat of the star is radiating freely in the starry sky. This is where Lin Moyu looked at the surrounding environment, and he first ruled out the possibility of a secret realm. There is no breath of runes here, and it is a completely different world from the secret realm. This also made him relieved. If it was really deep in the secret realm, the danger would increase significantly. The secret realm is uncontrollable and there are many surprises. Especially in those secret realms above the intermediate level, if the God King comes in, he will die in minutes. Within sight, there are thousands of stars. The nearest star to me is only over 1,000,000 kilometers away, almost right next to my face. Lin Moyu found himself in a strange galaxy. There are 6 stars and 3 ordinary planets in this galaxy. The 3 ordinary planets were almost melting under the heat of the stars, and their surfaces had become a lava world. This kind of strange galaxy does not exist naturally in the big world, it can only be arranged artificially. Among all the races in the big world, no race needs so many stars. And this world seems a little incomplete. Could it be that I really guessed that it is a remnant of some ancient world? Lin Moyu thought in his heart, his eyes suddenly locked into the distance. He saw a star in the distance, flashing with white light and constantly releasing rays outward. Some rays pass only tens of thousands of meters away from themselves, piercing the starry sky and flying to distant places. Lin Moyu's soul sent a warning that those rays were dangerous. I hope they didn't go there. Countless skeleton gods will fly in all directions. Finding people is Lin Moyu's specialty. It doesn't require too much judgment, just make up for it with quantity. The skeleton god will find people through the undead vision, and you can directly see the soul flame, so there will be no mistakes. Lin Moyu continued to observe the world while thinking about memory, trying to find information about the world in memory. With so many stars, this race should be related to fire. There are many worlds related to fire, but not all of them require so many stars. Gradually, Lin Moyu found some information in his memory. In some fragmentary information, I have seen such a race, the Star Annihilation race. Lin Moyu no longer remembers which information he saw this race in. At that time, he read a lot of information, both useful and useless. I saw such a race in an occasional conversation. At that time, there was only one sentence to describe the Spark tribe: the stars are immortal and the sparks will last forever. It can be seen that the Starfire clan is not so easy to die. In the ancient war, all races rebelled. Many races today are the rebels of those days. The Xingho tribe was not among them. They were obviously wiped out in the war. However, the Xingho tribe also claims that stars do not fire and sparks last forever. Obviously, it is not easy to really exterminate the tribe. In this world, the number of stars far exceeds the number of planets, and it is much larger than what Wang Ruth and the Soul World have seen before. It can be seen from this that the former Spark clan was not weak and should be stronger than the Tulu clan and the Soul clan. But this assumes that Lin Moyu's guess is correct, and this is indeed the world of the Starfire tribe. I don't know if my guess is correct. The skeleton god general has spread out, exploring this world full of stars. After Lin Moyu thought about it, he also took action. He constantly teleports across the starry sky, advancing at a speed of 30 million kilometers per second. His target is the planet that keeps releasing shooting stars. This planet is very strange and different from other stars. With 200 million kilometers left to go, Lin Moyu stopped. At this time, he could roughly see what the planet looked like. It was also a star. It also burned blazingly, but the light it emitted was white. It looks exactly the same as his own technique Shirahoshi. Such stars are also found in the big world and are called white dwarfs, which are upgraded versions of stars. The temperature is higher, the power is stronger, and the scorching high temperature is enough to burn the God King to death. Moreover, there is terrifying pressure on the white dwarf, and the God King will be crushed into pieces if he gets close to it. The white dwarf is also called the white star by humans. In some races, it is also called the white death. The star bead in front of me has the same color as the white star. It rotates at an astonishing speed, reaching tens of thousands of revolutions per second, and continuously emits rays outward. The rays shoot to distant places, reaching billions of kilometers. But Lin Moyu can feel that the section with the strongest ray power is within 200 million kilometers. As the distance becomes farther and farther, the power of the ray will decrease sharply. What kind of planet is this? In the big world, why have I never seen it and don't have any information? Lin Moyu was very curious, and after observing it for a while, he decided to get close to it. At this time, a white ray hit. The speed of the ray was faster than the speed of light, and the powerful force faintly tore apart the space. Lin Moyu had sensed it a long time ago. With his speed, it was very simple to avoid it. But Lin Moyu didn't want to avoid it, but wanted to feel the pressure of the ray for himself. A warning came from the soul, indicating that the ray was quite powerful. The purple gold body was automatically activated, and Lin Moyu did not use the bone hell or the golden armor talisman. The ray finally appeared in sight, now close at hand. The purple gold body burst out with bright purple light, and then shattered. The undead were harmed at the same time, and the Legion rulers became busy again. The whole process lasted only a tenth of a second and was already on. It is very powerful. It is equivalent to a blow from a high-level god. It cannot be blocked by the purple gold body alone. The defensive power of the purple gold body is almost that of a fifth-level god. Lin Moyu began to approach the white star, and with one step, he jumped directly over 30 million kilometers. Another ray swept across, and the Hell of Bones emerged automatically. The Hell of Bones surrounded Lin Moyu, blocking the ray attack. In hell, tens of thousands of hellish evil spirits roared collectively, erupting with an astonishing amount of power. After being hit by rays, the skeleton hell did not collapse. Regardless of attack, purely in terms of defense, the defense power of the bone hell is comparable to the 7th level of the god. At the moment when it was swept by the ray, the bone hell completed the marking, and what was marked was the white star. It's getting closer again, and the power has increased, but it's still within the 7th level of the deity. Lin Moyu was certain that the increase in the power of the ray would not be large. He took another step and advanced another 30 million kilometers. The closer the distance, the denser the rays, and the higher the possibility of being attacked. Lin Moyu stopped again. He wanted to see how powerful the ray was at this distance. Be careful in everything, and there is no big mistake. Safety is the third best in everything. The skeleton god general is still looking for him, but there is no news for a while. This world is not small, and I don't know where those people have gone. There is no point in being anxious. As long as they are not dead, they can always be found. Even if he dies, there will be clues. Another ray swept over, causing the Hell of Bones to fluctuate violently. After the ray swept over, the Hell of Bones also collapsed. The Divine Lord has reached the 8th level, and his attack words have been upgraded to 1 level. Lin Moyu probably made a judgment in his mind and took another step towards the white star, appearing only a little over 100 million kilometers away from the white star. Another ray swept over, and Lin Moyu's body was filled with golden light, and he put on a golden armor. The golden armor talisman easily blocked the attack and remained motionless. It's still an attack from the 8th level of the God Lord. It didn't reach the 9th level of the God Lord, but it was very close. If my guess is correct, within 100 million kilometers, the attack power of the ray will reach the 9th level of the god. Then if you continue to get closer, you should be able to reach the peak of the god, or half a step to the other side. Lin Moyu made a judgment in his mind while simulating whether he could enter the white star. After repeated calculations, I feel that the problem is not big. As long as the attack does not reach the other side and is not a continuous attack, he can enter without being reborn. I don't know what's going on inside a white star, but if the other side is inside, it would be a headache. Lin Moyu has a strong curiosity, but also feels like curiosity killed the cat. Just as he was about to continue approaching, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped and quickly started to retreat. The skeleton god will make a discovery. A few steps later and tens of millions of kilometers later, Lin Moyu appeared next to the skeleton god general. In front of the skeleton god general, Japanese corpses were floating quietly. This is a human corpse. His whole body was burnt and his appearance cannot be seen. But it looked like it was a man, so Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm sorry, I can't let you return to your roots. If Lin Moyu wants to know what happened, he can only use resurrection of the dead. Immortal flames pop up and fall on the corpse, and the corpse is quickly reborn in the flames. The injured areas were quickly restored, the body was reborn, and the soul was reorganized in the flames. This is a young man with fine features and fine features. He has the cultivation of the 8th level of the God King. He is neither strong nor weak. Lin Moyu judged that he should be a local cultivator in the Divine City and not from the 4-star regions. He was about to kneel down towards Lin Moyu, but was stopped by Lin Moyu. What's your name? Lin Moyu asked. To return to the master, my name is Feng Qingchuan. Once you become a resurrected person, you will not disobey Lin Moyu's orders. Unless Lin Moyu is resurrected to a greater realm than himself, the resurrected people will only obey his orders. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me what happened here. How did you die?" Feng Qingchuan immediately replied, "I came here through the hole in space." Feng Qingchuan was involved as soon as he left the secret realm. Calculated by time, he arrived several hours later than Qing Fei. After arriving here, he also saw a few people, but he did not see Shui Zhilan and Qing Fei. They explore the starry sky, hoping to find a way back. Gradually, the Yin family began to disperse. Feng Qingchuan and two other cultivators of the 8th level of the God King formed a team and acted together. But halfway through the flight, a ray suddenly swept across, and one of the people was killed directly, with no bones left. This ray comes from a white star in the distance. Although the distance is tens of millions of kilometers, their cultivation is too weak and they still cannot block it. Moreover, the speed of the ray is the same as the speed of light. If you only see it with the naked eye, you will have already been hit by the time you see it. Only by relying on induction to dodge can you have a chance to escape. However, it is impossible to sense it with their souls. A man was killed silently, and no body was left in the radiation sweep, which shocked Feng Qingchuan. He and the surviving one were as far away from the white star as possible. But when they were approaching a star, suddenly the star burst into terrible flames. The flames were like a volcanic eruption, rushing out millions of kilometers and engulfing them with astonishing force. Feng Qingchuan had a magic weapon that he could use to save his life. With the help of this magic weapon, he was lucky enough to escape. However, his companions were not so lucky and were swept away by the flames. Their lives and deaths are unknown. Although he said his life and death were unknown, Feng Qingchuan actually knew in his heart that his companion was probably dead. When he was swept away, he heard the screams of his companions. He was frightened at that time and ran away quickly. He didn't save his companions, and he regretted it afterwards, but he also knew that he couldn't save them. Then he began to move away from the star. But being far away from the stars does not mean there is no danger. He encountered a giant beast in the starry sky. It is said to be a giant beast in the starry sky, but it is actually very small. It looks like it's only about 1 meter. When the starry sky beast curled up, it was so dark that it was impossible to find it. Feng Qingchuan only discovered it when he bumped into it. According to Feng Qingchuan's description, the starry sky beast opened its body, its whole body burned with flames, and then sprayed a mouthful of fire towards Feng Qingchuan. Feng Qingchuan was burned to death, without any resistance. Lin Moyu judged that this starry sky beast was at least as powerful as a minor god. Although Feng Qingchuan is not powerful, he is still at the 8th level of the God King, so he cannot be killed casually. His death was very painful, but also very pleasant, and there was not much pain. Lin Moyu roughly knew the real cause of death from his description. On the surface, Feng Qingchuan was burned to death. In fact, what the flame really burned to death was his soul. Once the soul dies, it will naturally not feel pain. Feng Qingchuan recounted his experience here. It was not very helpful, but Lin Moyu also got some information from it. When they came in, there were quite a few people, almost 100 people. At first everyone was together, and then they separated. According to his description, it is almost divided into 8 directions. At that time, it was said that those who came in first would also leave in these 8 directions. Lin Moyu immediately sent another 80,000 skeleton generals to search in these 8 directions, hoping to find some clues. "I hope nothing happens." Lin Moyu chanted softly, feeling that this matter seemed a bit troublesome. This strange starry sky is not as simple as imagined. Lin Moyu opened the eyes of his soul and began to look carefully. The vision of the undead seems to have lost its effect. After so long, nothing has been discovered. We haven't seen the giant beast in the starry sky either, which is very abnormal. If there were very few starry sky beasts, then why was Feng Qingchuan so lucky to bump into one? Lin Moyu feels that there should be many such starry sky beasts, but they cannot be seen with the eyes of the undead. The eye of the dead is not omnipotent. It has happened before that the eye of the dead has failed. Under the eyes of the soul, lines of laws are revealed. The lines of laws are straight and flat, forming a dense network that is intertwined in the starry sky. The eyes of the soul scanned over, but still found nothing. Whether it's the stars or the starry sky, everything looks normal. Lin Moyu was also in trouble for a while, not knowing what to do. The longer time passes, the higher the probability that Shui Jilan and Qing Fei will encounter something unexpected. This world is beyond imagination. Until now, the skeleton generals have not yet reached their destination. Moreover, his skeleton generals are becoming more and more scattered. So far, he has thrown out tens of millions of skeleton generals, like fish scattered in the sea. There is no other way, this is the only way. Lin Moyu closed his eyes and felt a strange breath rising from his body. Invisible mist rose above the head, and dragon roars came from the hydrogen gas. Luck turns into a dragon. Explosive luck. His luck broke through the limit in an instant and reached an astonishing level. Then Lin Moyu thought about Shui Jilan and Qing Fei, and spun around quickly, at will. Halfway through the circle, he stepped out and disappeared. He really chose a direction at random, relying entirely on luck. With luck, you can find them in the shortest possible time. If you're unlucky, you won't lose anything anyway. Lin Moyu's speed is astonishing. Although Shui Jilan and Qing Fei came in early, they are slow. Lin Moyu believes that it won't take long for him to catch up. The eye of the soul and the vision of the undead were alternately opened. Lin Moyu searched the starry sky without paying attention to any detail. After every teleportation step, he would release millions of skeleton generals and scatter them in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu has crossed 1 billion kilometers. A huge star appeared in the line of sight. This star looked a little dim, like an old man who had entered his twilight years. Lin Moyu did not continue. He had calculated that no matter how fast Shui Jilan and Qing Fei were, they would not go further. In the direction he chose, there was only this star along the way. Either the direction is wrong, or Shui Jilan and Qing Fei are here. Neither the eyes of the soul nor the eyes of the undead found anything unusual. But Lin Moyu's intuition told him that there was something wrong with this star. Intuition. Sometimes you have to trust your intuition. Especially when there is no solution and no clue, you can only trust your intuition. Especially now that the luck explosion technique is being used, when luck is overwhelming, intuition may be the most reliable thing to rely on. The next second, Lin Moyu rushed towards the dim star. When he was only 1 million kilometers away from the star suddenly erupted, filling the sky with flames. The flames were like lightning, rushing towards Lin Moyu at a speed extremely close to light. Lin Moyu did not dodge and ran into the flames. The purple gold body flashed, blocking all the flames. It's not very powerful, somewhere between a minor god and a god. If that's the case, Shui Jilan and Qing Fei should be able to stop it. Lin Moyu followed the flames and crashed into the star, creating a big crater in the star. He surged forward in the flames, ignoring the pure high temperature. The power of law in the flames was also greatly weakened by his passive spells, making it impossible to shake the purple gold body. Lin Moyu seemed to have broken through a barrier and rushed into another space zero. The atmosphere of battle filled the air, and it was the familiar law of water. Lin Moyu felt a familiar atmosphere. Shui Jilan and Qing Fei were both there. Moreover, the two of them were full of energy and seemed to have no problem. I couldn't help but feel relieved. It's better. As long as he is still here, it will be fine if he comes. Lin Moyu flew forward and saw them soon. Shui Jilan and Qing Fei are under siege. They are besieged by a group of half-meter-sized, black monsters. The monster looks like a leopard, with red dots on its body and no flames coming from its mouth. Whenever it sprays flames, the red dots on its body will glow. This is the giant beast in the starry sky that Feng Qingchuan said. It's really small, not worthy of the word starry sky behemoth. Although Shui Jilan and Qing Fei were besieged and at a disadvantage, they were also injured. Fortunately, the two of them could persist. Especially Qing Fei, a sharp sword turned into a green dragon, extinguishing the flames, and 670 flew away all the starry sky beasts that rushed towards her. The starry sky beasts are not big in size, and their attack power is almost the same as that of a small god. However, their defense is very strong, and it is difficult for Qing Fei to hurt them. Even if they are occasionally cut, the wounds will heal quickly. Lin Moyu flew over and said with a smile, "Two junior sisters, we haven't seen each other for many years, but you still look extraordinary." Suddenly hearing Lin Moyu's voice, Shui Jilan's soft face showed joy. "It's senior brother Lin here." Seeing Lin Moyu, Shui knew that he was fine. Before, they had to call him junior brother Lin, but now they have to call him senior brother Lin instead. After all, Lin Moyu's level has far surpassed them. Lin Moyu is already a god, but the two of them are still minor gods. Lin Moyu asked, "Junior sister Qing Fei, do you want to take action on behalf of junior sister and deal with these guys?" Now that he has found the two of them, Lin Moyu is not in a hurry and even has the time to joke with them. And with Qing Fei's character, if he checked it directly, he might not be able to do it quickly. Unexpectedly, Qing Fei said directly, "Senior brother Lao Lin is here." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, and several skeleton god generals flew out, wielding bone swords. The white sword light lit up, and those giant beasts in the starry sky that breathed flames were annihilated in the sword light, leaving no bones left. Qing Fei looked at this scene and sighed softly, "You have become stronger." Lin Moyu said, "Junior sister Qing Fei, thank you, I just took the first step, you can easily do it in the future." Qing Fei's eyes were full of fighting spirit, of course. She has full confidence in herself. Shui Jilan cheered, "That's great." She was really happy and put away her puppet excitedly. The three puppets were all damaged to varying degrees and needed to be repaired when they returned. It can be seen that Shui Jilan is very distressed. The skeleton god will divide 3 and 5 by 2 and wipe out the starry sky beast. The sword energy not only killed all the behemoths in the starry sky, but also riddled the stars with holes. The strong sword energy penetrated the star and made countless holes. The star began to twist and seemed to explode at any time. A terrible breath rose from the stars, and the stars howled. It will self-destruct, killing the enemies within it. The death of the starry sky beast made it feel angry. Qing Fei's face changed, "It's terrible." Lin Moyu, calmly, took out 3 golden armor talismans and activated them, landing on the 3 of them, respectively. "Don't worry, I can't eat you." Boom. The star exploded, and terrible power swept across the starry sky. The golden light flowed around the 3 people, and they were unharmed in the self-destruction impact. The power of the star's self-destruction is at most comparable to the second-level attack of the God Lord. With the golden armor talisman around, you won't be hurt at all. The star exploded and turned into a ball of fire burning in the starry sky. 3 people wearing golden armor flew out of the flames. Lin Moyu looked at the flames. The flames were weaker than the star before it exploded, but not by much. Moreover, the flame is obviously evolving and seems to have a tendency to turn into a star again. This is completely different from ordinary star explosions and goes against common sense. Even if the star does not burn, the spark will last forever. Lin Moyu thought of this sentence and said softly, "Could this be the Starfire clan?" Shui Jilan heard Lin Moyu talking to himself and asked, curiously, "What is the Starfire tribe?" Among the various races in the big world, there is no such thing as the Spark race. Lin Moyu was about to explain when his expression suddenly changed slightly. The skeleton gods scattered everywhere sent messages one after another, and the stars moved abnormally. Lin Moyu immediately connected to the skeleton god general's vision. In an instant, he saw countless stars, all erupting with flames. In the flames, soul fires lit up. Countless starry sky beasts that look like leopards and are covered in flaming dots fly out from the stars. They range in size from large to small. The smaller ones are less than 1 meter, while the larger ones are about 10 meters. Body size also represents strength. The bigger the body, the stronger the strength. The weakest person is no more than a small god, but the strongest person has reached the peak of godhood. Lin Moyu realized that it was the first level. The one that Feng Qingchuan met before was 1 meter tall and was the first level god. More and more stars are moving, and more starry sky beasts are flying out of them. Like some kind of virus, this change is spreading throughout the starry sky. These starry sky behemoths are incredibly fast. They are not flying, but walking through the flames. Can pass from one flame to another. Even if the distance between the two is millions of kilometers, they can travel across it in an instant. The whole process is like Lin Moyu's teleportation. Lin Moyu already knew what was going on. It was precisely because he killed those starry sky beasts that it caused a chain reaction. This amount is a bit scary. Lin Moyu sighed. Shui Jilan was a little strange. Senior brother Lin, what happened? Qing Fei frowned. I have a bad feeling that something is going to happen. Lin Moyu said, something did happen. I stirred a hornet's nest. Shui Jilan asked curiously, what is a hornet's nest? Qing Fei didn't understand either and looked at Lin Moyu with confusion. Lin Moyu laughed and didn't explain too much. It can only be said that in the world the two of them live in, there is no such thing as a wasp. Lin Moyu said softly, there are more people than there are, right? That's fine. I haven't eaten for a long time. It's time to go to hell. If this is the Spark clan, then I will destroy you again. In the starry sky, all the skeleton gods will disappear collectively. Immediately afterwards, countless generals appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The skeleton gods will occupy the starry sky densely, countless. Shui Jilan and Qing Fei were completely stunned. They knew that Lin Moyu could summon a lot of skeletons, but they didn't expect that there could be so many. There were more than millions of skeletons in front of them, and they couldn't even count them. Moreover, the power of these skeletons made them frightened. It feels like if anyone comes over, killing them is as easy as killing a chicken. Qing Fei forced herself to calm down. Senior brother Lin, what state are your skeletons in? Lin Moyu replied casually, this is the 6th level of the god. It's just that I feel like my young heart has been severely damaged. That's the 6th level of god. According to Lin Moyu's words, he also has stronger summons. Qing Fei thought that Lin Moyu once summoned a 10,000-meter tall skeleton. Maybe that was Lin Moyu's trump card. Shui Jilan asked slightly excitedly, Senior brother Lin, can you take a look at stronger summons? Okay. Lin Moyu did not refuse, and with a wave of his hand, legions exuding a terrifying aura appeared in the starry sky. The Death Dragon Knight Legion has a legion of 100,000 people and is led by a legion ruler. Their bodies are larger than the skeleton god generals, and they exude a powerful and terrifying aura. The lower body of the skeletal dragon was shrouded in immortal flames, and the upper body of the knight held a sword and shield. The grey immortal flames flowed over the body and on the sword like a stream of light. Wisps of power of rules emitted, turning into invisible pressure, which made Shui Jilan and Fei unable to move. They have never seen the power of rules, but they have seen high-level gods. Qing Fei swallowed hard, they are all high-level gods. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and did not deny it. Shui Jilan was equally shocked, but also confused, I seem to have seen them somewhere. Suddenly she exclaimed, I remembered that a few years ago when we were investigating the soul-devouring tribe, it was following the God Lord. It turns out that it is senior brother Lin's summons. Lin Moyu summoned 100 Death Dragon Knight legions at this moment, with a total of 10 million Dragon Knights, plus 100 legion rulers. The Skeleton God General summoned 100 million. Except for the Skeleton King, 1/5 of the entire undead army has been dispatched. It's not that he looks down on those sparks, but Lin Moyu thinks this is enough. The Skeleton God will be infinitely close to the 7th level god, the Death Dragon Knight is the real 7th level god, and the Legion Ruler is the 8th level god. With tens of millions of fighting power, even the peak gods will flee in despair when they see it. When I see the other side of the world, I have to stay away if I am afraid, and it is very difficult to kill them all. The Starry Sky Giant cover, suspected to be from the Starfire clan, came through the flames and swept over from all directions, surrounding Lin Moyu and others. But what greeted them was an extremely fierce attack from the undead army. The white sword energy illuminated the starry sky, becoming another color in the starry sky. The immortal flames leave their death mark on the starry sky. The galaxy of the law of immortality emerged from under Lin Moyu's feet, and all the laws were transformed into the power of death. Every attack of the undead army was filled with the power of the law of immortality. Countless Starfire clans were swallowed up by the sword energy and annihilated. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and the bone hell came out of thin air, spreading to its maximum range and covering a large area of the star field. The evil spirit from hell roared and flew out, biting the Starfire tribe. The evil spirits in hell have not eaten for a long time, and now they are out in force, extremely ferocious. The Death Dragon Knight Legion is the most laid back, they don't even need to do anything. Only the Skeleton God General blocked the first round of impact from the Starry Sky Beast. Shui Jilin and Qing Fei were stunned. They imagined the battle would be fierce, but never imagined it would be so one-sided. This is simply a massacre. The strength of the Skeleton God General is completely beyond imagination. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Isn't the battle different from what you thought?" Qing Fei nodded. The elders in the family once said that the strong can defeat all living beings on the battlefield, and the real strong is the key to victory or defeat. But, Lin Moyu answered her words, what your elders said is true. A truly strong person can indeed overwhelm all living beings, but not here. If the strength is not really strong, then the outcome will be determined by quantity. Compared with the number of people, Lin Moyu said that he has never been afraid. There are indeed a lot of these guys who look like the Spark tribe. When ordinary gods see them, they have only one option, escape. But facing Lin Moyu, they have no advantage. The behemoths in the starry sky can't get through it at all, and the level of skeleton hell alone is like heaven. The starry sky beasts died one after another, and finally a stronger starry sky beast came. A starry sky beast with a body size of 7 meters and a strength reaching the 7th level of a god arrived. The bone hell finally felt a trace of pressure, but only a trace. The starry sky beast is indeed stronger, but the hell evil spirit also has a 7th level god, and its strength is comparable. But there are tens of millions of evil spirits in hell, and there are not so many starry sky beasts of the 7th level of the gods, not to mention tens of millions. If they were added together, they wouldn't even have Tian Wan. Lin Moyu looked at it and thought to himself, if this is really the Xingho tribe, they were really strong in the past. Not to mention the strongest, just the number of high-level gods is not weaker than any strong clan. After that, there will be stronger starry sky beasts, and there are still many of them. There are more than 10,000 gods in the 8th level, and there are thousands in the 9th level. Facing the starry sky beast of the supreme god of creation, the skeleton god general's attacks gradually became weak, and he could no longer kill the opponent as easily as before. The difference between the 6th level and the 7th level of the god is 1 level. Because of the emergence of the power of rules, the gap between the two is not small. After that, every time you advance to 1 level, your combat power will increase significantly. The skeleton hell gradually became unable to cope with the numerous starry sky beasts of the 8th level of gods. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the Death Dragon Knight Legion rushed out immediately. Their addition relieved the pressure of the skeleton hell. Especially the Legion rulers joining the battle group. Although the number is not large, the combat power of the Legion rulers is obviously stronger than that of the starry sky beasts of the same level. They waved their sabers and could kill a giant starry beast with 3 strokes, 5 strokes, and 2 strokes. Lin Moyu knew that the ruler of the Legion had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Lord, and could almost be said to be invincible at the same level. The combat power of those starry sky beasts is much weaker. The dragon's breath burned wantonly in the starry sky, and there were immortal flames everywhere, filled with the power of death and corroding everything. No matter how the starry sky beast charges, it can't break through the undead army's front line, let alone hurt Lin Moyu and the others. Flames erupted and rose, and dozens of starry sky beasts up to 10 meters in size shuttled through the flames. 50 or so ninth-level gods are not bad at all, but it's of no use. Lin Moyu said casually, not paying attention to these starry sky beasts at all. With a tap of his finger, the immortal flame exploded in the starry sky, turning into 5 balls of blazing flames. 5 skeleton thrones emerged at the same time, and then 5 identical skeleton kings slowly stood up. The skeleton king is 10,000 meters tall and exudes a terrifying aura. The starry sky around them is distorted, as if it will be crushed at any time. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan's faces were pale at this moment, and their faces were pale. They were suppressed by the skeleton king's aura, and their minds went blank. This is a complete suppression in terms of strength, and there is no way to resist. The skeleton king at this time, like the former Zhu Qiwu, is the true peak god. The other shore is only a step away. However, Lin Moyu knew that even if he advanced to another level, the skeleton king would still not be able to reach the other side. The gap between the god lord and the other shore is too big. It has already been a qualitative change and cannot be easily bridged. There is also a difference between the 9th level divine lord and the 9th level divine lord. Lin Moyu showed some disdain, and the skeleton king immediately started to move. The throne turned into a huge bone sword, the cloak rustled, and the sky was filled with flames. Kill the god. The 5 skeleton kings drew their swords at the same time, and each of their swords locked onto 5 starry sky beasts who were also 9th level gods. The sword light exploded and illuminated the starry sky. 25 starry sky beasts were chopped into pieces at the same time, leaving no bones. The bone hell instantly followed and began to devour the corpses. The skeleton king proved Lin Moyu's words with his actions. Even if they are both 9th level gods, there will be huge differences between them. Qing Fei endured the discomfort. Don't you only have one skeleton like this? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I usually only summon one, but it doesn't mean I can only summon one. Shui Jilan couldn't help but ask, how many can we summon in total? Lin Moyu joked, it depends on my mood. His eyes fell into the distance, looking at the stars. He had never paid attention to the starry sky beasts since they appeared. He felt that the real enemy should be those stars. Although there are only 5 skeleton kings, they are completely crushed in terms of combat power. Killing the god with one sword destroyed half of the opponents, and then they were like tigers among the sheep, and there was no enemy under the bone sword. Every sword of the skeleton king contains the power of huge rules, and cracks continue to appear in the starry sky under the sword. In the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky was cleared. The corpses of countless starry sky beasts are scattered and floating, but the hell spirits in the bone hell are devouring them with all their strength, and it won't be long before they won't even leave any corpses behind. Lin Moyu looked at the dense stars and asked, will there be any other moves? Time passed by second, and there was no movement. The stars that were still erupting flames to express their anger before now also became quiet. The entire starry sky fell into silence, and at the same time, a sad atmosphere spread. The stars seemed to feel sad for the death of those starry sky beasts, but they did not dare to be angry. They felt the terror of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's voice spread across the starry sky with a little disdain, the thunder is loud and the rain is small, but this is all you have? Qing Fei and Shui Jilan were a little confused and didn't understand who Lin Moyu was talking to. In their eyes, there is nothing in the starry sky. But they didn't say anything. They were very smart and knew that there were some things they didn't understand. Lin Moyu waited for another half-minute and couldn't help but sneered, since you don't move, I won't be polite. The skeleton god will fly out fiercely and fly towards the nearest stars. Lin Moyu's idea is very simple. If the people who come in are still alive, they should be inside the star. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find none. If he were outside, even if he died, he would at least leave a body like Feng Qingchuan. When the skeleton god general was still 10,000 kilometers away from the star finally moved. They rolled up flames that filled the sky and engulfed the skeleton god general. The skeleton god will wear golden armor and rush into the flames unscrupulously. The attack power of the flame is not strong and cannot harm the skeleton general behind the golden armor. The skeleton god generals moved forward quickly in the flames. Just like Lin Moyu before, they suddenly broke through a barrier and entered the interior of the star. Advertisement. Found it. Lin Moyu said softly. He saw the interior of the star through the skeleton god general's vision. There was no flame, and the three men lay there. Two of them were dead and their bodies were mutilated. The other man was seriously injured and fell into a coma, with only one arm and one leg left, and his body was mutilated. Although he was not dead, he only had one breath left. Soul fire is extremely weak, and its soul is as incomplete as its body. Even if he can be rescued, he is still a cripple and may not wake up for the rest of his life. Several more skeleton gods rushed into the inner space of the star and saw similar scenes. Most of the people were dead, and only a few were still alive. Even if he is alive, he is still half disabled. Lin Moyu knew several of them. They came from the Temple of War and had participated in the extermination of the Buddhist clan. After all, they can be regarded as comrades in arms. Lin Moyu's expression became serious, his eyes became colder, and his murderous intention spread wantonly in the starry sky. Court death. Lin Moyu was filled with murderous intent, and as soon as his consciousness moved, the ancient god would immediately lead these people out of the star. The sword energy opened the way and forced a passage from the star. The undead army moved quickly at the same time, killing towards the stars in the sky. The stars seemed to feel Lin Moyu's murderous intention and boiled violently again. The stars rotated rapidly and flames shot into the sky, turning themselves into a huge rapidly rotating fireball. The flames scattered, and the starry sky suddenly turned into a sea of fire. The skeleton generals who were originally breaking out were hindered one after another. The star flames rose sharply, and the flames contained the power of huge laws, constantly impacting the skeleton god general. Advertisement. The golden armor talisman was gleaming, and the skeleton god general was in the sea of fire, but he was unscathed. They waved their long swords, slashed out sword energy, and cut a path through the sea of fire. The army of death dragon knights arrived, breathing dragon breath, and the power of death corroded the flames. All things are victorious, and the power of death corrodes the laws in the flame, greatly reducing the power of the flame. Lin Moyu said that compared to the stellar flames in the Xuanqing secret realm, it is just like playing house. The skeleton god will attack from outside, and dense attacks will fall on the star. The stars also counterattacked with flames, but facing the skeleton god general wearing a golden armor talisman, the flames were no threat at all. After the skeleton god general, there is the death dragon knight. They ignore the fire and rush into the star. The dragon bites, the knight swings his sword. The star was immediately severely damaged and quickly distorted into chaos. Lin Moyu and three others arrived. Lin Moyu pointed a finger, and the hell of bones emerged. The skeleton hell swallowed a star instantly. Thousands of undead souls from hell ignored the fire of the star and wanted to tear the star into pieces. Lin Moyu pointed a little farther away. White star spell, curse of time. A red light flashed past, and several stars vibrated violently in an instant. They were hurt by the curse and were in great pain, and there were faint screams in the starry sky. It seems you have souls too. These stars not only have consciousness, but also souls. Lin Moyu's heart moved, the immortal flame burned again, and an eye measuring tens of millions of meters appeared in the starry sky. His eyes stared ruthlessly at the starry sky, and the stars in the starry sky trembled one after another. The eye of the undead brings indiscriminate soul attacks, making the stars extremely uncomfortable. Lin Moyu has murderous intentions, and he doesn't care whether these guys are from the Starfire tribe or not. All I know is that these guys should pay the price if they kill humans. Dying here is the best outcome for them. Advertisement. The 5 skeleton kings each looked for stars, and under the god-destroying sword, the stars were destroyed one by one. Some stars began to self-destruct, taking the human cultivators inside with them to death. Some stars did not have time to self-destruct and were directly set on fire. The cultivators inside still had a chance to survive. The skeleton god will rush in without hesitation, relying on the protection of the golden armor talisman to bring out a human being. Life requires death, and death requires seeing corpses. Most of the human cultivators brought out were corpses. Their bodies had been mutilated, leaving only small pieces. Even if there are occasionally people alive, they only have half a breath left. Lin Moyu used a ball of energy to treat them. As for whether he can be rescued, Lin Moyu is not too sure. Some people's injuries are so serious that their souls are so damaged that it's a miracle that they survive. No money. Lin Moyu even had a cruel thought for a moment. If he couldn't be saved, he might as well die. If the back half of the body is lying like this half dead, it is no different from death. But he was just thinking about it. No matter what happened in ancient times, but now, a new feud has been established. If there is any old grudge, then let's settle it together, if not. It's not important anymore. Stars were wiped out one after another, and smoke exploded in the starry sky. After the star dies, it turns into a ball of flame again, burning continuously in the starry sky. The flame has no roots, but it burns without stopping. No matter how the skeleton god attacks, it will be completely destroyed. The stars are immortal and the sparks remain forever. Lin Moyu whispered. Now he is 80% sure that these stars are the Starfire family. As a star exploded, Lin Moyu looked over. During the explosion, the Death Dragon Knight flew out of the flames with a stone tablet. Stone tablet. The rune materials from ancient times are extremely strong and difficult to damage. Lin Moyu has seen similar materials many times, and he even has a copy in his hands. The simplest rune materials are just bricks, which can be destroyed as long as they reach the other side. And powerful rune materials, such as the stone tablet in front of you. The ancient talismans that make up it are extremely powerful, and even if the Holy Lord comes, it will be difficult to destroy them. This kind of rune material was widely used in ancient times. It could be used to build houses, make fortresses, and record ministers. The stone steel is made of special materials and can be preserved for a long time, despite the erosion of time. There are stone tablets in the Tulu world and the Soul world. This is no exception. The Death Dragon Knight returned with the stone tablet, and Lin Moyu began to check the information recorded on it. Shui Jilan and Qing Fei also checked together, but they both had doubts in their eyes. The words on the stone tablet were something they had never seen before. The original ancient writing was different from today's writing, and they didn't recognize it. Lin Moyu naturally knew this and said casually, "This is the original ancient text. It's normal that you can't understand it. As long as you reach the realm, you will naturally understand it. As long as they can reach the peak of the gods and show enough talent, they will be judged by the Human Emperor Network to have a chance to step into the other side. Then the Human Emperor Network will tell them the information about Yuanshi ancient text. Today's saints, other shore realms, and some peak gods can all understand the original ancient texts." Listening to Lin Moyu's explanation, Shui Jilan and Qing Fei both nodded to express their understanding. They know the rules of the world very well, and they know what level they are in. If you don't reach the realm, don't know too much, otherwise you will be killed. The stone tablets do record things about this world. Black blood invades and all races rebel. I was ordered to wipe out the Xingho clan until they collapsed and wiped out the sect. However, if the stars don't fire, the sparks will last forever. As long as there are stars in the big world, the Spark clan will never be extinct. The master gave a seal to seal the Spark realm. At the same time, the master cast a curse, cursing the Starfire tribe to be unable to speak and understand wisdom forever. Huanwu Tianzuan has deprived the Xingho clan of their luck, making it difficult for their millions of troops to recover. Destiny Tianzuan once saw from the River of Destiny that descendants entered this world, and specially left information about the Starfire clan in this monument for future generations to use. Lin Moyu looked at the stone tablet and thought in his mind, the Starfire world is just as I guessed. This is really the world of the Starfire clan. He separated a trace of his soul and probed into the stone tablet, and immediately information spread. There is not much information, it just explains some characteristics of the Starfire tribe and how to deal with them. The appearance of the Xingho tribe is that of a star. They are called Xingho, and their essence is the will to create stars. At its peak, the Xingho clan had hundreds of billions of people. In their world, there are two types of stars and planets. Planets can be sublimated into stars, and stars can give birth to consciousness and become true members of the spark family. Stars can continue to sublimate and turn into white stars. And the one Lin Moyu saw was the white star. The strongest white star, its combat power is equivalent to that of the Supreme. And the ratio of the strongest stars and Saint, they both have the appearance of stars, but their combat power spans from God Lord to Holy Lord. The gap between them is extremely huge. In ancient times, the Xingho tribe was almost wiped out. It is only because of their racial characteristics that they are lucky enough to survive today. Over the course of 2 million years, the Xingho tribe gradually recovered and thrived here, with a large number of tribesmen appearing again, and even a white star being born. At that time, the strong men of the human race had the foresight to spy this scene from the River of Destiny. The mysterious master cast a curse and planted a seal. The wisdom of the Starfire clan has become extremely weak, and the white star is far inferior to that of ancient times. Lin Moyu also understood that the so-called starry sky beasts were companions of the Starfire tribe and were called sparkworms. Each spark tribe member can be accompanied by a large number of spark insects. The stronger they are, the more spark insects they will have and the stronger their combat power will be. There used to be hundreds of billions of members of the Starfire clan, and the number of sparkworms was even more uncountable. With the help of the spark bugs, the Spark clan once caused big trouble to the human race. It's really not just new hatred, but also old hatred. The Starfire clan was sealed, and now it reappears because of the hole in space. It seems that the big world is becoming more and more unstable. Huanwu Tianzuan and Xingfu Tianzuan, Ji, used their remaining souls to make up for it, but it seems that the effect is not very great. Lin Moyu thought a lot in that moment, and he realized that the problems facing the world were huge. The Starfire tribe may not be the only one, and other worlds may appear. Lin Moyu didn't know how many worlds the big world had plundered back then. But the number of animal skins he had ever obtained was only 300. There may be more that have not been recorded, but there are more but not less. Those worlds may also be sealed like the Spark world. With the instability of the big world, they may emerge one day. If he were a powerful person in the supreme realm in that world, then the whole world would probably be in complete chaos. Lin Moyu had a headache and felt more and more troubled. At this time, Qing Fei's voice came, "Senior brother Lin, wake up quickly." Lin Moyu came back to his senses, and saw at first glance that a large number of stars were gathering in the distance and rushing towards him. Under the curse, the Starfire tribe's wisdom is not strong, they are more instinctive. In addition, I am afraid that he has a strong hatred for the human race. So when the human race came in, they were not polite at all and instinctively acted like miscreants. If the two sides have a grudge, then they must settle it. With a move of Lin Moyu's will, the undead army quickly gathered to attack head-on. The Skeleton King rushed to the front, followed by the Death Dragon Knight, and the Skeleton God General followed at the end. The undead army formed an army of astonishing scale and attacked the Starfire clan. The Starfire tribe gathers together and uses flame as a bond to connect them together. They formed a huge web of flames, bursting out with astonishing combat power, and also headed towards the undead army. No need for extra words, both sides have old and new hatreds. It's not only a matter of winning or losing, but also a matter of life and death. The golden armor talisman of the undead army burst out with bright light, and the golden light overlapped layer by layer, forming a huge light group to resist the flames. The sword light swept across the starry sky, and the dragon's breath burned fiercely in the starry sky. The star was exploded on the spot, making a loud and earth-shattering explosion. The starry sky shook, the laws collapsed, the golden armor talismans continued to collapse in the flames, and the undead army was also violently attacked. Qing Fei was a little worried. Senior brother Lin, where are the people who came in with us? Lin Moyu operated for a while and rescued dozens of people. However, most of them died, and only a dozen people were still alive, and all of them were injured. As for everyone else, Lin Moyu sighed, they should all be dead. Time has passed so long, if it were a god, he might still be able to survive until now. But those who came in were all god kings who couldn't hold on. Qing Fei and Shui Jilin were lucky. The star that swallowed them was not strong, and the spark bug was actually very weak. Otherwise, they won't be able to hold on and come to rescue themselves. Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, Qing Fei and Shui Jilin couldn't help but sigh. This is also a helpless thing. Accidents in cultivation always come unexpectedly. The battle ahead is still going on. After the Spark clan united together, a powerful force broke out. The undead army finally suffered casualties, but under the influence of the undead magic, they would quickly resurrect and join the battle again. The white stars in the distance suddenly flew towards the battlefield, and the rays swept over from a distance, like a sword of destruction, sweeping the battlefield. The White Starfire clan, in its ancient times and in its heyday, was comparable to the Supreme. But now, its combat power is countless times weaker. Lin Moyu guessed that its current strength is at the other side level at most, and it is only an ordinary other side, not as good as the Holy Lord. After checking his cards, Lin Moyu was sure that he didn't need to worry. As soon as the trump card is revealed, there is no doubt that this guy will die. It took millions of years of recovery before a White Star class reappeared. It's a pity that the curse of the past still exists. Your combat power is much weaker than in ancient times. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed, and he didn't use his trump card if he could. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to truly eliminate the Starfire clan. He does not believe that there is anything in the world that cannot be truly obliterated. It is just about whether the right method can be found. The wars in ancient times were too fierce, and perhaps there was no time to find a way to eliminate them. But now, Lin Moyu decided to completely kill the Xingho tribe and never give them a chance to come back. Lin Moyu will not believe this nonsense about stars being immortal and sparks lasting forever. The war is still going on, and stars are constantly being exploded. After the explosion, the stars will turn into a flame that cannot be extinguished, waiting to turn into stars again in the future. The undead army was also damaged, but it was resurrected quickly, and its number and size were not reduced at all. The white star arrives across the long starry sky, and invisible rays sweep across the battlefield. Lin Moyu threw out his battleship and said to Qing Fei and Shui Jilin, "Add more." The two were very obedient and immediately got inside. Then the skeleton gods threw those who were still alive into the battleship. As for the body, it was collected by Lin Moyu. The battleship started up, quickly entered the deep sky, and flew towards the distance. After all, the White Star is also in the other side realm. Its battle area is too large. If the ray sweeps over, Lin Moyu may not be able to take care of Qing Fei and Shui Jilin. With their strength, as long as they were swept even a little bit, they would end up with no bones left. The battleship took away several people, and Lin Moyu was finally able to give it a try. The undead army braved the rays and attacked the star cluster crazily. White stars are not their target, stars are. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt 10 of them. First wipe out the star group, and then go back and slowly deal with this sun-level Starfire tribesman. White Star gets closer and closer until it actually enters the battlefield. Wherever its ray passed, whether it was the Legion ruler or the Death Dragon Knight, they all fell like wheat. Not to mention the skeleton god general, it could not block its rays at all. The undead army suffered heavy casualties, but they would be resurrected in the next second. After resurrecting, they ignored Bai Xing and continued to kill towards the star group. The undead army seems to be fighting without any structure, but in fact they are constantly changing directions internally. Members who die will be quickly moved to a safe area. Those at the forefront are always members who have never experienced death. The undead can be resurrected multiple times. Using this characteristic and alternating cycles, the undead army cannot kill them at all. The number of stars is declining at an alarming rate. There were balls of flames left in the starry sky, which were the dying bodies of the Starfire clan. As for the undead army, there are still so many, and there are also many sun points. The White Star Starfire tribe seemed to realize something. It changed its target and rushed out of the battlefield, rushing towards Lin Moyu. He seemed to think that as long as he killed Lin Moyu, the battle would be over. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. It seems that he is somewhat wise. For some reason, Lin Moyu felt anxiety, anger, hatred and other emotions from Bai Xing wisdom has been greatly weakened by the curse, and even the ability to speak has been lost, but some instincts are still retained. The exploding star was one of his tribesmen, and he would naturally feel uncomfortable watching his tribesmen die. Ray swept towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sensed it early and avoided it slightly. I've been waiting for you, Feng. Lin Moyu has a strange aura about him, and his realm is rising steadily. Original spell, Gather. The realm quickly broke through to the 6th level of God, and then broke through the barrier and entered the 7th level of God. The power of rules was born, and Lin Moyu's realm continued to push upward. Until he reached the 9th level of the God, Lin Moyu's soul finally felt a bulging feeling. It can go even higher. Lin Moyu felt cruel, and his realm rose a little. He has reached the peak of godhood, almost exactly the same state as Zhu Qiwu back then and now the Skeleton King. However, Lin Moyu's actual combat power is much stronger than them. After all, he still has water of many colors and a history of faith. After reaching the realm, the second original spell is also activated. Original spell, Strong Soldiers. The attack power of him and the main spirit army was instantly doubled. Several stars exploded on the spot, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky. Lin Moyu pointed towards Bai Xing White Star spell, Curse of Time. Bai Xing trembled violently, let out a faint scream, and even slowed down his rotation. Then Lin Moyu took out the ancient talisman Jade Tablet, and 10 drops of colorful water flew out and merged into the Jade Tablet. At the same time, 100,000 pieces of faith burned and merged into the Jade Tablet. The soul power moves and activates the Jade Tablet. The Jade Tablet sparkled, condensing into a huge fist. The fist exudes the power of strong rules, and it has broken through the God and reached the other side. Lin Moyu has used the Jade Tablet again and again and knows it very well. The ancient talisman in the Jade card has its upper limit for one punch. Normal activation is equivalent to a punch of the peak God. If you use the colorful water and the power of faith at the same time, you can break through the divine realm and reach the other side. 10 drops of colorful water, 100,000 power of faith, this is the best ratio. No matter how much you add, the effect will not be obvious and it is a waste. The other shore realm is the real limit of the ancient talisman Jade card, and it is difficult to continue to improve. A huge fist shadow formed in the starry sky and blasted towards White Star. The White Star rays swept over the giant fist, causing the giant fist to tremble continuously and weakening its strength. However, the giant fist did not collapse and still hit the White Star heavily. Lin Moyu vaguely heard a scream. The damage bonuses of Strong Soldiers and Time Curse all came into play, greatly increasing the damage caused by the ancient talisman's punch. There is a depression visible to the naked eye on the White Star, and the entire star is no longer round. The rotation became chaotic, and so did the rays. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the 5 skeleton kings disappeared at the same time, and then were summoned again by him. 5 10,000-meter tall skeleton kings stood in a row, standing in front of Lin Moyu, like mountains. 600 drops of colorful water entered the skeleton king and his own body, respectively. The aura of the skeleton king suddenly increased sharply, and the power of the rules became stronger and stronger, almost breaking through the God and reaching the other side. It's a pity that in the end, there was only a small difference, and we still couldn't really break through. 6 million copies of the power of faith burned at the same time, and were divided into 6 copies and given to the skeleton king and himself. The golden sword appears in his hand. Although there are gaps in the sword, it can be used to kill the enemy without any problem. Kill the god with one sword. The Skeleton King and Lin Moyu drew their swords at the same time, and 6 sword lights lit up on the white star. With the help of the colorful water and the power of faith, this sword is infinitely close to the other side. The white star becomes whiter and seems brighter. But this kind of whiteness is not his own whiteness, but the whiteness of the sword light brought by the sword that kills the gods. 6 piercing sword lights lit up on the white star. The white star twisted more violently, and its shape continued to change. The rays became messy, and summer targets shot randomly in the starry sky. Lin Moyu knew very well that even if the other shore realm received this blow, he would definitely be injured, and the same was true for Bai Xing. After one sword strike, the Skeleton King killed him. They waved their bone swords and kept slashing at the white star, as if they wanted to destroy the white star. The ray hit the Skeleton King, and the hit part was annihilated on the spot. The Skeleton King didn't care and continued to slash with his sword. Every second there were hundreds of thousands of swords, the swords turned into afterimages, and Bai Xing was cut into more and more twisted shapes. Only the last blow is left. The 2 original spells were activated together, which exerted great pressure on Lin Moyu. After launching 2 attacks in a row, it will not last long without replenishment. If it were placed in front of the God Lord, it might only be able to deliver 1 blow. Now he can take 3 shots in a row, which is pretty good. For the 3rd blow, silently handed over the soul-killing sword. The Xingho tribe does not have souls, they have souls, which are in the stellar flames. Shrouded in flames, their souls were hidden from the eyes of the dead. However, Bai Xing has been locked by Lin Moyu's mark, and Lin Moyu can definitely use the soul-killing sword. In the soul world, the soul-killing sword disappears and reappears in the real world. A galaxy of immortal law appears under Lin Moyu's feet. This is Lin Moyu's natal law and the strongest law. The rich power of death was injected into the soul-killing sword, and at the same time, hundreds of drops of colorful water and millions of power of faith also entered the soul-killing sword. The soul-killing sword sparkled and bloomed with dazzling light, as if it was about to regain its former glory. One can imagine how terrifying the soul-killing sword was in ancient times. In the past, its sect used the soul-killing sword to kill countless enemies silently. Tens of millions of kilometers away, Qing Fei and Shui Jilan exclaimed at the same time. Qing Fei said in shock, "Why do I feel like my soul has been pricked by a needle?" Shui Jilan said, "Me too, it's really strange." Qing Fei looked in the direction of Lin Moyu. The distance was too far and her eyesight could not see clearly. She could only see a white star, which was constantly emitting terrifying light. Lin Moyu poured all the remaining soul power into it, making the power of the soul-killing sword reach its limit. Go for it. With a soft drink, the soul-killing sword disappeared. Lin Moyu's aura also dropped sharply at this moment, and he returned to the 2nd level of the Divine Lord in an instant, returning to his original form. The World Tree constantly replenishes Lin Moyu's soul power. Bai Xing, who was undergoing the Skeleton King's crazy attack, suddenly paused and came to a standstill. Lin Moyu's expression changed and he turned around and left without thinking. At the same time, the warships tens of millions of kilometers away were activated again and dived into deep space as quickly as possible to get away. The white star exploded, and the space where it was located was shattered layer by layer. From surface space to the deepest space, no level is immune. The power and scope of the explosion were astonishing. The terrifying energy broke through the limit of the speed of light and traveled through space at an astonishing speed. In an instant, tens of millions of kilometers of starry sky became fragmented. On the main battlefield, the undead army collapsed collectively and no one survived. They were swept away by the terrifying power, completely beyond the limit of what they could bear. The remaining star groups were also blown up on the spot, and all the stars collapsed collectively. The power of a star explosion is tens of thousands of times worse than that of a white star explosion. It is not at the same level at all. Lin Moyu activated a 3-light talisman and moved away as fast as possible. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of millions of kilometers away. The space behind him collapsed, and the power of the explosion rolled over. Lin Moyu was blown away by the terrifying force. Purple light flashed on his body, and his new talent was activated. The warship that was sailing in deep space was blown away by an irresistible force and was blasted back from deep space. The battleship flew and collided uncontrollably in the starry sky, and even Qing Fei and others inside were also colliding uncontrollably. Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this scene. However, he felt that the auras of Qing Fei and Shui Jilan were still intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the White Star's explosion wiped out a large swath of the starry sky, and a great war ended completely in its self-destruction. The undead army was reborn under the spell of the undead and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Lin Moyu also returned to the top with the help of new talent. However, Lin Moyu also has fears in his heart. No other side is easy to mess with, even those without wisdom are not easy to mess with. The explosion power of the White Star was so powerful that it really exceeded Lin Moyu's imagination. The battleship flew sideways for a while and finally stabilized. Lin Moyu came to the battleship in 2 steps, opened the door and asked, "Are you okay?" He knew that the two of them should be fine, but he still asked one more question. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan were still frightened, but they shook their heads to indicate that it was okay. They were frightened, but they were not injured at all. They were only hit a few times. As a small god, a few bumps are trivial. The battleship blocked all attacks for them. Lin Moyu glanced at the battleship, smiled bitterly, and wanted to repair it after returning. The battleship was seriously damaged and needed to be overhauled. "You are here, don't come over yet." Lin Moyu left an army of Death Dragon Knights behind and asked them to protect them while he quickly returned to the battlefield. The starry sky is full of space cracks, and the power of the world is repairing them. The White Star disappeared, leaving a ball of flame. The flame looked like an ordinary stellar fire, except that Lin Moyu saw a white light in its center. Being able to become a White Star should not be an accident. It seems that in ancient times, he was also a White Star, so he became a White Star this time. There should have been more than one White Star back then, but now there is only one left. Where have those White Stars gone? Didn't you say that the Starfire clan can't be killed? Why is White Star gone? There is also the Xingho tribe, which is known as 100 billion, but now there are less than 100,000 left. Where have those Xingho tribe gone? There must be a way to kill the Xingho tribe. They could be killed in ancient times, but why didn't they finish killing them and still leave these ones behind? Show mercy? How can there be mercy in Race Conflict 5.6? Is it the Master's order? One thing is still unclear, and more questions arise. Lin Moyu had a vague feeling that the mysterious owner seemed to have left them behind on purpose. In the starry sky, balls of flames burned blazingly. These are the corpses of the Starfire tribe that are said to be unkillable. After a few years, they can turn into stars again and be resurrected. Lin Moyu began to experiment with them, starting with physical attacks. The Skeleton King wields his bone sword and cannot destroy it. The bone sword passed through the flames, as if they were in different time and space, and could not hit at all. Then there is the power of law. The law of immortality surges, and the power of death envelopes the flames to destroy them. However, the flames were still burning brightly and unaffected by the power of death. Lin Moyu frowned and fell into deep thought. After the Starfire clan dies, the corpse left behind is not the real entity. Although it can be seen, it is actually somewhere between reality and reality. What you see is not what you get. Lin Moyu removed all defenses and reached out to touch the flames, but did not feel the slightest warmth. I tried to cover it with the skeleton hell, but the flames did not cause any real damage to the skeleton hell, and the skeleton hell could not lock it. When the previous White Star exploded, the mark had disappeared, and the soul also lost its lock. Lin Moyu tried to use the explosive luck technique, but when it couldn't be locked, the explosive luck technique couldn't be used. If a star doesn't burn, a spark will last forever seems to be more than just a slogan. I don't know how they were killed in ancient times. There were once hundreds of billions of people, but now there are less than 100,000. More than 99% of them were dead. If they really couldn't be killed, how could those Xingho tribe members be dead? Lin Moyu is 100% sure that the Xingho tribe is not really invincible, but he is temporarily unable to kill them. In other words, I haven't found a way to really kill them yet. What makes him feel strange is why in ancient times, these 100,000 Starfire tribes were left behind and this space was sealed. The number of people from the Xingho clan who were killed from hundreds of billions to less than 100,000 shows that the human race was absolutely capable of destroying the Xingho clan at that time. But why should we let them go and keep them? What's the reason for this? Lin Moyu thought about the problem from a different angle. He no longer thought about how to kill the Starfire tribe, but instead thought about the reasons why the Starfire tribe was left behind. He compiled all the information he knew about the Spark clan, and checked the information recorded on the stone tablet again. Lin Moyu finally found a clue. It is said on the stone tablet that the God of Destiny saw a fragment of the future from the River of Destiny, and someone will enter here. Lin Moyu believes that Destiny Tianzuan not only sees some of the future here, but may also see more of the future. Lin Moyu has reason to suspect that it is with the help of the future seen by Destiny God that the mysterious master makes various arrangements. Leave some residual strength to the Starfire clan, waiting for your arrival. Lin Moyu thought about what happened in the Soul Battleship and the things left by the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. It seems that those heavenly lords also have some arrangements for the future. Moreover, this stone monument was obviously erected after the war. There should be something left here. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the skeleton god general immediately dispersed and began to search in this world. Lin Moyu has always been in awe of the mysterious master from ancient times. Judging from the information currently known, the status of the mysterious master is very high, even higher than Tianzuan. And under him, there is a terrifying and powerful legion. This legion has many similarities with his undead legion. Lin Moyu even doubted whether the profession he changed and awakened came from the inheritance of the mysterious master. Even Tianzuan can leave this world and leave a legacy. There is no reason why the mysterious master can't do it. The fog was thick, and Lin Moyu became more and more curious. Hundreds of millions of skeleton gods will launch a blanket search for this world, and not a single clue can be missed. Among the battleships, Qing Fei and Shui Jilan didn't know what Lin Moyu was going to do. But they were very knowledgeable. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, and they didn't ask too many questions. They were saved because of the arrival of Lin Moyu. Looking at the dozen survivors in the battleship, they were all unconscious. Their lives were saved, but they didn't know whether they would wake up. Comparatively speaking, I am already considered lucky, so what else can I ask for? In the battle just now, they had a narrow escape from death again. Their luck was already overwhelming, and now they would not ask for more. Lin Moyu disappeared from their sight, and disappeared without a trace. They don't know where Lin Moyu has gone, but it doesn't matter. As long as the skeleton is still there, Lin Moyu is still there. Lin Moyu randomly chose a direction and moved forward quickly. With the blessing of the three-light talisman, his speed was astonishingly fast. He wants to see how big this world is. The flame was left behind and disappeared from sight in a blink of an eye. The distance was too far for the fire to shine through, and the surrounding area became dark and silent again. The world of the Xingho tribe is larger than Lin Moyu expected, and is larger than any secret realm Lin Moyu has ever experienced. Obviously, after plundering the origin of the Spark world, they still left a wide space for their survival. Lin Moyu traveled hundreds of billions of kilometers and finally reached the edge of the Starfire realm. A powerful invisible barrier blocks Lin Moyu's way. This is the World Barrier, also known as the World Barrier. It is so strong that even the Holy Lord cannot break it. Only those Supremes who have walked the divine path have the ability to break the World Barrier, and they must be powerful Supremes. Lin Moyu touched the barrier of the world. This was once a world, a real world like the big world, not the small world. It's just that they are not as powerful as the big world, and they are eventually plundered and annexed by the big world. However, the human race still gave them enough space so that they could survive freely. At the same time, the big world also protected them to prevent them from being annexed by other worlds. It is hard to tell who is right and who is wrong, whether it is kindness or hatred. As a member of the big world, Lin Moyu does not distinguish between right and wrong. All he has to do is to protect the big world. For him, this is the most correct thing. What's out there? Lin Moyu muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the world barrier, trying to feel the outside world. The barrier is opaque and cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, with his extremely keen soul, Lin Moyu still felt something. The barrier of the world seems to be constantly shaking, as if something is hitting it. This collision continues, and the world's barriers are shaking. Other than that, Lin Moyu can't sense much. From this kind of information alone, unable to judge more, Lin Moyu could only let it go. Then he used a 3-light talisman and walked in another direction. He measured the starry sky with his own steps and drew the outline of the Starfire realm. Gradually, the size of the Spark world took shape in Lin Moyu's mind. The Spark realm is circular in shape, with a diameter of about 2 trillion kilometers. Compared to the Secret Realm dungeon, the Spark realm is much larger. Even if there are 100 million skeleton generals scattered in this world, it will not be enough. Although Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he doesn't want to waste too much time. He released all the skeleton god generals, a total of 500 million skeleton god generals, to search together. Finally, the skeleton god made a discovery. In the Starfire realm, in addition to one white star, nearly 100,000 stars, and some planets exist. These planets look no different from ordinary planets, and according to the information in the stele, the Starfire family that has not become stars are just like planets. So Lin Moyu ignored them at first. When the Skull God General explored the Starfire realm in every possible way, a topographic map formed in his mind. Lin Moyu suddenly discovered that the combination of the locations of these planets formed a rune. The planet was originally shrouded by many stars, and its position seemed a bit chaotic and irregular. Lin Moyu didn't notice this at first. Now that the map of the Spark realm was basically constructed and the stars disappeared, Lin Moyu discovered that these planets actually formed a rune with each other. It's not an ancient talisman, it's just an ordinary tribute. Lin Moyu relied on his knowledge of runes to quickly analyze the nature of this rune. This is a pointing rune. It has a very simple function and is used to guide the way. You can only know where it points specifically after activating the rune. Lin Moyu came to a planet, which was the starting point of the entire rune. Injecting soul power into it, the planet was immediately lit up and sparkled in the starry sky. Really? Lin Moyu raised a smile, his judgment was correct, this was a rune. Soul power continued to be injected, and the planet was completely activated. Then it spread outward, and a bright starlight belt appeared in the starry sky, connecting to the second planet. The second planet was also activated, and it continued to spread outward. The whole process was like an invisible hand drawing runes in the starry sky. Lin Moyu continues to inject soul power to connect these planets together. At the same time, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he began to understand somewhat about the arrangement of the mysterious master. God of Destiny heralded his arrival through the River of Destiny. The mysterious master planted a seal curse, which greatly reduced the strength of the Starfire clan, but it still retained a certain fighting strength. If someone comes here accidentally, they will be killed by the Starfire clan. If you want to kill all the Spark clan here, you need at least the strength of the other shore realm. If it's not the other side realm, then you need to have an endless army like yourself to do it. Then to discover the runes, composed of planets, you need to look at them from a macro perspective. Activating the runes also requires strong soul power. It is impossible for ordinary gods to do it, and it also requires the realm of the other side. Lin Moyu's heart tightened, and he felt the terror of the mysterious master. All the arrangements are interconnected. It seems that it is just for yourself, and it is useless for others to come in. This is a terrifying existence. Lin Moyu's awe of the mysterious master increased again. Being able to calculate this kind of thing feels like it has surpassed Tianzuan. Then let's see what you left behind. The planets were activated one by one, and hundreds of planets were smoothly connected according to specific conditions. Gradually, huge runes were formed. It uses the starry sky as cloth and soul power as ink, shining brightly in the starry sky. The moment the runes were formed, a bright white light shot out, turning into an avenue of stars. Lin Moyu stepped into it, and a huge force suddenly emerged from the avenue of stars, pushing him forward. Lin Moyu didn't make any resistance and just went with the flow. The avenue of stars penetrates the surface space and gradually sinks. Lin Moyu is on the avenue of stars and sinks with him. He entered the deep space, and Lin Moyu realized that he still underestimated this rune. This rune can actually take him into deep space, proving that it is not just a rune that guides the direction. Then, he realized something was wrong. No, the rune is correct, it refers to the rune in this direction. It is not the runes that break through the space, but the power left in the runes. It is the power of the mysterious master. This power is so strange, I didn't even notice it. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. The mysterious master had obviously hidden power in the runes, and even he couldn't detect it. From this, it can be seen that the power of the mysterious master is really terrifying. Lin Moyu found that he was accelerating. With his perception of space, he knew that he would soon reach the edge of the big world. The avenue of stars finally reaches the end, and the end is the world barrier. Deep space is not as quiet as the starry sky. There are countless streams of light dancing here, reflecting seemingly chaotic colors. The originally invisible world barrier was also reflected by the stream of light. The world barrier reflects all kinds of colors like glass, looking extremely dreamy. At the end of the avenue of stars, under the world barrier, there is a light group floating. No matter how chaotic the deep space is, it will never affect this light group. Lin Moyu had a feeling that although this light group seemed to be in deep space, it didn't seem to be here. There is a strong sense of tearing between the two. The stream of light in the deep space directly penetrates the light group without being hindered at all. Between reality and fiction. I understand, that's how it is. Lin Moyu realized that this must be the work of the mysterious owner. He placed what he left behind between reality and reality, so it was not affected by the outside world. This method reminded Lin Moyu of Xingho from the Xingho tribe. It is also between virtual and real, and is not affected by the outside world. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu suddenly understood and knew how to completely kill the Starfire clan. It takes virtual power to kill them. I know, but I don't have the ability to do it yet. In the light group, there are 2 boxes and a pearl. Box Lin Moyu has seen it, it is the kind of box sealed with ancient talismans. Moreover, the ancient talismans sealed in each box are the same, and the method of opening them is also different. The key lies in the pearl. In ancient times, pearls were widely used for recording inheritance and information. Lin Moyu wants to know what message the mysterious owner left in the pearl. What kind of inheritance should it be? Tianzuan's inheritance can no longer be carried by ordinary pearls. Just like the jade tablets in use today, pearls in ancient times were also graded. The inheritance of the mysterious master cannot be carried by pearls of this grade. If it is truly inherited, it must at least be like the Yongjisheng pearl left behind by Yun Furong. Lin Moyu tried to touch the light group. To his surprise, his hand reached into the light group without any obstruction and touched the box. The light group is between reality and reality, and Lin Moyu doesn't know how the mysterious master does it. He can become virtual when he wants, and real when he wants. That level of power is not something he can understand yet. Lin Moyu successfully took out the 2 ancient boxes, Wang Moheo, from the light group. Lin Moyu didn't bother to take a look and directly received them in the storage space. Anyway, he can't open it now, and it's useless to look at it, so he just keeps it out of sight and out of mind. There are 4 boxes lying there quietly in the storage space, 1 of which has been opened and 3 have not been opened. Finally, Lin Moyu touched the pearl, and the light group suddenly enlarged, shrouding Lin Moyu in it. The pearl burst into brilliant light, and a huge throne appeared in the light. The throne was shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that this throne was very exquisite and extremely precious. On the throne, behind the thick fog, there seemed to be a figure. Then, a voice came out, "You are finally here." The voice was calm and cold, and through the fog, it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. Hearing the sound, Lin Moyu couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart. The other party seemed to have known that he would come for a long time and had been waiting for him. The words, "You are finally here," made Lin Moyu feel turbulent. Obviously, this mysterious master knew that he would come and had been waiting for him. Lin Moyu did not feel that there was any residual soul left on the pearl, which also meant that what was recorded in the pearl was only the image of the past. However, Lin Moyu is just guessing and cannot be completely sure. After all, this mysterious master's methods are too superb. Perhaps he used methods that he couldn't understand, leaving a trace of his consciousness behind. The mysterious master's voice sounded again, "You don't have to guess, I didn't leave any soul behind." Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat again. The other person could even guess what he was thinking. He couldn't help but be more in awe of this mysterious master. This mysterious existence forced him to feel this way. Lin Moyu didn't speak. If this was just an image, it would be meaningless for him to speak. There can be no question and answer dialogue between the two. The other party just wants to show him something, and he just needs to listen. The mysterious master's voice came out through the thick fog again, "You don't need to speak, just listen and watch." Lin Moyu was speechless. Should he do this? In this way, I look a little stupid, and everything in my mind will be guessed, which is not fun at all. More intense light erupted from the pearl, and the light group became more and more brilliant. It also turned from virtual to solid, blocking thousands of streams of light in the deep space. Everything became unreal, and the mysterious master became more and more mysterious. The mysterious master's voice sounded again, "I know you want to repair the divine road, but I want to tell you that the divine road cannot be repaired." Another sentence that completely subverts Lin Moyu's worldview. Lin Moyu was completely shocked, and his heart was really turbulent. This mysterious master actually told himself that the divine path was irreparable. Lin Moyu roared in his heart, "This is impossible." Since ancient times, generations of saints of the human race have been working hard to repair the divine road. Not only the human race, but the saints of other races are also doing the same thing. The Supreme once told him that the divine path could be rebuilt. But he had to believe what the mysterious master said. Lin Moyu wanted to refute the other party, but the other party was just an image, and his refutation had nowhere to go. The mysterious master continued, "You don't have to think about refuting me. In the big world, my words are the truth. The divine road cannot be repaired, it can only be built new." Lin Moyu was shocked. The sacred road cannot be repaired, but can it be built new? His ears stood up suddenly, and he listened carefully. If he guessed correctly, the mysterious master would tell him how to build a divine road. Yes, Lin Moyu guessed correctly, the mysterious master did tell him how to build a new divine path. Restoring the divine road is a dead end and has no way to go. Although it is very difficult to build a new divine road, there is at least a glimmer of hope. After finishing speaking, the pearl shattered and the image of the mysterious owner disappeared. At this moment, the avenue of stars disappeared, and Lin Moyu left the deep space and returned to the surface space. At this moment, Lin Moyu's eyes were slightly downcast, and his whole person exuded a depressing aura. His previous goal was to repair the divine road, but unexpectedly, this goal was completely subverted. Now he has a new goal. He kept thinking about the mysterious master's method of staying, and clenched his fists slightly. Okay, no matter how difficult it is, you have to do it. Only by building a new divine path and achieving supreme status can you have the opportunity to contact the great world literature. Lin Moyu established a new belief in his heart. He then thought and figured out that now was at least better than before. I wanted to repair the divine road before, but I didn't even know how to repair it. Although it is now clear that the divine road cannot be repaired, at least we know the complete method of building a new divine road. In fact, it is a step further than before. The slight disappointment in Lin Moyu's eyes was replaced by greater hope, and the depressed atmosphere gradually disappeared. The changes in thoughts are so strange. When something you have always wanted to do is shattered, you will feel a great sense of loss, frustration, helplessness, and even collapse. But at this time, when something new appears and is more promising than before, the mood can quickly get out of the trough and move towards a new goal. It was during the ups and downs that Lin Moyu re-established his goals. All the arrangements for this extremely mysterious existence are for two things. The first is to tell Lin Moyu that the divine road cannot be repaired and can only be built new. This matter is very important to Lin Moyu so that he will not take detours and go astray. The second thing is the real opportunity left for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes swept across the Starfire realm and whispered, "From now on, there will be no Starfire realm and no more Starfire clan." His voice was extremely calm, yet full of murderous intent. His figure disappeared in the starry sky, and at the same time, all the skeleton generals also disappeared collectively. In the battleship, Qing Fei and Shui Jilan saw the skeleton gods suddenly disappearing. Inexplicably, they were both a little nervous. Without the protection of the skeleton gods, they suddenly lost their sense of security and were a little worried about Lin Moyu. Shui Jilan said with worry, "Senior brother Lin, nothing will happen to him." Qing Fei shook his head, "It should be fine. With his strength, it's impossible for anything to happen." Although she didn't know the extent of Lin Moyu's strength, she felt that Lin Moyu would not be in danger. Although she has confidence in Lin Moyu, Qing Fei still has a little worry in her eyes. This worry did not disappear until Lin Moyu appeared outside the battleship a few minutes later. Shui Jilan said with surprise, "Senior brother Lin, it's great that you're okay." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Of course it's okay, it's time to leave." Qing Fei said, "Senior brother Lin, found the exit?" Lin Moyu nodded, "I fell down." The battleship moved forward slowly in the starry sky. Although it was seriously damaged, there was still no problem with basic flight. Lin Moyu controlled the battleship and came to a ball of sparks. The crimson flame burned blazingly, and in the center of the flame there was a flame as white as snow. This spark left by a white star is also the most special of all sparks. Lin Moyu guessed right, the mysterious master had the ability to kill the Starfire tribe, and these people were deliberately left behind by him. Back then, the mysterious master left behind these Xingho people. He not only used seals and curses, but also left behind a descendant. Compared to seals and curses, this backhand is the real killer weapon. It determines the life and death of the entire Starfire clan, and also determines the survival of the Starfire world. And this backhand can only be used correctly after Lin Moyu kills the White Star and obtains the image left by the mysterious owner. Lin Moyu used his finger as a pen and his soul as ink to draw a rune in the starry sky. The rune shimmered, flew into the sparks, and penetrated into the white flames in the center. The whole group of sparks suddenly roared, and the sparks expanded instantly, crossing hundreds of millions of miles, and swallowed up the entire spark in an instant. The spark world turned into a sea of fire, but strangely, Lin Moyu and others stood unscathed while standing in the flames. Qing Mo and Shui Jilan were shocked. This change in reality was completely beyond their ability to understand. Lin Moyu is much better than them and can understand better. The spark is empty and naturally cannot burn them. In the sea of fire, the sparks transformed by the people of the Xingho tribe exploded and joined in. The flames became more intense, and the entire Starfire realm roared and trembled. The Starfire realm began to shrink, shrinking very quickly, far exceeding the speed of light. This is the backup left behind by the mysterious master, the refining spark realm. Lin Moyu secretly thought in his heart, although he knew what was going on, he was still shocked when he saw it. The mysterious master used the original fire of the Xingho clan to refine the entire King Xinghuisi. The means are superb and unparalleled. It was as if in his hands, the spark world was just a plaything that could be played with at will. The Starfire realm was originally the home of the Starfire clan, But they ended up using their own flames to refine the entire Starfire world. It is tantamount to playing with fire and burning yourself. Not only will you kill yourself, but your home will be burned down as well. The whole process was nakedly cruel. From then on, the star realm completely disappeared. Shui Jilan suddenly trembled and her face turned pale. "Senior brother Lin, did you hear the screams?" Qing Fei's expression was a little weird at the moment. "I heard a lot of people screaming." Lin Moyu could naturally hear it. This was a scream from the Xingho tribe. It came from the soul and was naturally infiltrating. The screams were full of resentment, but there was no way to vent this resentment. After all, it was their own flames that killed them. Just like suicide, the only one to blame is himself. Lin Moyu said, "It's okay, if you don't want to hear it, then seal your soul. But it's good to listen to it. Listening to the soul's voice, too much can improve the soul's tolerance. There are good and bad things in everything. Although the soul's screams are not pleasant to hear, hearing them too much can indeed improve the soul's endurance." The two of them also understood this, and endured the discomfort and continued to listen to the screams. After the screams continued for a while, they gradually became fainter. The refining process is coming to an end, and the entire spark world is collapsing at an alarming rate. The speed of exploration is far faster than the speed of light, and the entire world is shrinking. Just half an hour later, the spark world collapsed completely, and the entire world shrank into a crystal the size of a fist, which fell into Lin Moyu's hands. The world changes, and the breath of the big world hits our faces. They left the spark world and returned to the big world. Lin Moyu looked at the world crystal in his hand. This was a gift left to him by the mysterious master, the essence refined from one world. Its function is very simple and can help Lin Moyu build a world of rules. To get to the saint from the other side, you need to build a world of rules. The strength of the world of rules determines the strength of the saint to a certain extent. They are both holy lords, but there is a big difference in strength and weakness. The combat power of the heavenly Saint Lord is far better than that of the killing Saint Lord. Among the saints, in addition to understanding the strength and weakness of the laws, we also need to look at the world of rules. The world crystal formed by using the essence of the spark realm can help Lin Moyu build a perfect world of rules. According to the mysterious master, the world of rules is divided into 3 levels, namely garbage, ordinary, and perfect. According to her, most of the Holy Lord's rule world is rubbish. The possibility of this kind of holy saint, that is, the path of perfection, to be promoted to the Supreme Being is very small. What he is talking about is that in ancient times, the era when the Holy Lord traveled everywhere. But now, Lin Moyu feels that there may not be a perfect saint. The rule world of the heavenly saint is just ordinary stuff. You can imagine how high the vision of the mysterious owner is. Put the world crystal into your soul, the world tree will drop its branches to wrap it up, and the soul power will activate the world crystal. Although Lin Moyu has not yet become a saint, he already has the prototype of a world of rules. Using world crystals early can make the world of rules more perfect and help build a perfect world of rules. Lin Moyu knows very well that world crystallization is only a help. If you really want to build a perfect world of rules, you still need your own efforts. Only when everything is perfect can the world of rules be perfect. Everything complements each other, but if there is a little missing, it will not be perfect. At this point, the matter in the spark realm is considered real, but Lin Moyu has a strange feeling. He seemed to have become a pawn. Entering the spark realm was not accidental, but inevitable. It can only be said that the mysterious master is too terrifying, and even what happens 1,000,000 years later is taken into account by him. The River of Destiny. Now that I can see the River of Destiny, will there be more arrangements? Why can you see the long River of Destiny and let the world get to where it is now? Is there some power that even you can't resist? Lin Moyu sighed softly and suppressed all his thoughts deep in his heart. This is not what he needs to consider now. What he really needs to do now is to build a new divine road and then walk through it. He can't see such a distant future, and what happens next can only be taken one step at a time. Compared to endless calculations, Lin Moyu prefers to live in the present. Just like now, it's time for them to go back. Lin Moyu checked the direction and found that he was far away from the human star field. Fortunately, I haven't left the inner world yet and can still find my way back. Based on the orientation of distant stars, Lin Moyu found his location in the star map. Their expressions became strange. Unfortunately, they were in the territory of the Bronze Lizard clan. Lin Moyu said, "There is good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first?" Qing Fei and Shui Jilan looked at each other and said in unison, "Hear the bad news first." Lin Moyu nodded, "Okay, let me tell you the good news first. We are now back in the big world, and I have found my location and know the way back." The two of them were speechless for a while. Obviously they wanted to hear bad news. Qing Fei asked, "No news?" Lin Moyu said, "The bad news is that we are now in the hinterland of the Bronze Lizard clan's star field, and my warship has lost its ability to navigate deep space." The expressions of the two people suddenly changed. Shuizalan's face turned pale and she exclaimed, "The Bronze Lizard clan." Qing Fei's face was also ugly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "This is really good bad news. The Bronze Lizard tribe and the human race also have a feud. They were also part of the invaders of the human race back then. Later, Xiao Zhantian counterattacked and killed them until they collapsed, and their original ancestral land was destroyed by the human race. The nearly extinct Bronze Lizard tribe fled to the stars, and finally found a place to settle down again. Now they are strong again, but they have not yet returned to their former glory. It is not considered a strong clan, but it is much stronger than the smaller clans. The Bronze Lizard clan is much more low-key than powerful clans such as demons and golden eagles. There are occasional frictions with the human race, but not much. No matter what, the blood feud with the human race will always exist. If they seize the opportunity, they will not let it go. Especially now that he has entered their hinterland, the Tongxi clan will not let him go easily. Lin Moyu thought about the information about the Bronze Lizard clan and said, "There seems to be another bad news here." "Any more bad news?" Shui Jilan said, "Senior brother Lin, please stop joking and just say it all." Lin Moyu said, "The Bronze Lizard clan seems to have formed an alliance with the Tianma clan. We may have to face not only the Bronze Lizard clan. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan are at too low a level and don't know the general trend clearly." Lin Moyu knew, however, that since the human race had taken several actions, all races had been on the lookout for fear that the human race would take action against them. After all, almost all ethnic groups were involved in that incident. No matter which race the human race attacks, it is possible. And based on the fate of the 3 tribes that were wiped out and the 3 silver tribes, it can be inferred that the human race is ruthless. Even the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan have announced that they are joining forces. They have to join forces to have the confidence to deal with the human clan. Not to mention other weak races. The Bronze Lizard tribe and the Pegasus tribe have formed an alliance, and they are still looking for other races, hoping to form a larger group. Only in this way can it be possible to fight against the human race. This time Lin Moyu is trapped in the hinterland of the Bronze Lizard tribe, and it may not be easy to escape. Let's go first and see how the Bronze Lizards react. Lin Moyu controlled the battleship and flew towards the human star field. The damaged battleship cannot enter deep space, but it can still cross the stars in surface space, and the speed is not slow. If Qing Fei and others did not exist, Lin Moyu could directly use the 3-light talisman to return to the human race in a short time. The battleship sailed in the starry sky, passing through galaxies. The entire starry sky looked very quiet, and no one from the Bronze Lizard tribe was encountered. However, Lin Moyu knew that things were definitely not that simple. The Bronze Lizard clan was not a strong clan, but it was not weak either. The most basic defense system is still in place. Presumably they have been discovered, but the Bronze Lizards have not found them yet. It will take at least 10 days and a half before he leaves the Bronze Lizard clan, and the Bronze Lizard clan is not in a hurry even if he wants to leave. Lin Moyu estimated that the Bronze Lizard tribe was discussing how to deal with him. that person from the other shore realm shouldn't take action. At most, he will send some gods over. But if there is a fight, it's not necessarily a bad thing. With the intelligence methods of the human race, as long as there is some movement here, the saints will definitely know about it. Lin Moyu is not worried, he is confident in his own strength. Even if he wanted to kill him in the other side realm, it would not be an easy task. If there is a real fight, who will live and who will die, because you know. During this half-day, Lin Moyu treated more than a dozen people who were unconscious. It's a pity that their souls were seriously injured. Although the power of life has the magical effect of healing the soul, it also takes time. Lin Moyu can feel that their souls are recovering, and it won't take a while before they truly wake up. At the same time, Lin Moyu also felt the changes in his soul world. The world crystal is rolled up by the world tree, blooming with shimmering light, and continuously releasing magical energy. These energies are absorbed by the world tree, tempered heavily, and then sent into the soul world. In just half a day, Lin Moyu felt that his soul world seemed to become more stable. This change is very slow, but I can't help but feel it if my soul is sharp enough. The world crystal contains the essence of the spark realm and contains extremely powerful power, which is more than enough proof to be used to build a rules world. And what Lin Moyu is using now is only 1/1000th of it, which is far from the time when it can really work. Soul looked at World Tree, you seem to have received a lot of benefits too. The soul feels that not only the soul world has become stronger, but also the World Tree has become stronger during the tempering process. The World Tree swayed slowly, looking very happy. It does also benefit. The power in the crystallization of the world is very helpful for his growth. Lin Moyu has not forgotten that the World Tree is still in its infancy, just like a child in the human race. If it wants to thrive, it needs the most nutrients. The crystallization of the world is the best nourishment. Absorb as much as you can and grow up as soon as possible. Soul stretched out his little hand and patted the World Tree a few times. The World Tree seemed even happier, its hanging branches gently caressing Lin Moyu, looking extremely intimate. Lin Moyu's soul began to draw runes, and the rune he drew was the one that activated the spark. This rune is weird. It feels to Lin Moyu that it is not a high-level rune, but a higher level than high-level runes. But it's not an ancient talisman, not as complicated as an ancient talisman. If it is an ancient talisman, Lin Moyu knows very well that with his current ability, he cannot draw it at all. In the mouth of the mysterious owner, it became known as the talisman of burning the world. The world-burning talisman can activate the world-burning fire, burn the world, and refine the entire world into world crystals. What the mysterious master left in the Xingho clan was the world-burning fire, which was activated by Lin Moyu with the world-burning talisman. But that is the power of the mysterious master, Lin Moyu. If you want to refine the fire of Brahma, you must first condense the fire, and then continuously feed it with soul power before it can take shape. And if you want to condense the fire, you need to practice the world-burning talisman to perfection. The soul draws the world-burning talisman again and again, and the world-burning talisman takes shape again, and then quickly collapses, unable to find fire seeds. Fire is not so easy to condense. Every time Lin Moyu draws the world-burning talisman, there will be a next time, and it will never be perfect. But Lin Moyu is not in a hurry. He is patient. If he fails, it will be nothing. Drawing the world-burning talisman consumes a lot of soul power. With the world tree here, the consumption of soul power is nothing. Lin Moyu has a unique advantage. He believes that it won't be long before he can condense the world-burning fire. When the time comes, the world-burning fire will be fed into the world-burning fire, and the world can be refined. Of course it cannot be a powerful world like the big world. Lin Moyu was thinking of the Tulu world, the soul world. This race of people has died, leaving a broken world. By refining it, you can also get world crystals, and it is also good to use it as a feed for the world tree. The soul is constantly drawing the world-burning talisman, while Lin Moyu himself is doing two things, chatting with Qingma Shuizalin. Since the 4-star region competition, they have not met each other again. If Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai hadn't asked for help this time, they didn't know how long they would have had to wait before they met. This is the case for cultivators. Once they set foot on the path, it is normal for them not to be seen again for hundreds or even thousands of years. Qing Fei and Xue Zhilan talked about some things that happened after they broke up. They each returned to the Star Territory and entered the Divine City together a few years later. The four of them are constantly doing tasks in the outer area of the Divine City and accumulating merits for the Divine City. Although he has not yet broken through to the Supreme God, his foundation is getting stronger and stronger. They are not in a hurry, they all understand the principle of accumulation and success. Now the four of them are only half a step away from the God, and they will be able to break through in less than a year and a half. Lin Moyu used the explosive luck technique to check the fate of the two. It was found that both of them had pretty good luck, with their respective values around 80, which was good luck. Indeed, they also turned bad luck into good luck and accidentally entered the Spark realm this time, but returned safely. After flying for a day, the battleship slowly stopped. It was a little slower than I thought, but it's finally here. Lin Moyu's voice was calm and without any waves. About 1,000,000 kilometers away from the battleship, an army appeared. The troops of the Bronze Lizard tribe formed an array and were ready to go. After the battleship stopped, troops of the Bronze Lizard tribe appeared in all directions, up, down, left, and behind. The Bronze Lizard tribe surrounded Lin Moyu's battleship, and murderous intent spread in the starry sky. The army was large in number, as many as 100,000. 100,000 troops besieging a warship were obviously overqualified. But it can also reflect the importance they attach to the human race. Qing Fei and Xue Zhilan showed no signs of nervousness at all. Xue Zhilan said, "I'm going to trouble senior brother Lin again." Lin Moyu smiled, "It doesn't matter." Then his voice came out of the battleship, "I give you two choices, one is to let us leave, the other is I will kill you." There was no emotion at all in Lin Moyu's voice. But his words were extremely domineering and did not save the Bronze Lizard clan any face. It seemed that he was not surrounded, but that he surrounded the Bronze Lizards. From the Bronze Lizard army, gods flew out one by one and shouted angrily at Lin Moyu, "Human gods, get out." People of the Bronze Lizard tribe generally have bad tempers and very angry tempers, and they will fight and kill at every turn. They look like lizards, with long and flat mouths and a row of sharp fangs, making them look a bit ferocious. The body is covered with bronze scales, exuding yellow light, like gold. The bronze lizards like to use sticks as their favorite weapons, even their god is no exception. He shakes the huge stick in his hand as a threat when speaking. The one who came out to shout was a high-level god from the Bronze Lizard tribe. His words were not polite and he did not take Lin Moyu seriously at all. He could feel that the human god in the battleship was only a second-level god. He is a high-level god, and there is no need to be polite to a second-level god. But Lin Moyu was even more rude than him. "I'll give you 3 seconds to choose, either get out of here or die." This sentence not only made the gods of the Bronze Lizard clan laugh angrily, but even the soldiers laughed out loud. They bared their teeth and grinned, their expressions even more ferocious. "Are you humans so arrogant?" the god of the Bronze Lizard clan roared. Along with his roar, several more gods flew out, with realms ranging from the 3rd level to the 6th level. 12 gods, with an army of 100,000, surrounded Lin Moyu's battleship. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Moyu's voice sounded again, "You are uglier when you laugh than when you cry." The Bronze Lizard tribe is really not in line with the aesthetics of the human race. No matter what their expressions are, in the eyes of the human race, they are just like Tianqin. There are mortal flames beating in the starry sky. In an instant, the void changes, as if another world has arrived. The bone hell appeared silently, covering tens of millions of kilometers of starry sky, enveloping all the bronze lizards. Lin Moyu's calm voice came out, and the 3 seconds were up. His words heralded the coming of death, and countless evil spirits from hell rushed out from the bone hell, turning into gods of death and pounced on the Bronze Lizard clan army. The flames of hell are boiling, like a volcano erupting, like a meteor shower falling. The river of hellfire flows in the hell of bones, the raging flames are burning, and under the flames is the river of blood where the blood gathers. What, asshole, ah. The Copper Lizard Tribe's army reacted slowly and collided with the evil spirits of hell. The Bronze Lizard Clan army collapsed instantly and was torn to pieces by the vicious spirits of hell. For a time, screams resounded through the starry sky, and the evil spirits of hell were like wolves and tigers gnawing at the Tongshi clan. The bronze armor that the bronze lizards are proud of is no better than tofu in front of the evil spirits of hell. The difference in strength is too great. The soldiers of the Bronze Lizard Tribe are all just god kings. Even if they are combined together, they can only barely fight against the god king. As for the evil spirits in hell, each one is comparable to the 7th level god. Even the several gods in the Bronze Lizard clan are powerless when facing the vicious spirits of hell. They were surrounded by a large number of evil spirits from hell and were in a precarious situation. The only one who was better was the high-level god. For this reason, Lin Moyu asked more evil spirits from hell to greet him. It is impossible to survive. How long he can last depends on his ability. In Lin Moyu's opinion, 100,000 Bronze Lizard Tribe troops, plus a dozen gods, are enough to give the bone hell a crack in the teeth. The battleship sets sail again. The outcome of this battle has been determined. There will be no second outcome. Lin Moyu thought in his mind, is the movement too small? Can the saints find anything unusual here? Fu Xingzuan used a special method to cooperate with the Human Emperor Network to monitor all movements inside and outside the human race. This method should be left over from ancient times. Many things that happen in the big world cannot be hidden from Xingzuan Fu. The Bronze Lizard clan is not far away from the human race. Lin Moyu feels that it may not take long for Fu Xingzuan to get information about him. The battleship continued to move away, and in the blink of an eye, the battlefield was far behind. Lin Moyu was sitting in the battleship, drinking tea leisurely. The soul continues to learn to draw the world-burning talisman, gradually approaching perfection. Qing Fei asked, next time the Bronze Lizard clan comes, there may be a stronger force zone. Lin Moyu said, it doesn't matter, I'm just a warning this time. I hope they can retreat and let us leave. If they keep stopping me, then I don't mind wandering around in their star territory for a while. What Lin Moyu said about playing is not a good thing. He said it in an understatement, but when it fell into the ears of the two of them, they could feel some murderous intent. The human race in the big world has been educated since childhood, and they all remember the hatred of the past. Killing aliens has been engraved in the bones and blood of the human race. Even a gentle-tempered woman like Shui Jilan has no objection to Lin Moyu's actions. In the eyes of most people, these aliens deserve to die. They once killed countless human beings and even ate countless human beings. This is a blood feud that will never be forgotten for generations to come, no matter how much revenge the human race takes. An hour later, the bone land disappeared from the starry sky. There was nothing left in the empty starry sky. There was no blood, no bones, and no trace of remains. The bone hell killed them and cleaned up the battlefield. The evil spirit of hell became stronger again, and the river of hell fire also became more powerful, flowing endlessly in the hell of bones. Because Qing Fei and others are here, Lin Moyu really doesn't plan to stay here for a long time. He just hopes to return to the human race as soon as possible and bring them back to Dio. But if the Bronze Lizard clan keeps stopping him, Lin Moyu doesn't mind leaving some good memories for the Bronze Lizard clan. Lin Moyu looked through the information about the Bronze Lizards in his memory and judged their behavior patterns. You can probably guess that these guys won't let you go easily. The intelligence of the Bronze Lizards is not very high, and their tempers are quite bad. Their ability to survive in the big world mainly relies on their own talents. The Bronze Lizards are born with strong combat power, and as long as they reach adulthood, they can reach the Super God realm. Most of the Bronze Lizards can cultivate to the God King realm. If they cannot even reach the God King realm, they are truly at the bottom of the Bronze Lizard clan. The world is fair. The stronger the talent, the greater the restrictions. There are many God Kings in the Bronze Lizard clan, but not too many gods, and even fewer in the other side. As for the saints, there are none at the moment. In fact, many races that rely on talent to survive have similar problems. They often start high but have a low upper limit. As for the human race, it often takes more than 100 years for the human race to reach the supergod realm after they start cultivating from birth. It can be said that there is no talent at all. However, the upper limit of the human race is very high, and the number of saints is the largest among all races. 100,000 years ago, a race captured many humans and conducted research on their bloodline. But they didn't gain much. In Lin Moyu's view, the bronze lizards can only be regarded as a warrior race. If placed in ancient times, they would not even be considered cannon fodder. For such a race, the ancient sages of the human race were willing to give them an area to allow them to survive in peace, which was considered the greatest tolerance. If they were from another race, they would probably be killed directly. It's a pity that they didn't cherish it and eventually betrayed it. One day later, the battleship stopped again. Just as Lin Moyu thought, there is no such thing as retreating from the Bronze Lizard clan. In their bones, fighting is the first element. If it weren't for the fact that the human race was too powerful, the Bronze Lizard clan would have fought them long ago. In fact, for the past 100,000 years, the Bronze Lizard tribe has been constantly at war with surrounding smaller races. They lack intelligence and are warlike by nature. At the same time, the bronze lizards also have hatred for the human race flowing within their bodies. Xiao Zhantian counterattacked back then and almost beat them to annihilation. Lin Moyu no longer considers the possibility that the bronze lizard tribe will let him go. This possibility is no more than 10,000. Just one day later, the bronze lizards came again with murderous intent. The previous team could only be regarded as an appetizer. There were not many people coming this time, just over 100 people, but they were all strong people. There are more than 10 high-level gods alone. 2 of them have reached the 9th level of gods. With the talents of the bronze lizards, they can be regarded as peak gods. But in Lin Moyu's opinion, he is worse than Zhu Qiwu back then. Lin Moyu sighed and looked at Qing Fei and Shui Jilan. It's rude to come and not return. After this battle, I plan to take a walk in the Bronze Lizard clan. Are the 2 junior sisters willing to accompany me? Shui Jilan said. Everyone listens to senior brother Lin. On Qingfei Road, you can also see the scenery of the Bronze Lizard tribe. The 2 of them were very cooperative with Lin Moyu's idea and agreed wholeheartedly. Waves of huge power came, and the god of the Bronze Lizard clan waved his weapon and transformed countless sticks in the starry sky, trying to smash Lin Moyu and the battleship to pieces. Lin Moyu smiled slightly and pointed his finger towards the starry sky. The Death Dragon Knight Legion was dispatched, and the ruler of the Legion stood at the front, wielding his sword and smashing the phantom of the stick into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the Death Dragon Knight rushed out frantically and pounced on each god. Lin Moyu directly summoned 10 legions of Death Dragon Knights. Millions of Death Dragon Knights, each with the 7th level combat power of the god, and the momentum was extremely mammoth. The Death Dragon Knights launched a charge one after another, and their speed instantly increased to the limit, far exceeding the speed of light, and they killed directly in front of the Bronze Lizard clan god. The gods of the Bronze Lizard tribe were shocked. They were obviously the ones who attacked Lin Moyu in a group, but why did it happen the other way around in the blink of an eye? They retreated wildly, and the Death Dragon Knight pursued them closely. Under the charge, the Death Dragon Knight instantly surpassed the Bronze Lizard tribe god and surrounded them. The face of the god of the Bronze Lizard clan was extremely ugly, and there was fear in his eyes. Why are there so many puppets? Everyone is equivalent to a high-level god, how can we fight? Suddenly someone reacted. I know who he is, it's him, it's Lin Moyu. As soon as the 3 words Lin Moyu came out, the expressions of all the deities changed. Of course they have heard of this name, because it is very familiar to them. In the past 100 years, if anyone is the most famous among the human race, it is Lin Moyu. What Lin Moyu did has spread throughout all ethnic groups and has almost become a myth. Everyone knows that Lin Moyu is very powerful, invincible in the same realm, and can even fight across borders. but very few people know how strong Lin Moyu is. Naturally, these gods of the bronze lizard tribe don't know, but now they have some ideas. Lin Moyu, who is only a second-level god, can summon millions of puppets of a high-level god. How can he fight this? Screams were heard, and one of the gods was already dead as soon as the two sides fought. Those gods who are only at the third or fourth level have no power to fight back when facing the Death Dragon Knight. Several peak gods swung their sticks and beat countless dragon knights into the air. With every stroke of the stick, hundreds of Death Dragon Knights were beaten to pieces. There is still a big gap between the 7th level god and the 9th level god. Even the ruler of the Legion cannot fight against it. However, after the Death Dragon Knight was shattered into pieces, he resurrected in less than a second. The bronze lizards of the 9th level of gods were darting back and forth on the battlefield, rescuing their fellow tribesmen and pulling them behind them. Several high-level gods and bronze lizard warriors pulled their companions behind them, and they gathered in a circle to fight against Lin Moyu's Death Dragon Knight. The rulers of the Legion waved their swords and charged in time and time again, but they were stubbornly blocked every time. The bronze lizards exuded bronze light all over their bodies, and the lights intertwined together, and a large golden ball appeared in the starry sky. The gods of the bronze lizard tribe formed a battle formation, and a huge golden lizard war king appeared in the void. Lin Moyu looked at it with a little disdain. Is this summoning the ancestors? The golden lizard warrior was 10,000 meters high. He swung his huge club and swept across the starry sky, killing nearly 10,000 Death Dragon Knights in an instant. The combat power of this golden lizard warrior is very close to the level of the other side, almost reaching the level of half a step to the other side. Lin Moyu flicked his finger, and the immortal flame exploded in the starry sky, splitting into 5 parts. The skeleton throne emerged, and 5 skeleton forests quickly came out. He is also the 9th level god, and the skeleton king is stronger than the bronze tribe. 5 bone swords were swung at the same time to kill the god. The sword light lit up, and the golden lizard warrior was immediately swallowed up by the sword. The skeleton king, who was also 10,000 meters tall, rushed to follow him in 2 steps. In an instant, with thousands of swords, the golden lizard warrior was killed on the spot. The battle formation was broken, the face of the bronze lizard clan god lord changed drastically, and they themselves had no chance of survival. They completely underestimated Lin Moyu's fighting ability. The skeleton hell emerged again, and countless hellish evil spirits rushed out, preparing to eat. The aura of violence rose, and a god rushed out of the battle formation, preparing to self-destruct. Lin Moyu sneered disdainfully. No chance. With a click of your finger, red light envelopes the starry sky. White star spell, curse of time. Time accelerates 1,000 times, and all damage occurs in a short period of time. The soul was attacked, and the aura of self-destruction was immediately extinguished. The next second, a 10 million meter large eye appeared in the starry sky. The big eye stared indifferently, ready to launch a soul attack at any time. The damage of undead gaze may not be enough, but it is very effective when used to interrupt self-destruction and control the field. After doing this, Lin Moyu stopped. He knew that the battle was over from this moment. Unless these gods had some magic weapon that defied the heavens, they would not be able to survive. I don't know if the bone hell can be upgraded again after this game. Lin Moyu thought in his heart. Whether it will work or not depends on the results of the game. In the Divine City, Fu Xingzuan received the latest news. Lin Xiaoyu appeared in the Bronze Lizard Clan Star City. Tian Xingzuan showed joy on his face. He finally escaped from the hole in space. Is there anyone else with him? Xingzuan Fu shook his head. There is no more specific news. Tian Xingzuan said, the Bronze Lizard Clan is not far away, so let Lao Sha make a trip and bring Xiaoyu Lin back. The Bronze Lizard Clan is different from the Demon Clan. There is no Holy Lord in the clan, only the other side. Tian Xingzuan is aware of Lin Moyu's strength and is not worried about Lin Moyu's safety. In the other side realm, it is very difficult to kill Lin Moyu. If not, Lin Moyu will kill you. There is no need to send out a large army this time, it is enough to kill the Holy Lord alone. Tian Xingzhen said that he had already sent a message to Shashanjin, and soon received a reply from Shashanjin, and he took action immediately. Tian Xingzhen said, "Okay, it's over." Xingzhen Fu nodded. The cave of space appeared suddenly this time. After it lasted for a few days, it was reported that several people from the Temple of War entered it and did not come out again. This time, you can ask Xiaoyu Lin what is going on inside. It's not urgent. I'll ask you slowly when I get back. Lin Moyu drove the damaged battleship and continued to sail in the starry sky. He changed direction, no longer heading towards the human star field, but towards the nearest galaxy to the Bronze Lizard clan. The star system of the Bronze Lizard clan glows with bronze light, and the stars are different from those of the human race. Shui Jilan looked at it from a distance. It's really strange how there are bronze stars. Qin Fei didn't understand either. It's indeed a bit weird. It's normal for them not to understand, but Lin Moyu knows it all. He said slowly, "It's not that the star is weird, but that there is a formation outside the star. The bronze lizards are not good at formations, but there is one formation that is an exception. This is a formation inherited in their bloodline, and it is called the Bronze Light Formation. This formation can collect the light of stars and convert it into materials needed for the copper lizard tribe's cultivation." Shui Jilan and Qin Fei suddenly realized, no wonder. Qin Fei said, "It seems that each race has its own characteristics." Lin Moyu sighed, "Indeed, every ethnic group has its own characteristics, but it's a pity that they are not smart enough." It's really not smart enough. Lin Moyu refers to the ancient times. At that time, their world origin had been merged into the big world, and they were already in the same boat as the big world. At that time, the humans in the big world were captains and crew members, and they were all passengers. As a result, these passengers wanted to kill the captain and the crew. They simply don't understand that once the captain and crew die, the ship will sink, and even the passengers like them will not be able to escape, and they will all die. So Lin Moyu said they are not smart enough. Of course, there are not none who are smart, such as the butterfly tribe. It's just that this kind of intelligent race is too few in number. The battleship was getting closer and closer to the galaxy. Lin Moyu said softly, "It's time for them to arrive." As the words fell, countless white lights suddenly lit up in the starry sky. Immediately afterwards, a star exploded into brilliant fireworks. Waves of powerful aura rose up, and the strong men of the Bronze Lizard tribe began to fight back, but in the blink of an eye these counterattacks were extinguished and had no effect. Before the battleship, the skeleton god general had already taken a step forward and came over. Lin Moyu once said that it is disrespectful to come and not reciprocate. "Since you won't let me leave, then I won't leave. I will stay at your house and have a good time." By the time the battleship actually entered the galaxy, the battle was over. There is not a single bronze lizard left in this galaxy, not a single one alive. Lin Moyu either doesn't take action, or he will exterminate the entire clan and avoid future troubles forever. Lin Moyu felt some power of cause and effect, not much in quantity and very little in cause and effect. Sure enough, if you kill them all, the cause and effect will be less. As long as I kill it cleanly enough, there will be no cause and effect. The copper light array outside the star was destroyed, and the color of the star returned to its original state. Without the copper light array, the star is still a star, there is no difference. The warship passed by the resource planet. The bronze lizards did not need too many additional resources to practice. What they needed most were the materials converted from the copper light array. These resource stars have almost never been touched, and the image sources are very rich. Perhaps, these planets can be brought back. In the human race's plan, they will attack some small and medium-sized races one by one. In addition to taking revenge, they will also take away all their resources. In Xing Lao's prediction, if you want to survive the nirvana of the big world, you need the support of massive resources. Lin Moyu has no objection to this. Even if he knows that the great world cannot achieve nirvana, he may need these resources if he wants to repair the great world ruins. There is no such thing as too many resources, the more the better. Millions of skeleton god generals and an army of death dragon knights left the galaxy and headed towards another nearby galaxy. Lin Moyu dispatched a total of 100 million skeleton generals and 100 death dragon knights this time. With 1 million skeleton god generals and a team of death dragon knights as a combination, they attacked each galaxy of the Bronze Lizard clan. While the Bronze Lizards were still thinking about how to deal with Lin Moyu had already begun to fight back. In the coming days, the Bronze Lizard tribe will fall into a nightmare. In the center of the Copper Lizard clan, there is an extremely huge star. Outside the star, the copper light array continues to rotate, gathering the power of the star together to form a material called copper light essence. Copper light is the material needed for the Copper Lizard tribe's cultivation. Outside the copper light array, a palace shaped like a lizard floats in the starry sky. Angry roars came from the palace, turning into layers of shock waves and distorting the space. The star was affected and erupted countless flames, as if the star was roaring angrily. The voice of the Bronze Lizard King came from the Lizard Palace. Lin Moyu, this king is going to kill you and chop you into clay. The originally motionless Lizard Palace began to fly, accelerating rapidly and flying in the direction of Lin Moyu. 2 consecutive attempts to block Lin Moyu ended in failure. 100,000 troops and hundreds of gods died, resulting in heavy losses. What he didn't expect was that Lin Moyu not only didn't take the opportunity to leave, but started to fight back. An army of undead marched into various galaxies, leaving no chickens or dogs behind wherever they passed. In the past 2 days, he has received a lot of information. Dozens of galaxies have been destroyed, and hundreds of millions of people have died. His anger could no longer be described in words. The Bronze Lizards had all mobilized as if they were facing the greatest crisis. Even the gods who were practicing in seclusion interrupted their retreat and began to provide support to various galaxies. However, it is hard to say whether the support will be effective. After all, there are only a limited number of deities in the Bronze Lizard tribe. Facing the undead army, it feels like a drop in the bucket. Even if the peak gods are dispatched, if the number is not enough, it will be difficult to prevent the disaster from happening. The Bronze Lizard King knew that only by killing Lin Moyu could this be stopped. All the top gods died in the hands of Lin Moyu. Now the only one who can deal with Lin Moyu is himself. Although the Bronze Lizard King was angry, he did not lose his mind, and he did not forget to ask for help from the Pegasus tribe when taking action. He knew that if he failed to kill Lin Moyu, the Bronze Lizard clan would suffer extremely heavy losses. At this moment, if we can get help from the Tianma clan, we may be able to reduce some losses. The battleship is flying in the starry sky, and Lin Moyu is the only one in the battleship at this moment. Qing Fei, Shui Jilan, and some injured people were left on a resource star. An army of undead protects them, so safety is not a problem. He knew that he had made a big fuss, and it was estimated that the Bronze Lizard King would personally deal with him next. Facing the other side, Lin Moyu knew that he would have to go all out and would most likely not be able to take care of Wei Fei and others. To be on the safe side, keep them away from the fighting. The battleship deliberately stayed away from the galaxy and chose an empty starry sky. Lin Moyu also didn't want the battle to destroy the galaxy. He already regarded the resource stars in the galaxy as belonging to the human race, and he would not want to part with them if they were destroyed. It's time to come. Lin Moyu was sitting in the battleship, drinking tea slowly. He had been waiting for half a day. Calculating the time, the Bronze Lizard King should have arrived. Not long after his thoughts fell, a powerful aura rose from the distance. The breath is like the scorching sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. A bronze-colored lizard palace, with a height of 100,000 meters, flew rapidly from the starry sky. The Bronze Lizard King arrived, bringing his palace with him. Lin Moyu raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't seen the Bronze Lizard King yet, but he felt a hint of danger from this palace. This palace, which is made entirely of bronze, has a vast atmosphere, heavy with time. Lin Moyu concluded at a glance that this palace came from Chosen Tun. Lin Moyu had to be wary of the palace that had been preserved from ancient times to the present day. The ancient era was too strong. It was a glorious era that spread all over the world. It was not only the human race that was strong, but also all the alien races. At that time, this palace may not have been anything, but now, it is definitely a sacred artifact. However, Lin Moyu also found that many parts of the palace seemed to have been repaired. He immediately realized that this palace should have been on the battlefield and experienced a war. It was damaged during the war and later repaired. It can only be seen from the traces of repair that the repair method is very clumsy. As a result, it is hard to say how much the palace's combat power is compared to what it was back then. At least in Lin Moyu's view, the threat has been greatly reduced. Now that we're here, we won't know until we fight whether it will work or not. King Bronze Lizard, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Moyu said softly, stood up slowly, walked out of the battleship, and took the battleship back. Originally he just wanted to leave, but later he fought back. Now he wants to practice with the Bronze Lizard King to test his strength. He wanted to see how far his combat power was, and whether he could fight against the other side without using the corpse to explode. Compared to the White Star and the Starfire clan, the Bronze Lizard King is bound to be stronger. That White Star does have the realm of the other side, but in fact it is like a target, ready for him to ravage. The Bronze Lizard King is different. The Bronze Lizard King will fight back, will run away if defeated, and will even fight for his life. This is the true other side. The Lizard Palace stopped 10,000 kilometers away. The Bronze Lizard King flew out of the palace and looked at Lin Moyu with murderous intent. He is about 10 meters tall, which is much taller than other Bronze Lizard tribe members, and he is extremely tall. The body is covered with thick bronze scales, emitting a light like gold. As you can imagine, the defense of these scales is amazing. The Bronze Lizard King did not deliberately cultivate his physical body, but his physical body was obviously stronger than that of humans of the same realm. The Bronze Lizard King in the other shore realm should have a divine body. Lin Moyu felt that in terms of physical body, the Copper Lizard was not weaker than him. You are Lin Moyu. The voice of the Bronze Lizard King contained anger, and at the same time, it was accompanied by strong murderous intent, covering Lin Moyu in layers. Lin Moyu's face was calm and clear. Are you the Bronze Lizard King? The Bronze Lizard King said in a deep voice, it has been 100,000 years, but our Bronze Lizard clan has never started a war with your human clan. Are you declaring war? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I've already done it, so what's the point of asking now? Hate will not disappear over time, it will only build up and get stronger. What's more, do you have the ability to clamor with my human race now? Back then, you were like a lost dog. You were lucky enough to survive. That may not be the case this time. The Bronze Lizard King laughed angrily, his voice getting colder and colder. Maybe it's not as good as your human race, but I have to kill you, that's enough. Lin Moyu laughed and said, what happens after you kill me? Aren't you afraid of human revenge? But I can show you the way, kill me, and then run away with the whole clan, flee to the outside world, or seek asylum from the demon clan, so you may be able to escape. The Bronze Lizard King's expression suddenly changed. He had not considered this issue. What happens after killing Lin Moyu? What to do? The human race's revenge is not something they can bear. He feels some regret now. If he had decided to let Lin Moyu go a few days ago, maybe things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Lin Moyu smiled and said, but it's too late to say this now. Now you have only 2 ways to go. One is to kill me, and then run away with the flag. The second is to flee as a family now, but how far you can escape depends on your luck. What do you mean by 2 roads? This is basically one road. Lin Moyu has made it very clear that he will not let go of the Bronze Lizard clan, whether they kill him or not. The Bronze Lizard King is not smart, but he is not stupid either. You are looking for death. The Bronze Lizard King roared, raised his thick arm, and swung it down towards Lin Moyu. Behind him, a huge golden stick flew out and hit Lin Moyu with the movements of the Bronze Lizard King. A giant stick with a height of tens of thousands of meters appeared in the void and smashed down overwhelmingly. Wherever the stick passed, the galaxy shattered, and the space exploded like tofu. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. He lifted his steps, and his entire body disappeared in an instant, appearing in the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away. Where he was originally, a ball of colored mist flashed past. The bone hell remained in place and was shattered by the Bronze Lizard King's stick. While the bone hell was shattered, it completed its mission. The invisible mark fell on the Bronze Lizard King, and Lin Moyu completed the soul lock. It's begun. Lin Moyu pointed his finger, and the immortal flames exploded in the starry sky, and 5 skull thrones emerged from them. The 5 skeleton kings stood up together, and the throne turned into 5 bone swords. Original magic, strong soldiers. A strange aura rose up from Lin Moyu's body, and at this moment, the attack power of all the undead legions increased significantly. The Copper Lizard King's pupils shrank sharply, and he let out a strange cry, original spell. Lin Moyu ignored him, 500 drops of colorful water flew out, the power of 5 million beliefs burned fiercely, and the aura of the Skeleton King rose sharply. The Bronze Lizard King screamed again, water of all colors, power of faith, how could you have so much water of all colors? He has never obtained the water of 10,000 colors, but he knows the existence of the water of 10,000 colors. Even among powerful clans, the water of 10,000 colors is extremely precious. Generally, when the Holy Lord uses it, it only takes 3 or 5 drops. The other shore realm is used for training and is not willing to be used in battle. There is no one like Lin Moyu, who drinks hundreds of drops at a time and doesn't take Wankai water seriously at all. Compared with the colorful water, burning a little power of faith is more acceptable to him. The aura of the Skeleton King has reached the level of half a step to the other side, and the power of the rules is already quite powerful. In this state, even the Bronze Lizard King has to take it seriously. Kill the god. The 5 Skeleton Kings moved in unison and swung the god-killing sword. The Bronze Lizard King's eyes suddenly tightened, a sense of danger rushed into his soul, and the power of rules exploded and enveloped his whole body. The sword light exploded on him, and the Bronze Lizard King suddenly let out a scream. The strong scales were shattered in the sword light, and a large number of wounds appeared on his body. However, Lin Moyu could tell that these wounds were just superficial injuries and were harmless. The Bronze Lizard King blocked the god of death and suffered some skin injuries, but his appearance was a bit miserable, with blood dripping all over his body. You can actually hurt me. The Bronze Lizard King said with disbelief in his tone, that a person with the 2nd level of Divine Lord could actually hurt himself. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have believed that such a thing would happen. The killing intent in his eyes became stronger, and he became more determined to kill Lin Moyu. If he didn't kill this kind of person now, he would never want to kill him again in the future. His hands formed a strange mark, the power of rules poured in, and invisible power enveloped the starry sky. The huge stick bloomed with bright golden light, 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of identical sticks appeared in the starry sky. 10,000 sticks will break it. With a slight shout, 10,000 sticks appeared around Lin Moyu at the same time, hitting Wang from all directions. The stick blocked the space and turned the entire space into a swamp, making it difficult for Lin Moyu to move. Not only the space is blocked, but also the soul is locked. It seems that Lin Moyu has nowhere to escape. The wings of the undead spread out with a roar, instantly cutting off the soul lock. Then Lin Moyu stepped forward and disappeared into the starry sky. The stick fell and hit nothing. The space where Lin Moyu was originally located was smashed into mud, but there was no trace of Lin Moyu for a long time. The Bronze Lizard King was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe that Lin Moyu could pass his attack. His own soul lock and space blockade were so easily cracked. Just when he was stunned, a huge fist appeared above his head. 1 punch of the ancient talisman, 10 drops of colorful water, and the power of Tian Wanfan's faith are bonuses. Lin Moyu also started the 2nd original spell, gathering strength. At this moment, Lin Moyu's realm reached the 9th level of deity, and huge soul power was injected into it. The 273 ancient talisman breaks through the boundary between the god and the other side with one punch, reaching the limit. The giant fist flew towards the bronze lizard king, and the ancient talisman on the fist shone, locking firmly on the bronze lizard king. The switch between offense and defense happened in an instant. The bronze lizard king's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and a golden stick appeared in his hand, punching the ancient talisman. Golden lizard breaks the sky. The entire body of the bronze lizard king was dazzling. The power of the other shore realm exploded in full force, the starry sky was shattered layer upon layer, and the power was extremely astonishing. The power of the rules surged crazily, and the stick magnified hundreds and thousands of times in an instant, like a galaxy being smashed down on the head. In comparison, a punch from an ancient talisman is like an ant shaking a tree, not worth mentioning. Lin Moyu's expression did not change. The soul-killing sword appeared above his head, injecting all the soul power into it, as well as hundreds of drops of colorful water and the power of millions of beliefs. The soul-killing sword bloomed with a hazy light, and then disappeared in an instant as it flashed across the starry sky. The soul-killing sword strikes first, faster and more powerful. Before the stick was struck, the soul of the bronze lizard king was suddenly attacked. The soul-killing sword tore apart the bronze lizard king's soul defense and pierced the soul. Ah! The bronze lizard king burst out with an earth-shattering scream, and the aura in his body became extremely chaotic. The power of rules exploded in the starry sky, like disorderly fireworks, beautiful, but rotten. The technique was interrupted, and the strength of the stick was greatly weakened. The ancient talisman's punch seemed weak, but it penetrated the shadow of the stick and landed heavily on the bronze lizard king. There was another scream, and the scales of the bronze lizard king were broken into pieces, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The bronze lizard king was punched away by the ancient talisman. His speed was comparable to the speed of light, and he flew 1,000,000 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. At this moment, countless invisible white mist surged out of Lin Moyu's head, and a dragon's roar that only Lin Moyu could hear came out of the white mist. Explosive luck. Luck turns into a dragon. Lin Moyu raised his luck to the extreme, and at the same time an invisible force fell on the bronze lizard king. Luck value 45, green. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and the bronze lizard king's luck dropped rapidly, instantly dropping to 20, turning into gray luck. The bronze lizard king, whose soul, body, and body were both traumatized internally and externally, suddenly felt as if he was missing something, but he couldn't tell what exactly was missing. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers and shouted softly, "Explode!" Boom! The bronze lizard king seemed to hear an explosion. The explosion came from the dark world, and the specific location could not be determined. He felt as if he was being attacked by an invisible force, but where this force came from, he couldn't understand. The scales shattered silently, and huge wounds appeared on the body. Blood spurted out from the wounds and scattered into the starry sky. Then intense pain came, the pain came from the soul. The bronze lizard king realized that the damage shown on his body actually originated from his soul. The explosion does not affect the body, but the soul. The soul was seriously injured and eventually reflected on the body. He was extremely horrified. What kind of method is this? How can it be so terrible? Whether it was the soul-killing sword or the ancient talisman punch, they were all within the scope of his understanding. But this last attack, the bronze lizard king couldn't understand. It was too weird. There was panic in his heart, a trace of fear in his eyes, and fear in the eyes. He looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was slightly disappointed at this moment. He used all his methods and launched 3 rounds of attacks at the same time. The connection between the front and back was perfect. However, even so, he could not kill the bronze lizard king, but only severely damaged him. It's really hard to kill in the other shore realm. His soul is protected by a magic weapon, which offsets most of the attacks of the soul-killing sword. The scales of the flesh body are very powerful and can offset most of the attacks of Gui Fang. There is only explosive luck, which cannot be defended. It is a relatively big threat to him. It's a pity that my level is not enough. In addition to the luck gap between the two, the explosive luck technique also depends on the level gap between the two. The difference between my realm and his is too big. The damage of the explosive luck technique must be at least half, or even more. Through this time, Lin Moyu realized some shortcomings. The technique is a bit inferior to corpse explosion. The corpse material can ignore the level difference. Even if he is only in the super god realm, as long as there is a corpse from the other realm and he can complete the lock, he can blow up other realms. The explosive luck technique obviously doesn't work. Lin Moyu realized that his magic was actually the real heaven-defying existence, and even the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord was not as good as his own magic. The Bronze Lizard King suddenly turned around and flew towards his palace. He wants to escape. At this moment, he was seriously injured, blood was spilled in the starry sky, and his soul was seriously injured. Although he was not dead, his combat strength was less than 30% of his heyday. Injury to the soul is the most troublesome, especially serious injuries. The Bronze Lizard King doesn't know if he can recover to his peak. He hates and fears Lin Moyu. If he attacks Lin Moyu again, he will definitely die. As a person from the other side, he cherishes his life, so his first reaction was not to fight for Lin Moyu, but to run away. As long as you escape into your own palace, you will be safe. He is only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the palace. To him, this distance is just one step away. Lin Moyu had already predicted, want to escape? You have no chance. Countless white lights flashed in the starry sky, and a skeleton as white as jade appeared in the starry sky. The number of skeletons made the Bronze Lizard King's scalp numb. Tens of millions? Far more than that, at least over 100 million. At a glance, the entire starry sky was filled with skeletons, completely covering the palace. What can be seen is nothing but skeletons. The undead army has completely surrounded the Bronze Lizard King, with countless layers inside and outside. Lin Moyu's idea is very simple, it will kill you if it consumes you. And it doesn't take too long. Once his soul power recovers, he can use the soul-killing sword again. If one sword is not enough, then use more swords. It's impossible to trap this king to death. The Bronze Lizard King roared angrily and swung his stick to smash out a passage. The palace also activated at this moment, knocking away the skeleton and flying towards the Bronze Lizard King. The palace is not only a flying magic weapon, but also an extremely powerful combat magic weapon. In ancient times, it was also all-powerful. The formation outside the palace shone brightly, shooting out countless golden thunderbolts and turning itself into a sea of thunder. Legions of Death Dragon Knights appeared in the starry sky and launched a fierce attack on the palace, while also preventing the palace from joining the Bronze Lizard King. The Death Dragon Knight is not afraid of death and blocks the palace at all costs. The Bronze Lizard King can kill tens of thousands of skeleton god generals with each strike. The skeleton god generals continue to collapse and then quickly regenerate without retreating. The Bronze Lizard King and his palace are not far apart, but with the undead army blocking them, this distance becomes a natural chasm. The Skeleton King came to the palace. The 10,000-meter-tall Skeleton King swung his bone sword and struck it on the palace. The palace formation flashed, blocking the Skeleton King's attack. Lin Moyu probably judged the palace's combat power. Without anyone controlling it, the palace was stronger than the God Lord, but weaker than the other side like Bronze Lizard Cho. It can be regarded as the weakest other side realm. If compared, it is comparable to Zhu Wu's battleship. It is much worse than the human race's god of war fortress. As time passed by, under the continuous infusion of the world tree, the soul power had been partially restored in just 1 minute. Hundreds of drops of colorful water flew away, and at the same time, millions of pieces of faith burned. The army of the undead does not care about the cost, and the same goes for Lin Moyu. The soul-killing sword flashed a hazy luster and disappeared into the starry sky the next second. The Bronze Lizard King's screams resounded through the starry sky again, and his soul was hit hard again. But he is still not dead, and the vitality of the other side realm is extremely powerful. Lin Moyu didn't know what magic weapon was in the soul of the Bronze Lizard King, but judging from the feedback from the soul-killing sword was counterattacked, and the attack effect this time was not good. It is not difficult to kill the Bronze Lizard King, but the difficulty lies in Lin Moyu not wanting to use his trump card. With my current strength, it is still a bit difficult to kill the other side. But it's not really impossible to kill, it just takes a lot of time or a small price to pay. Lin Moyu's eyes revealed murderous intent, and a strange aura spread from his body. Original spell, gather. The original spell was activated again, and this time it was even crazier. Lin Moyu gathered the power of the undead army to improve himself regardless of the cost. He broke through to the 9th level of God in the blink of an eye, and then continued to charge upward. Finally, he felt that he had reached the other side. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Moyu felt as if he understood everything and realized everything. He realized that this was the opportunity for the Divine Lord to break through to the other side. Countless top gods have been trapped in the realm of gods for life because they failed to seize this opportunity. To put it in layman's terms, we haven't realized it yet. Lin Moyu tries hard to remember this feeling and not to forget it. The next second, his body was broken and his soul collapsed. The concentration exceeds the limit and the soul cannot bear it.
ಅಂತೂ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ನಂಬಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದೀಯ ಎನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅದೇನೆಂದು ಬೇಗ ಹೇಳು ಎಂದು ಕಿರುಚಿದಳು. ಕೂಡಲೇ ತನ್ನ ಹುಡುಗಿಯನ್ನು ಸಮಾಧಾನಿಸಿದ ಪ್ರೇಮ್, ಕ್ಷಮಿಸು ಪ್ರೀತಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಹೆಸರು ಪ್ರೇಮ್ ಆಂಟೋನಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ ಹುಡುಗ.
The Bronze Lizard King was stunned again. In his induction, Lin Moyu's breath suddenly disappeared. He didn't know what happened, but he suddenly disappeared. But less than half a second later, Lin Moyu's breath appeared again. Because he was surrounded by the undead army, he couldn't see what happened to Lin Moyu. But he was sure that something must have happened. Lin Moyu was reborn in the purple light, and all his states were restored to their peak. Lin Moyu locked the Bronze Lizard King again and used gathering power for the 3rd time. The realm quickly rose to the 9th level of the god, the soul-killing sword appeared above the head, and the colorful water and the power of faith were ready. The Bronze Lizard King suddenly felt a creepy feeling, and warnings kept coming from his soul. The soul in the other side is aware of danger. He realizes that danger is coming, and it is a fatal danger. The Bronze Lizard King's eyes changed, and something the size of a fist appeared in his eyes. This thing looks like gold and copper, and there seems to be liquid flowing inside. The Bronze Lizard King threw the gold-like copper thing into his mouth, and bit it into pieces with his sharp teeth. The liquid inside flows out and falls into the body. The injuries on the Bronze Lizard King's body recovered at an astonishing speed, and he was back to his original state in an instant. Immediately afterwards, his body shape began to skyrocket, and his aura also skyrocketed with it. Its power rose sharply, surpassing its heyday and heading towards a higher level. The size of the Bronze Lizard King reached 1,000 meters. Behind him, a bronze sun slowly rose, and the power of rules stirred in the starry sky. Under the bright sun, the skeleton generals melted like ice and snow. Lin Moyu's pupils narrowed, a world of rules, respect. Lin Moyu recognized at a glance that this great sun is the world of rules. The Bronze Lizard King didn't know what method he used, but he forcibly promoted himself to the Holy Lord. However, Lin Moyu also felt that the power of the Bronze Lizard King was unstable, and it was obvious that this method would not last long. But the Holy Lord is the Holy Lord, even if it can only last for a few minutes, it is enough to kill him. Under the power of the rules world, the undead army quickly collapsed. The angry voice of the Bronze Lizard King sounded, "Lin Moyu, this king is going to kill you." Lin Moyu snorted coldly, "Let you kill me." The soul-killing sword flashed and attacked, and the Bronze Lizard King just snorted. The soul-killing sword returned in vain, and Lin Moyu felt that the power of the rules protected the soul of the Bronze Lizard King. The Bronze Lizard King swung his stick and smashed it down. Before the stick could reach it, the starry sky was completely shattered. The sun shrouded the sky, the sticks broke through the sky, and the undead army completely collapsed. Without the obstruction of the undead army, the Bronze Lizard King locked onto Lin Moyu and swung his stick again. A rune on Lin Moyu's head was activated, and then Lin Moyu disappeared. The three-light symbol is activated, and Lin Moyu moves away at a speed of 27 million kilometers per second. The Bronze Lizard King used a secret method to ascend to the level of Holy Lord. In this state, Lin Moyu was no match for the people at all. Desperately? Lin Moyu is not that stupid. Avoiding his edge is the right choice. Lin Moyu knows very well that there must be a price to pay for this kind of going. When his secret technique disappears, you can just kill him and get back to him. The Bronze Lizard King roared, "Where are you running away?" His body seemed to catch up. The sun shrouded behind him, shooting down thousands of rays of light, one of which was firmly locked on Lin Moyu. No matter how fast Lin Moyu is, this light will not be interrupted. Even if Lin Moyu uses the wings of the undead, he cannot cut them off. Lin Moyu was rushing forward, while the Bronze Lizard King was chasing after him frantically. Then let's see who is faster. Lin Moyu didn't panic at all. With the three-light talisman on his body, the Holy Lord might not be able to beat him in terms of speed. The palace of King Bronze Lizard finally broke out of the siege and followed closely in the direction of 143 Bronze Lizard. Lin Moyu is very fast, and the Bronze Lizard King is not slow either. However, the more the Bronze Lizard King chased, the more shocked he became. Lin Moyu's speed was too fast, and he was no slower than himself. You know, he is the Holy Lord now. A little guy of the second level of the Divine Lord, his speed is comparable to that of the Holy Lord. At first, he thought Lin Moyu had used some secret method, but later he discovered that this was not the case at all. He has strong combat power and fast speed. He can fight if he wants to, and no one can stop him if he wants to move away. This is a monster. The shock in the heart of the Bronze Lizard King became more and more serious. Unknowingly, the anger that originally wanted to kill Lin Moyu was fading, and reason was returning. He knew his situation. The holy state could not be maintained for long, and once the state passed, he would be weak for a long time. The Bronze Lizard King is not a fool. He knows that if he cannot kill Lin Moyu, he will eventually die. After chasing for several minutes, he knew that he could not catch up with Lin Moyu. He suddenly stopped, turned around and left. The palace had already flown over, and the Bronze Lizard King got into the palace and drove away. After someone took control of the palace, the speed suddenly became very fast. Escaped? It's not that easy. Lin Moyu also quickly chased after him. He had already beaten him to this point. How could he let the Bronze Lizard King go? The principle of don't chase the enemy when you are poor does not work here. Lin Moyu believes in another saying. Cut the grass without eradicating the root, but the spring breeze will blow it and it will grow again. The palace of the Bronze Lizard King was very fast, and Lin Moyu tried his best to keep up. This palace was once a very powerful war fortress. Although it was damaged, the speed wasn't impacted much. The palace passed through galaxies, and Lin Moyu could feel that the aura of the Bronze Lizard King was weakening. When the time comes for the secret technique, the sequelae also appear. The state of the Bronze Lizard King took a turn for the worse, and he quickly fell from the position of Holy Lord, and finally fell to the edge of the other shore realm, only one step away from falling to the other shore realm. Lin Moyu is absolutely sure to kill the Bronze Lizard King in this state. The palace did not fly towards the center of the Bronze Lizard clan, but flew outside the star field. Lin Moyu naturally knew the Bronze Lizard King's intentions, and knew that this was the right choice. The Bronze Lizard King plans to completely abandon the Bronze Lizard clan to save his own life. In fact, as long as he is alive, the Bronze clan will not truly perish. Lin Moyu will not let him go, even to the ends of the earth. He will chase him to the end. Lin Moyu didn't believe that he could keep escaping. The aura of the Bronze Lizard King continued to weaken. As long as he keeps chasing him, he will have no chance to recover, his condition will only get worse and worse, and he will be caught up sooner or later. The starry sky faded away, and half a day later, the two of them were about to leave the star domain of the Bronze Lizard clan. Suddenly there was a huge aura from the front, and a team was flying towards them from the distance. This team glowed with pure white light, and above the team, the giant white horse, with a height of 300,000 to 400,000 meters, was transformed. There are wings spread out on the back of the white horse, dancing slowly in the starry sky. Pegasus clan. Lin Moyu squinted his eyes. It seems that he was underestimated. He did not flee without purpose, but led us to find his reinforcements. He knew about the alliance between the Bronze Lizard tribe and the Tianma tribe already. It seemed that the Bronze Lizard King had notified the Pegasus tribe before taking action. Now that he was defeated, he went to seek help from the Pegasus tribe. To be able to cultivate to the other side realm, it is obvious that the Bronze Lizard King is not stupid and knows to leave behind him. From the aura of the Tianma clan team, Lin Moyu felt the aura of the other side. He knew that the leader of the Tianma clan was coming. With him here, if you want to attack the Bronze Lizard King again, the difficulty will be greatly increased. But now, Lin Moyu felt a little unwilling to give up. If you use your trump card, you can naturally kill them all, but dealing with 2 other shore realms is a bit too wasteful. Boy Lin, are you in a bit of trouble? A voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Lin Moyu immediately smiled and said, Senior Shah, you are finally willing to come out. Saint Killer smiled and said, Don't try to deceive me, I don't believe you knew I was here. Lin Moyu really didn't know that although his soul was sharp, the rules of killing the Holy Lord meant Shah was invisible. Whether it is breath, body shape, or soul fluctuations, they can be perfectly hidden. Unless he takes action, it will be difficult for even him to discover. And among the several saints, the only one who would call himself Lin Xiaozi is Killing Saint. Lin Moyu admitted generously, You hide it so well, how could the juniors find out? Saint Killer said strangely, How did you know I was here long ago? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I don't know, I just guessed it. Saint Killer snorted, You brat, you are really cheating me. Lin Moyu said, It's not a scam. It's just that the senior who killed me is so wise, I won't do it rashly, I must observe it first, right? So, I'll take a bold guess. You should have arrived a long time ago. I just want to see if I can do anything. You have been watching this junior for a long time and there is no relation to be had, so you came out to see if you can help this junior. Killing Saint, who seemed keen to be useful replied, Say less, do you need me to help you kill him now? Lin Moyu said, Would be ideal senior, to which Lord Shah shrieked. It's a small matter. The voice of Killing Saint Lord then faded away. Lin Moyu knew that he had taken action. In the interplay of light and shadow, a very faint figure seemed to appear outside the palace, and then snuck in. Where there are shadows, stealth can be completed by killing the Holy Lord. This is the strongest place to kill the Holy Lord. The method of assassination is unparalleled. Just a few seconds later, a scream came from the palace, and the rapidly flying palace suddenly stopped. Then the Killing Saint flew out with a corpse. The Bronze Lizard King was already dead, and a big hole was blown out of his head. It was obvious that the Killing Saint would kill him with one blow. At this moment, the Tianma clan is still tens of millions of kilometers away from them. Killing Lord threw the body of the Bronze Lizard King to Lin Moyu and turned towards the Pegasus tribe. Behind him, clouds of black mist rose up, in stark contrast to the white light of the Pegasus clan. The aura of the Killing Saint is very light. He is obviously a saint, but his appearance is similar to that of a god. His ability to hide breath far exceeds that of other saints. The collision between the black energy and the white light of the Pegasus clan was not as earth-shattering as imagined. The black energy, however, seeped into the white light silently. Immediately afterwards, panicked sounds came from the Tianma clan team. The advancing team suddenly stopped, then began to retreat and quickly left. Lin Moyu knew that it was the other side clan leader of the Tianma clan who sensed the presence of the Killing Lord. Facing the Holy Lord, if he didn't run away, he would be waiting for death. Sha Xingzuan did not pursue him, but returned to Lin Moyu. They are a bunch of cowards who don't even have the courage to fight back. Lin Moyu said with a smile, They are not stupid. Faced with a strong person who cannot be defeated, of course they choose to escape. The killing saint roared, "What about you?" Lin Moyu said, "I am relatively stupid and like to fight against strong people, unless I really can't do it." The killing saint looked Lin Moyu up and down. It can be seen that a second-level divine being is brave enough to challenge the other shore realm alone. Lin Moyu did not refute. His boldness is based on his strength. He is very clear about his own strength. And he has a trump card, so there is no need to worry about safety issues. Killing Saint asked, "What are you going to do next?" "I want to go out and hunt the seniors of the enemy races, and make another trip. Notify the seniors in the clan to bring back all the resources of the Bronze Lizard clan." As he spoke, Lin Moyu waved his hand to put away the body of the Bronze Lizard King. The corpse of the other side realm, this is a good weapon material. It can be used to explode corpses, or it can be used to resurrect the dead and turn him into a thug from the other side. The killing saint frowned. Although the Bronze Lizard, Nua Zhaohao, clan is not a powerful clan, there are more than 500 galaxies. Do you plan to kill them all? Lin Moyu sensed it and said, "Almost a third of them have been killed. It is estimated that by the time the seniors arrive, half of them will be killed." He spoke in a calm tone, not taking the killing seriously at all. 1/3 has been killed, which means nearly 200 galaxies have been killed. In terms of the number of the Bronze Lizards, 1/3 is equivalent to tens of billions of people. Lin Moyu seemed to have done something trivial. Lin Moyu's murderous intention was so serious that even the killing saint was a little frightened. He knows very well that killing people like nothing is terrible. But what is truly terrible is a being like Lin Moyu who kills people like nothing. Fortunately, Lin Moyu is from the human race, otherwise he would have had a headache. The killing saint couldn't help but said, "From now on, I might as well give my name to you." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Don't say that, I'm not interested in killing people, I'm more interested in saving people." The saint killer left and went back to shake people. Before leaving, he looked at Lin Moyu with a very contemptuous look for 3 seconds. What that means is that even if you say you don't like killing people, you won't even believe it. But Lin Moyu knew very well that he was telling the truth. In his eyes, on the surface he was killing people, but in reality he was saving people and saving the entire human race. There are too many causes and effects in the big world. If these alien races are not killed, there will be little hope for the big world. Otherwise, we will die together. If the human race wants to live, they can only kill them first to cut off the cause and effect. This move by the Bronze Lizard clan also confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. When he kills all the people and eradicates the roots, he also cuts off the cause and effect. The consequences he suffered were very few and could even be ignored. The weak cause and effect was still caused by him not killing cleanly enough. So now he has changed his strategy. He has divided a part of his team to intercept and kill those who escape, truly killing them cleanly and cutting off the cause and effect. Lin Moyu has been exploring how to resolve the crisis facing the world. The big world is a difficult problem to solve, but he has no choice. In the starry sky, the golden lizard palace of the Bronze Lizard King stopped there alone. Once the Bronze Lizard King dies, it becomes ownerless. Lin Moyu flew inside and tried to take it away. After all, it is a war fortress left over from ancient times. Even if it cannot be used by me, at least the materials themselves are of high value. Just like exploring a secret realm, the skeleton god will quickly explore the entire palace and form a complete map. The interior of the Golden Lizard Palace is very large, with countless rooms and various areas. However, Lin Moyu couldn't appreciate the living facilities of the Bronze Lizard tribe. Lin Moyu went directly to the center of the palace. From the furnishings here, it can be seen that this is the ground boat where the Bronze Lizard King usually stays. Although the Bronze Lizard King died, he left a strong aura here. The bronze lizards had a fishy smell, which was very unpleasant. Lin Moyu waved his hand and rolled the law to sweep away all the smell. All traces of the Bronze Lizard King were erased in an instant. Here, there is a brass-colored hill, about 10 meters high, with a golden lizard carved on the top. The appearance is exactly the same as the palace, it is a miniature version of the palace, and this is the control core of the palace. The soul penetrates into it and quickly leaves its mark. Pieces of information were passed on, and everything about the palace appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu looked strange. Lizard God War Palace, a human creation. The message passed clearly told Lin Moyu that this palace was built by humans. When the human race discovered, the world of the bronze lizards, the world of the bronze lizards was being invaded by another world. The bronze lizards were retreating steadily and were in danger. Later, the human race took action and ended the war. Not only did they take back the world of the bronze lizards, they also didn't let go of the world that invaded the bronze lizards. At that time, the human race gave the bronze lizard tribe a living space and built a lizard god war palace for them. As a result, the bronze lizard tribe gained hundreds of thousands of years of peace, and the race began to grow stronger. But I didn't expect that during the invasion of the Black Blood realm, the bronze lizards would betray the human race. They used the lizard god war palace built by the humans to massacre a large number of human cultivators. 100,000 years ago, they attacked the human race again and caused great harm to the human race. Lin Moyu's eyes became colder and colder. Such a stupid and ungrateful race really does not deserve to live in the world of Een. Your strength is exhausted, let's go on the road with peace of mind. Lin Moyu left a soul mark on the control core and took the entire lizard god war palace into his hands. The hill carrying the control core roared, and then a talisman formation appeared on it. Talisman array? Lin Moyu was a little curious. Runes were unique to the human race, and other races would not use runes at all. And this talisman array is obviously from the human race. Lin Moyu studied for a while and probably figured out the function of the talisman array. The talisman array is actually a portal, and as long as it is unlocked correctly, you can enter it. The talisman array obviously led to the inside of the hill, and Lin Moyu murmured to himself, what's behind it? This level of talisman formation is not difficult for Lin Moyu. Following the prompts from the talisman array, he quickly drew a strange rune and then pushed it towards the talisman array. Runes are like keys, opening the runes. The talisman array rotated and quickly turned into a portal, and Lin Moyu strode into it. There is a small space inside the hill, and there is a control core inside, which is the control core of the human race. Lin Moyu understood that this was the backdoor that the human race had left for themselves. If one day, the lizard god war palace falls into the hands of the human race, they can use this backdoor to completely control the war palace. In other words, this is the real core of control of the lizard god war palace. Lin Moyu reached out and touched the core, and a large amount of information came in instantly. The message is also accompanied by a strong suction force, like a child waiting to be fed and needs to be fed by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't think twice and directly sent a large amount of soul power in while checking the information transmitted. The amount of information is huge, but it is much inferior to inheritance. Lin Moyu can accept it without any pressure. This information records the past of the lizard god war palace. Wherever it has been, what it has done, and what happened inside the war palace are all recorded. Lin Moyu saw the complete life of the lizard god war palace. In ancient times, there were records of how it fought, how it betrayed the human race, and how it was maimed. Including how they entered human territory and massacred human beings in various galaxies 100,000 years ago, there are also extremely clear records. Lin Moyu's face was very ugly. The scenes were so bloody and the corpses were broken into pieces. Lin Moyu was filled with murderous intent. They held banquets in the palace and shared human flesh. Compared to what the bronze lizards had done, Lin Moyu felt that just killing them was too cheap. Compared with the records in the human database, what was presented at this time was 100 times 1,000 times more bloody. This is a cruel and murderous race, and there is no chance of death. From the ancient scenes, Lin Moyu saw something that interested him. In the hall of the Lizard God War Palace, the leader of the Bronze Lizard clan was discussing something with others. This man was wearing a black robe and his appearance could not be clearly seen. Lin Moyu could tell that he was from Hades Sea. The strong man from the Black Blood world seemed to have said something, and the Bronze Lizard clan's eyes changed, becoming more cruel and bloody. Lin Moyu frowned. This situation seems to be somewhat similar to those starry sky beasts at that time. At that time, the powerful men of the Black Blood realm controlled the great emperor's starry sky beast. But the bronze lizards are not giant beasts in the sky. Can intelligent races also be controlled? Lin Moyu is more wary of the Black Blood world. The threat of the Black Blood realm has not disappeared. The influence from that year has continued to this day, and the cause and effect between the two has not been disconnected. Lin Moyu has a feeling that one day in the future, he may face the Black Blood world. Therefore, the more you know about them, the better. Lin Moyu began to carefully look at the core records and analyze them in detail. In the Bronze Lizard Star territory, disasters are happening one after another. Countless skeletons rushed into their starry sky, leaving no survivors wherever they passed. There are only a few people who can escape. To the Bronze Lizard tribe, it's like a natural disaster. For the Bronze Lizard tribe, this is an unimaginable disaster, a catastrophe of annihilation. The undead army descends from the stars with death. The Bronze Lizards counterattacked, were defeated, and then fled. But surrounded by the undead army, not many can really jump out. Even if you can escape from this galaxy, you can't escape from the star field where the Bronze Lizard clan is. Under the vision of the undead, every soul is so clear, like a beacon in the darkness, pointing to death. In the past few days, the blood of the Bronze Lizard clan has been sprinkled across the starry sky, and countless dead souls are roaring in the starry sky. Just like the human race back then, the screams that shook the soul made people go crazy. Finally, someone escaped and spread the news to the outside world. All races then received the news, and some races wanted to send people over to check, but found that the star field was blocked. Saint Killer came first with the human army and sealed the space, not allowing anyone to enter. The aura of the Holy Lord spread in the starry sky, and not only the killing saint, but also the war saint of the human race came. In addition to the Holy Lord, 10 people came to the other side, and the power of the rules was frightening. With the 2 great saints and 10 other people standing guard, ordinary races dare not approach them at all. Everyone knows that the Bronze Lizard clan is finished. After several years of peace, the human race once again mobilized the people. This made the small clan who were still lucky to have no idea at all. The human race has really begun to take revenge. Revenge for what happened 100,000 years ago. Those who have taken action against the human race must find ways to protect themselves now. Forming an alliance may be a way, but it is not safe. The Bronze Lizard tribe is the best example. They formed an alliance with the Pegasus tribe and then wooed other races. But now, the Bronze Lizard clan is about to be wiped out, because the Horse clan doesn't even dare to fart. The feeling of self-danger spread among the clans in the world. The human race will not care so much. A large number of gods in the Temple of War are carrying magic weapons and are collecting resources. The method of collecting resources is simple and crude, that is, packing up the planets and taking them away one after another, even the stars. Since the plan was formulated, the human race has made complete preparations. The weapon refiners have been working non-stop day and night to refine a large number of magic weapons that can contain the planet. And just like when the 3 tribes were wiped out last time, while taking away the planet, they also left a large number of broken stones in the starry sky, creating the illusion that the galaxy was destroyed. Revenge is one, and gathering resources is another. The fortress of the God of War moves forward in the starry sky. The Lord of War stands on the top of the fortress, his eyes scanning the starry sky. This time we were a little anxious and exceeded our plan. He had already formulated a full-year plan with Tian Xingzuan. In the plan, it would take more than 200 years before he would take action against the Bronze Lizard clan. They will attack a race every once in a while, and it will take almost 100 years to destroy the weakest races. Then it will be the turn of intermediate races, like the Bronze Lizards. Lin Moyu's sudden move disrupted their plan. The Saint Killer didn't care at all. I think this is good. Zhang Xingzuan glanced at him, then tell me what's good about it. Killing Saint said, what's so good about it? It's not important, anyway, I think it's pretty good. Zhang Xingzuan was a little speechless. It was obvious that Killing Saint Zun didn't know at all. It's not that Killer Saint is stupid, he just doesn't like to think. What he prefers to do is stab people with a knife. The Saint of Killing said, you have always been in charge of this kind of thing. I only care about killing people. But you can talk to Xiao Yulin. He, like you, thinks more complicatedly. I really don't understand, since you made a plan, why didn't you tell Xiao Yulin? Then there was an accident, and it was said that the announcement disrupted your plans. If you had told me, this wouldn't have happened. Xia Xingzuan had a very good impression of Lin Moyu, and he always favored Lin Moyu in his words. Zhang Xingzuan didn't want to talk too much to this guy who only knew how to fight and kill, so he casually said, you won't understand even if I tell you. The Saint of Killing said, how can I understand if you don't tell me? Zhang Xingzuan realized that any more words to this guy would be a waste of time. He was thinking in his mind, how did this guy become a saint? Is it true that there is no need to use your brain when practicing cultivation? The god of war fortress flew to the edge of the lizard god's war palace and did not enter. There are a large number of undead legions stationed around the lizard god war palace, and it is obvious that no one is allowed to approach. After waiting for half a day, there was sudden movement in the lizard god war palace, and the originally silent formation began to operate again. The war saint looked in his eyes and showed some doubts. This formation looks so much like the formation of the human race. Is the palace of the Bronze Lizard King related to our human race? The Killing Saint said, the Bronze Lizard clan and we are feuding. How come their palace has something to do with us? Are you wrong? The war saint rolled his eyes at him, shut up. The Saint Killer also rolled his eyes at him, but still kept his mouth shut obediently. Lin Moyu appeared at the entrance of the palace, looking at the war saint and the Killer Saint. As soon as his footsteps moved, he appeared in front of them. I have met these two seniors. Lord Killer waved his hand, there's no need to be so polite. I brought the person you want. What's going on with the Bronze Lizard clan now? Lin Moyu said, it's already halfway through. There are 324 people who have escaped so far, 12 of whom are gods. I have tightened my defenses, and no one should be able to escape. Lin Moyu said, took out the star map, projected it, and made marks in it. This result is astonishing. Lin Moyu is here, but his undead army has already killed half of the bronze lizards. And as the war progressed, the territory of the bronze lizards became smaller and smaller, and the encirclement became tighter. Next, the bronze lizard tribe has no chance. Zhang Xingzuan asked, what do you want us to do? Lin Moyu shook his head, it's basically not necessary, unless they still have the other side. Several people know very well that the Bronze Lizard clan should not have the other side realm. If they did, they would have moved on by now. The War Saint said, I see that the palace of the Bronze Lizard King seems to have the shadow of a human race. Lin Moyu said, Senior, I have a keen eye. This lizard god war palace is indeed from the human race. But it's not the human race of today, but the human race of my ancient times. The Killing Saint let out a sigh and stared at the War Saint, you were actually fooled. What does it mean to be fooled? War Saint Lord ignored him, no wonder, now it is under your control. Lin Moyu nodded, the human race once left a secret door. Through the real core, I have completely controlled this palace, and I also know some things that happened in ancient times. As he spoke, Lin Moyu handed a jade tablet to Zhang Xingzuan, which contained the information he got from the palace of the lizard god. The amount of information is quite large. After taking a look at it, Zhang Xingzuan said in a deep voice, your information is very important. It seems that you got something by mistake this time. Lin Moyu said with a smile, the juniors know that they must have planned the plans set by the seniors. But the juniors feel that plans are not as fast as changes, and sometimes making mistakes is not a bad thing. I think after this time, some young people will no longer find alliances useful. In order to protect themselves, they will probably find other ways. Zhang Xingzuan raised his eyebrows and said, "Tell me what you think." Lin Moyu said, "In my opinion, each tribe should be well prepared. Alliances still need to be formed, but after the alliance is completed, they will move closer to several powerful tribes to seek asylum. At the same time, they will let some tribesmen leave and go outside the territory to stay alive for a long time." Lin Moyu talked about his opinions and speculations. Even if several small tribes form an alliance, they are still far from being able to compete with today's human race. And it has become obvious that the human race wants to take action on the small tribe as the beginning of revenge. Whether they are willing to admit it or not, today's human race is far from being able to compete with these small races, even if they all form an alliance and join forces. 100,000 years gave the human race enough time to develop. With amazing resilience, the human race almost returned to its heyday. After all, the human race is the original master of this world and is different from other races. The human race is not something they can fight against. After forming an alliance, they will still rely on a few Xing tribes. Use the power of the powerful clan to fight against the revenge of the human race. Several powerful tribes will definitely help them. They are as powerful as the Demon tribe and the Golden Eagle tribe. They also know very well that it is difficult to compete with the human tribe on their own. If they don't unite, they will be defeated by the human race sooner or later. As for whether there will be another 900 invasion like the 100,000 years ago, and once again invade the hinterland of the human race, it depends on how they choose. At the same time, in order to retain some escape routes, those small tribes will probably separate some of their tribesmen to go outside the territory, which can be regarded as leaving fire. For any race, the continuation of the race is the first priority. Lin Moyu can probably guess that the human race's plan is nothing more than boiling frogs in warm water, but it actually makes no sense. The big world is not a closed world. As long as the human race takes action one or two more times and destroys one or two small tribes, the two tribe will react. The previous layout functions are actually only useful the first few times. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate one or two middle-class races. Any race that exists will eventually become a threat, so kill them if you can. Zhang Xingzuan valued Lin Moyu's opinion and did not reject it outright. But what he will do next has nothing to do with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu left with his newly acquired lizard god war palace. After Lin Moyu left, Zhang Xingzuan asked, "How is it? Do you want to do it or not?" Zhang Xingzuan looked at him and said, "Your hands are itchy." Lord Killer grinned, showing his white teeth. "If I take action, I can get rid of that old horse in the Tianma clan." Zhang Xingzuan thought, it's not impossible for him. There are thousands of gods dispatched from the war temple this time, which is sufficient. The God of War fortress has also been opened, and all the necessary war supplies have been brought. If you want to take action against the Tianma clan, it would be a good opportunity. Killing Saint said, "If you can, then don't hesitate. Boy Lin is right, just do it quickly. Besides, Boy Lin wiped out an entire clan by himself, are we not as good as him?" Zhang Xingzuan was a little speechless. Can it be compared like this? The Saint of Killing said, "I don't care, if it's too much, I'll treat it as your agreement." Qing Fei and Shui Jilan have been waiting a little anxiously these days. They were a little worried about Lin Moyu. After all, Lin Moyu was facing the Bronze Lizard King, the leader of the clan and more powerful than the god. That level has gone beyond their understanding. However, looking at the undead army protecting them, and the white light shrouding the undead army, the two of them felt a little relieved. The undead army's lack of movement meant that Lin Moyu was fine. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the distance, and then a huge palace flew over. The two of them were shocked. The lizard god's war palace looked like a lizard, which was almost the same as the appearance of the Bronze Lizard clan. Shui Jilan is a little panicked. "Yuan?" Qing Fei was relatively calm. "It should be fine, there are skeletons here." She felt that if something happened, the skeletons could protect her. If even the skeleton is useless, there is no need for him to struggle, and he can just wait for death. Under the nervous gaze of the two people, the lizard god war palace stopped above them, and Lin Moyu's voice came from inside. "Two junior sisters, come in." At this time, several skeletons picked up the unconscious injured person and flew up first. When they heard Lin Moyu's voice, their hearts dropped. Flying into the lizard god's war palace, Shui Jilan transformed into a curious baby. "Senior brother Lin, is this a battleship of the Bronze Lizard tribe?" Lin Moyu said, "This is the palace of the Bronze Lizard King, called the Lizard God War Palace." Lizard God War Palace. Qing Fei looked at the palace with surprise in her eyes. The palace of the Bronze Lizard King fell into the hands of Lin Moyu. Needless to say, the Bronze Lizard King was dead, and even its palace became Lin Moyu's trophy. Qing Fei couldn't help but ask, "What about the Bronze Lizard tribe?" Lin Moyu said, "In 2 days, there will no longer be a Tongxi clan in the world." Qing Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior brother Lin actually wiped out the Bronze Lizard clan. Shui Jilan also seemed a little excited. Senior brother Lin destroyed an entire clan by himself. If this news spreads, everyone will probably regard senior brother Lin as their idol. Lin Moyu has no interest in idols or anything like that. However, if he can get more power of belief, Lin Moyu would welcome himself to become an idol. These days, the power of his faith has begun to increase. It means that the layout of the faith tower has begun. The human race is not slow in setting up the faith tower and transferring the human race members. These things are already done with ease. The Lizard God War Palace sailed in the starry sky and returned to the human race. Its speed was much faster than Lin Moyu's damaged battleship, and it could return to the human star domain in less than a few days. Before leaving, Lin Moyu went to see Zhang Xingzuan again and handed over some injured people to him. As for this trip to the Starfire clan, Lin Moyu told him that he would give details after returning to the Divine City. A few days later, when Lin Moyu left the Bronze Lizard clan's territory, the battle on the Bronze Lizard clan's side finally ended. The whole clan was exterminated, and from then on, the Bronze Lizard clan was eliminated from the big world. After destroying the Bronze Lizard clan and taking away all the resources, the human race did not stop. The fortress of the God of War led the gods to sneak from the deep space to the Tianma clan. Lin Moyu discovered this and couldn't help but smile knowingly. The War Saint finally adopted his suggestion. He knew that the Yinma clan was also finished. The Pegasus clan, like the Bronze Lizard clan, has trampled on the human race in the past and will also be on the road to death. The Lizard God War Palace sailed rapidly in the starry sky, getting closer and closer to the human star field. Until they felt the breath of the human emperor network, Shui Jilan and Wei Fei breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You two junior sisters, please report to junior brother Chu and senior brother Zhuang that you are safe. They will probably be anxious." The two of them nodded happily. They had escaped from death this time and they had seen many unimaginable things. Lin Moyu connected to Renhuang network and received a large amount of information immediately. "Lord Tianqing, when you have time, please tell me what happened in the Cave of Space." 0.4 Wu Xingzuan, "Girl Wu is a little worried about you. When you have enough fun outside, you will come back and report that you are safe when you have time." Zhu Wu, "Where did that brat go? Come back safely, don't die outside, the circle won't have time to take care of you." Zhuangbai, "Brother Lin, are you safe?" Everyone showed concern, which made Lin Moyu feel warm. Lin Moyu reported safety through the Human Emperor network, and returned to the Divine City at the nearest teleportation array. First teleport to the place closest to the Divine City, and then return in the Lizard God War Palace. Now Lin Moyu has special privileges. He no longer has to wait for the monthly warship transfer and can return to the Divine City freely. Together with Qing Fei, they also took advantage of it and received a lot of privileges. The Divine City was temporarily closed. Lin Moyu used his privileges to enter the port star and teleport to the outer area. There, he met Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong, who had been waiting for many days. In the outer area, Lin Moyu had a good drink with Zhuangbi, Chu Xiong and others, and then left. As a couple of four, a little separation is better than a newlywed. You and I are in love. Lin Moyu is very sensible and doesn't act like a light bulb. Lin Moyu quickly traveled through the starry sky step by step while thinking about this experience. This time he entered the Xingho tribe to save people, and later entered the territory of the Tongxi tribe. After experiencing successive battles, he not only verified his combat power, but also changed the plan of the human race. For Lin Moyu, this trip has been very rewarding. Not only did he gain world crystallization, but the most important thing was that he got closer to the mysterious master. The arrangements that were arranged millions of years ago became reality, and Lin Moyu deeply felt the terror of the master. No one who has ever come into contact with Tianzuan can arrange it from ancient times to the present. Huanwu Tianzuan and Holy Talisman Tianzuan, they just left their inheritance and waited for the destined person. Unlike the mysterious owner, who was sure that he would go. Of course, there is also a relationship with destiny, but the river of destiny that destiny sees must be vague. Lin Moyu has been exposed to the long river of destiny and knows this very well. The river of destiny only gives a vague outline. The future is constantly changing, and what you see may not necessarily happen. He didn't know how the mysterious owner judged that he would definitely go. Lin Moyu can only be in awe of this. Finally, after many days, Lin Moyu returned to the divine city again. Lord Tianxing was already waiting in the central temple, along with Lord Hao and Xiaowu. When Xiaowu saw Lin Moyu, she jumped over and hung directly on Lin Moyu. "Master, you are finally back." As Xiaowu's owner, he has an inseparable relationship with Xiaowu and has a special feeling. The two have been separated for a long time, and this feeling will not fade at all. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You are not a weapon spirit now, you are already a human race, don't be like this." Xiaowu said oh and got off Lin Moyu obediently. During this time, she was with Wu Xingzuan, who taught her a lot. Xiaowu has started practicing again. She has very good qualifications and can practice very quickly. After all, in ancient times, Xiaowu listened to Tianzuan's sermons again and again, and the subtle accumulation of them was extremely profound. You can practice now, and it is normal for you to fly to the sky every day. Tian Xingzuan smiled and said, "I'm finally back. It seems that I have experienced a lot in this space cave." Lin Moyu's eyes were downcast. Yes, behind the hole in space is the Starfire clan. Xingho tribe? Tian Xingzuan was slightly surprised. Isn't this race extinct long ago? At this time, Xiaowu interrupted, "The stars are immortal and the sparks will last forever." The old master said that the Spark clan is difficult to kill. Even Huanwu Tianzuan said so, and Lin Moyu felt that the mysterious master's methods were extraordinary. Even Huanwu Tianzuan found the Xingho tribe difficult to kill, but he used them like pawns to manipulate them. Lin Moyu explained, the Xingho tribe was not actually extinct, but was sealed and a curse was planted. The mysterious master from ancient times used the Spark tribe to set up a trap and left some things until now. Lin Moyu talked about his experience and did not hide much from Tian Xingzuan and Wu Xingzuan. In the big world, they are like their own teachers, taking care of themselves everywhere. Just like several teachers in the small world, they are regarded as relatives by Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu didn't tell them that the road was irreparable. Generations of human saints have been working hard to repair the divine road. Now suddenly telling them that the divine road is irreparable will have an impact on the faith they have held on to for half their lives. Lin Moyu knows this very well, so there is no need to say it. But it's not that I won't say it, I just can't do it now or later. Eventually, sooner or later, you have to say something, let them know, but it requires skill and time. The two saints were deep in thought. They were both guessing the identity of the mysterious master. From the large amount of ancient information they obtained, the identity of the mysterious master also appeared in many places. Film. Coupled with Lin Moyu's experience, it seems that many decorations are indeed the work of the mysterious owner. When Xiaowu saw the two of them thinking, she also frowned. I seem to have heard the old master say that there is indeed a mysterious master. Lin Moyu looked over and said something. Xiaowu frowned. Let Xiaowu think about it. The central temple became quiet. Not only Lin Moyu, but also Tian Xingzhen and Heya Xingzhen were also waiting for Xiaowu's answer. Xiaowu thought for a long time, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Xiaowu remembered. At that time, the old master said that a master was arranging something, as if to save the world, but the old master felt that the world was hopeless. However, the old master did not dare to oppose that master, and finally chose to believe part of that master. The old master called Destiny and asked Destiny to check the future, and then decided to keep me here. The Destiny god was the busiest at that time. He was running east and west, and people were looking for him everywhere. Xiaowu actually didn't know much, but it could be seen from her words that the status of the mysterious master was higher than that of several deities. The Destiny god of Wutian is doing something, I need help. But the mysterious master gave instructions, even orders. In that era, Tianzuan should be the supreme existence. Lin Moyu really can't figure out the identity of the mysterious owner. It can't be Tao Zun. If there is Tao Zun in the big world, Black Blood Desai is nothing at all. At that level, every step difference is a difference between heaven and earth. It is hard to say whether all the supreme beings in the big world can defeat one heavenly lord if they are tied together. Wu Xingzuan said, "What do you think about whether the mysterious master's plan can really save the world?" Lin Moyu didn't think too much and said directly, "I believe what he said." Wu Xingzuan did not ask Lin Moyu the reason, this answer was enough. Lin Moyu chose to believe in the mysterious master, while Saint Hao chose to believe in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has his own ideas. Only by experiencing the mysterious master's layout and meeting the mysterious master can he know how terrifying the mysterious master is. The level he stood on was obviously higher than Tianzuan, and he could see further. At that time, his words seemed to reveal another meaning, which made Lin Moyu feel that the world must be saved. Not for others, but for ourselves. The world must also be saved. Lin Moyu then talked about his views on the big world and discussed the next countermeasures of the human race. Lin Moyu expressed his hope that nothing should be hidden from him. He knew that the saints did not want him to participate too much and thus affect him. But there are some things, Lin Moyu feels that he still needs to participate. After the three of them discussed for a while, Lin Moyu left the central temple and went to look for Yan Lao. His battleship needs to be repaired, and there is also a lizard god war officer waiting for Dan to repair it. Arriving at the weapon refining area of the Divine City, Mr. Yen was already waiting. I sent a message to Mr. Yen in advance, and Mr. Yen said he was not busy now, so Lin Moyu came over. Lin Moyu knows that Mr. Yen is a very busy man. As long as there is a difficult job of refining weapons in the human race, Mr. Yen will do it. Mr. Yen has worked very hard in the field of weapon refining, and it is very possible for him to become a saint by refining weapons. At this moment, Yan Lao seems to be not much different from the Holy Lord. "Yan Zhe, I'm here to trouble you again," Lin Moyu said with a smile, very politely. Yan Lao waved his hand and said, "Tell me, what weird things are you going to practice this time?" Lin Moyu said, "I won't practice anything this time. There are two things that I need to trouble Lao Yen to repair." Old Yen frowned slightly, "What to repair?" Lin Moyu took out his warship and the lizard god war palace. The two magic weapons were not unfolded but were slowly rotating in Lin Moyu's palm. That's all. The first time Yan Lao saw the battleship, he had repaired it before, so he naturally recognized it. Yan Lao knew the capabilities of the battleship clearly. It's broken like this. Even the space formation has been destroyed. It seems that you have encountered a strong enemy. Then he looked at the lizard god's war palace, his eyes suddenly shining. This is the golden lizard palace of the bronze lizard king. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Actually, it's called the lizard god war palace. It was made by human weapon refiners for the bronze lizard clan in ancient times. It's actually a thing of my human family." Mr. Yen whispered, "No wonder, it looks familiar to me. If it was made by the human race, there should be a human core hidden in it." Lin Moyu immediately flattered him. Yan Lao is indeed the #1 person in the world who refines weapons. He has an unparalleled discernment and indeed has a hidden core. Yen Lao didn't care about Lin Moyu's flattery. At this moment, he stared at the God War camp without blinking. The Lizard God's War Palace is the masterpiece of an ancient weapon refiner, and the process of its restoration is also a learning process. The weapon refiners of ancient times must have been stronger than those of today. Perhaps the Lizard God War Palace was created by a certain supreme weapon refiner. For Mr. Yen, no treasure could compare to it. Lin Moyu tried to ask Old Yen, "Can you cultivate?" Mr. Yen immediately said, "Of course you can, I've accepted this business, and I can promise you that as long as I have the materials, I won't charge you any money." No charge? Lin Moyu had originally planned to make a lot of contributions to the Divine City. After all, this was an ancient thing, and the materials needed to reach the other side were also very precious. But unexpectedly, Mr. Yen actually agreed to collect it for free. Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, "If Mr. Yen has any other requests, feel free to ask." Mr. Yen chuckled, "You are very smart. My request is that you cannot set a time limit. While I want to repair it, I must study it carefully. Of course, I also know that you are going out. I can repair your battleship for you within 3 days, and it is also free of charge." Lin Moyu was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't expect that in the end he would get the glory of the Lizard God War Palace. Yen Lao had this request, and Lin Moyu naturally agreed. Moreover, the Lizard God War Palace is not very useful to Lin Moyu, it is just for fun. Lin Moyu handed over his battleship and the Lizard God War Palace to Yen Lao, "Then please leave it to Yen Lao." He walked aside and sat down without disturbing Mr. Yen. Yen Lao immediately started work. The first thing he repaired was the battleship. After repairing the battleship, he quickly told Lin Moyu to get out. As for the Lizard God War Palace, he would slowly cultivate and study it. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. How could he not guess what Yen Lao was thinking? Yen Lao's performance was too obvious, like a child who got a gift, and his eagerness was too obvious. Lin Moyu naturally didn't say anything, his mind sank into his soul. The soul is still drawing the world-burning talisman. The world-burning talisman appears again and again, and collapses, and disappears again and again. In these days, I don't know how many times I have drawn the world-burning talisman, tens of thousands of times. But never once was it successful, every time it was done there were flaws. It obviously looks exactly the same, but there is something wrong. Even Lin Moyu is so patient, but he is a little anxious at the moment. What's the problem? Lin Moyu thought in his mind. He felt that it was not that he drew it wrong, but that he failed to grasp some key points. According to what the mysterious master said, after the world-burning talisman is successfully drawn, it can be turned into a world-burning fire seed, which is born to refine the world. Lin Moyu was very sure that he had drawn the world-burning talisman perfectly, but he just couldn't succeed. What's the difference? Lin Moyu started from the beginning of drawing the runes and investigated them bit by bit. There is no problem with soul power. There's nothing wrong with the technique. Could it be that this rune cannot be drawn in the soul world? Lin Moyu's heart moved, he raised one hand and began to draw the world-burning talisman in reality. The soul power flows into the fingers, using the fingers as a pen and the soul as ink. A world-burning talisman appears seconds later. The world-burning talisman is perfect and looks indescribably beautiful. It looks like a ball of flame from a distance, beating continuously along with space and time. But the next second, the world-burning talisman burned automatically and the flame went out. It failed again. What is missing? Lin Moyu fell into deep thought. Ever since he started learning runes, no runes have been able to stump him. Even if it's an ancient talisman, I can't learn to draw it just because I'm not advanced enough. As long as the realm is reached, the ancient talisman cannot stop him. But the world-burning talisman really stumped me. This rune doesn't seem to be very difficult, much simpler than gut. But Lin Moyu couldn't draw it successfully. The problem is not with the drawing process, nor with the soul power, nor with the real world of the soul world. So what's the problem? A strange aura rose up from Lin Moyu's body, his luck soared, white mist lingered above his head, and bursts of dragon roars could be heard. Raising his luck to the highest level, Lin Moyu drew the world-burning talisman again. In desperation, Lin Moyu decided to use luck to try to find out the problem. The world-burning talisman was drawn in the soul's hand, and then after 3 seconds, it self-destructed again. Lin Moyu's soul slowly spoke, "It seems that something is different. It lasted 1 second before, this time it lasted 3 seconds. Is it because of luck?" Lin Moyu thought, and he seemed to have grasped something. Then he drew moves several times, although they all ended in failure, but the world-burning talisman can exist for the main second every time. An improvement compared to before. Lin Moyu gradually found the clues, and then like lightning flashed across his soul, he finally understood. The world-burning talisman is not a pure rune, it requires a strong external calendar. There are many kinds of external forces. One is soul power, which is the fundamental power to draw the world-burning talisman. The second external force is the power of the void. I don't have control over the power of the void, but I have the explosive luck technique. The explosive luck technique brings me a trace of the virtual power. The third kind of power is the power of reality. The world-burning talisman can turn into the world-burning fire seed, so he needs an introduction that can make him become the world-burning fire seed. Then use this. Lin Moyu's soul was blessed, and a ball of flame appeared in his soul's hand, a grey immortal flame. Compared to soul fire, Lin Moyu feels that immortal flame is more suitable. The soul power is injected into the immortal flame, the two powers merge with each other, and the world-burning talisman begins to be drawn again. The immortal flame serves as the real power, and luck serves as the imaginary power. The soul power serves as the leader, fusing the real and virtual forces together to form a special kind of power that Lin Moyu cannot describe. When the world-burning talisman began to be drawn, Lin Moyu felt the difference. This time, the world-burning talisman seems to have some kind of life experience. Lin Moyu felt that what he drew was not an ordinary rune, nor a basic rune, nor an advanced rune, nor an ancient rune. It seems to be another level of existence. This feeling is very magical. Even with Lin Moyu's experience, it still feels magical. When the world-burning talisman was drawn, he vaguely heard the heartbeat coming from Burning World. In the center of the world-burning talisman, there is a weak flame growing. Lin Moyu was so blessed that he raised his hand and pressed it on the center of the world-burning talisman, where the flames grew. Soul power is wrapped in immortal flames and illusory luck, and is continuously injected into it. The world-burning talisman began to burn, collapsing inwards and shrinking, while the flames in the center began to grow vigorously. It's done. Lin Moyu was a little excited. He watched with his own eyes all the world-burning talismans retracted into the flames, and then the flames bloomed with brilliance and stabilized completely. The world-burning fire has become burning 203 in the soul world. A ball of flame in Tian Tian is no bigger than a fist, but it contains the power to burn the world. Lin Moyu admired the mysterious master's methods extremely. Apart from admiration, there was also a hint of fear. The moment the world-burning fire was formed, Lin Moyu suddenly realized that every step he took seemed to be within the other party's calculations. The world-burning fire requires the power of Su, and the power of Su is beyond the reach of ordinary people. How did the mysterious master, who was separated by millions of years, be sure that he could contact the Emperor of Su's power? Did he even calculate that I got the explosive luck technique, or was he just taking a gamble? If you can even count the explosive luck technique, it would be too terrifying. Gamble, a million-year gamble, is there any chance of winning? Lin Moyu looked at the burning world fire seed and had various thoughts in his mind. His mood was very complicated for a while. The branches of the world tree hang down, injecting soul power into the world-burning fire. After the world-burning fire is formed, it needs to be continuously fed with soul power to make it grow, and eventually reach the point where it can burn the world. This kind of work does not require the soul to do it personally, Yggdrasil can do it for you. During this period of time, World Tree continued to absorb the power of world crystals, and seemed to have grown a bit. The flowers and fruits on the world tree have not changed much, and they still have a long time to mature. The growth of the world tree is very slow, but fortunately it is always growing and will mature sooner or later. Returning to consciousness, Lin Moyu's mouth showed a hint of joy. The world-burning talisman was drawn successfully, and he was in a very good mood. He looked at Yen Lao, who was busy. Every movement of Yen Lao was like art, full of the charm of Tao. The battleship was enlarged a bit and was not fully deployed. Yen Lao's laws are like needle and thread, repairing every gap in the battleship. This subtle technique can be compared with other races. Lin Moyu was fascinated by what he saw and felt that Yen Lao's weapon refining technique was similar to that of drawing runes. All laws return to synthesis, and all paths return to their source. Lin Moyu thought of the Great World runes. All the laws and thousands of avenues in the Great World are actually from the same origin and come from the Great World runes. There is an illusion growing. Lin Moyu feels that if he practices Yen Lao's weapon refining method, he can quickly get started and make rapid progress. Inexplicably, Lin Moyu seemed to be familiar with the art of weapon refining. Strange, it doesn't matter that I'm talented in runes, but am I also talented in the art of refining wealth? Lin Moyu thinks it's unlikely. Although it is said that all paths return to the source, at the beginning of cultivation, each path is different. This is like rivers, streams, and underground rivers, which may eventually merge into the sea. But in the process, they are all different. Even top geniuses are often good at only one kind of skill, not many. But Lin Moyu found that he didn't seem to be like this. He seemed to be very talented no matter which path he took. Lin Moyu thought that he had just arrived in the big world and personally refined a soul suit for himself. The soul clothing is very low level, but looking back now, it seems that it didn't take much effort to refine this soul clothing. Other weapon refiners will experience failure again and again at the beginning of their studies. But I have never experienced any failure. As for elixir refining, Lin Moyu has never formally refined elixirs, but Lin Moyu has read a lot of information about elixirs and doesn't think it is difficult. Lin Moyu couldn't help but look weird. He seemed a little abnormal. "Boy Lin, what are you thinking about?" Yen Lao's voice exploded in his ears, and at the same time there was a blazing high temperature hitting his face. Yen Hua's whole body was shrouded in flames. She had just finished refining the weapon, and even the fire had not dissipated. Her words were like an explosion. Lin Moyu concentrated his mind and smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just think that Yen Lao's weapon refining techniques are very exquisite, and this junior is a little fascinated by it." Mr. Yen showed an expression that said, "I believe you are a ghost. Stop flattering me, I won't do this. This is your battleship. Next, I will concentrate on studying the Lizard God War Palace. Please don't disturb me, I will tell you when I have thoroughly researched it. Don't worry, I won't take anything from you and not return it." Yen Lao spoke hurriedly, blocking Lin Moyu's words, and at the same time he also meant to drive people away. Lin Moyu immediately understood the meaning of Yen Lao's words, and put away the repaired warship. "Then I won't disturb Lao Yen. Lao Yen will study slowly, and I will not be in a hurry." Lin Moyu turned around and left without showing any nostalgia at all. He is indeed not in a hurry. The Lizard God War Palace has lost most of its functions, and its combat capabilities have been greatly weakened. Now it is equivalent to half a step to the other side. For Lin Moyu, whether there is a Lizard God War Palace or not has little impact on his strength. Not long after Lin Moyu left, he saw a ball of flame rising into the sky and covering less than half of the weapon refining area. The flames sealed off the area where Yen Lao was, and no one was allowed to enter. Yen Lao began to retreat to study the Lizard God War Palace. Lin Moyu hopes that Yen Lao can research something, preferably by using the Lizard God War Palace to build a world of rules in one fell swoop and step into the Holy Master. In this way, the human race will have a master of weapon refining in the Holy Realm. Having one more Holy Lord is a great thing for the human race. No one can say what the future will bring. According to Tian Xingzuan's fugue, the big world is currently very close to another world, and we might encounter it one day. If the opponent is strong, the world will be in great trouble. In this case, one's own strength becomes particularly important. What's more, the human race will have to fight against various races and eradicate the alien races one by one, which requires strength. Lin Moyu did not stay. He also left the Divine City, took out the newly repaired battleship, and disappeared into the starry sky in an instant. The battleship entered deep space and flew towards its destination. Lin Moyu is going to get the third inheritance left by the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. The inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan is scattered all over the place, one after another. Only after completing the previous one can you get the information for the next one. For Holy Talisman Tianzuan, this is also a test. If you fail, you will not be eligible to receive his inheritance. The third inheritance position is located between the primary area and the peripheral area. He was able to reach the space cave so quickly before because he was rushing to the outer area at that time and the distance was relatively close. This time, no one should bother me. Lin Moyu once again sank his consciousness into his soul and began to receive the inheritance of the Starlight Supreme again. He had been disturbed time and time again before, and later because of the affairs of the Starfire clan, the Bronze Lizard clan, and the appearance of the world-burning talisman. Lin Moyu has never had time to study inheritance properly, but now he finally has some time. Pieces of inherited information came over, and Lin Moyu quickly accepted and digested it, transforming it into his own understanding. Each law is profound and profound, has infinite mysteries, and can undergo various evolutions. The same is true for the Starlight Law as a law in the second echelon. However, this Starlight Supreme inheritance is not that complicated. He simplifies the complex, integrates the laws, and condenses the thousands of changes in the laws. In the end, among all his inheritance, there were only 3 functions of the Starlight Law. The first is attack, using the Starlight Law to attack the enemy. This is also the most common ability of various laws. The attack power of the Starlight Law is not powerful, but its advantage is that it consumes very little and is ever-changing. However, this Supreme Master integrated the attack methods of the Starlight Law together and finally formed a spell. The technique is called Changhe Fall, and the way it is performed is extremely astonishing. It turns the Starlight Law galaxy into a weapon and directly smashes it against the enemy. Make full use of the power of the Law galaxy to explode with amazing attack power. The second type is defense. The Starlight Law has no advantage in defense. However, the Supreme Lord also uses the Law Galaxy to turn the Law Galaxy into a world to cover itself, which can gain strong defensive power. Whether it is offense or defense, it shows the power of this Supreme Being. But what Lin Moyu likes the most is the third method, which is called the Starlight Refining Method in the Inheritance. Using the Starlight Law to condense starlight into stars, and place stars into the World of Rules can help the World of Rules become stronger. Especially in the Other Side realm, in the early stage of condensing the World of Rules. Using Starlight Refining, a more powerful World of Rules can be created. The Rules world is divided into 3 levels: Garbage, Ordinary, and Perfect. Using the Starlight Refining technique, we can at least bring the World of Rules to an ordinary level without turning it into garbage. It is possible to enter the Supreme Realm in the world of ordinary levels of rules. In terms of offense and defense, Lin Moyu doesn't pay much attention to it. Starlight Refining is exactly what Lin Moyu wants. After accepting the inheritance, Lin Moyu couldn't wait to try the Starlight Refining method. The sooner you start Starlight Refining, the better. Now that your World of Rules has just begun to take shape, if you can get the help of Starlight Refining, it will be of great benefit in the future. Coupled with the existence of world crystals, Lin Moyu is a little more confident in building a world of perfect rules. In the words of the mysterious master, building a world of perfect rules is the most important thing. The reason why I left the Xingho clan at that time was to crystallize the world for me and help me build a world of perfect rules. But with world crystallization, it is not necessarily possible to build a world of perfect rules. Lin Moyu was only less than 50% sure. Now that he has Starlight Refining Hua, his confidence has increased by 10% to at least 60%. This certainty is not small. After all, in the world of perfect rules, even in ancient times, there are only a handful of them. That is the mark of the strongest supreme, and also a stepping stone to the heavenly supreme. Thousands of stars gathered from all directions, and Lin Moyu's body began to shine with a hazy light. Lin Moyu floated up automatically, and a surging river appeared under his feet. Countless starlight passed through Lin Moyu's body and flowed into the Starlight Law Galaxy. These starlights are condensed in the galaxy of laws, becoming more pure, refining all impurities, and finally enter the soul, and are condensed into a small star in the soul world. Use yourself as the medium and rely on the power of the Starlight Law to gather the stars. This is the starlight refining technique created by the Supreme Being. Time passed day by day, and 10 days later, a small star composed entirely of starlight was already shining in the soul world. The starlight slowly flew up and flew deep into the soul world, where it shone brightly. In the soul world, there are originally many magical white stars. And now, there is another much smaller star. The magic white star is like a star, and this star is like a planet, and the two complement each other. The soul world seems to have a little more vitality. Starlight fell, and Lin Moyu felt that his soul world was slightly strengthened. It really works. Lin Moyu sensed this change keenly. The effect of a star is not too strong, but it is good if it has an effect. In the starlight refining method, one star is indeed nothing. 100 stars can basically guarantee that the rules world constructed will not become the worst garbage. If there could be thousands, tens of thousands, or even billions of stars like this. Lin Moyu feels that his world is perfect and there are no problems. Thank you. Lin Moyu said softly. The Supreme Being has no name, and the name of this Supreme Being is never mentioned in the inheritance from beginning to end. But Lin Moyu has been left a legacy, and the least he can do is say thank you. While thanking this Supreme Being, Lin Moyu also thanked the standing holy talisman Tianzuan. Without him, he would not have received this inheritance. No matter who it is, Lin Moyu will remember it as long as he is kind to himself. At this moment, the battleship had stopped long ago and escaped from deep space. Without Lin Moyu's control, the battleship is flying aimlessly in the starry sky. We had arrived near our destination a few days ago, but now we were flying a little further. Lin Moyu left the battleship and walked forward in the starry sky based on the laws of the galaxy. He multitasked and continued to use the starlight refining technique to condense the stars. The first time it took 10 days, but Lin Moyu knew that as his proficiency increased, the time to condense the stars could be shortened. After being completely skilled, one can even condense 2 or even several stars at once. Lin Moyu walked towards the third inheritance place, his figure kept flashing in the starry sky, each step was 30 million kilometers. The Starlight Law Galaxy under your feet always exists, and the starlight refining method never stops for a moment. Multitasking is too easy for Lin Moyu and has almost no impact. While moving forward, Lin Moyu began to check relevant information. At this moment, he began to focus on 3 tasks, and there was still no pressure at all. Special Secret Realm, Wooden Mysterious Realm. The Secret Realm is opened every 100 years, and there are still 3 years until the next opening. Information related to the Secret Realm was written down one by Lin Moyu. After reading the information on the Human Emperor Network, I started to call the information in the Secret Realm Strategy Group. This has become Lin Moyu's habit. Before entering the Secret Realm, he must first read the information thoroughly and be aware of it. This time the Secret Realm is somewhat special. Although it is located in the peripheral area, the difficulty is far higher than that of the Secret Realm in the peripheral area. Moreover, the level limit is also above the Divine Realm. It can be said that outside of high-level areas, there are very few high-difficulty secret realms like this. Every time the Secret Realm is opened, a large number of people come in from other areas. Between the peripheral area and the primary area, a huge vortex is slowly rotating. It rotates very slowly, but its momentum is not small. Every rotation is accompanied by a huge roar, and at the same time there will be huge energy fluctuations. A lot of energy in the starry sky was absorbed by it. Outside it, cultivators have already arrived. The Wood Mystery Realm opens every 100 years, and its entrance will appear in the starry sky 3 years before it opens. Whenever the entrance appears, many gods from various areas of the city will come and gather together. They want to enter the mysterious realm of wood and look for opportunities. In the Divine City, most of the secret realms exist to train cultivators, but when they reach the Divine Realm, they no longer need to exercise. During the thousands of years of cultivation, most of what should be experienced have been experienced, and many gods have gone to outer battlefields or taken risks outside the star field, and have very rich experience. For the deity, what is more important is opportunity. This is the case in the Xuanqing secret realm, where those gods who practice the starlight law can obtain the materials needed for cultivation and improve their realm. The same is true for the Wood Mystery Realm. In the Wood Mystery Realm, you can get the Wood God Flower. The Wood God Flower can enhance the realm of the soul. For the god, the realm of the soul is naturally the top priority. At this time, when physical cultivation is weak, all ways to improve the realm of the soul are the best treasures. Therefore, every time the Mu Mysterious Realm opens, it will attract the great god. Moreover, the Mu Mystic Realm is extremely special, and the number of people who can enter it each time it is opened is limited. Once it is full, latecomers will not be able to enter and will need to queue up for the next round, which lasts for 100 years. For the sake of fairness, every time 3 years before the secret realm opens, the god who wants to enter the secret realm will come here and start a competition to finally decide who can enter. Over the years, the competition has formed a mature set of rules, and the entire process is managed by Renhuang Network and is very fair. After checking the information about Mu Mystic Realm, Lin Moyu had a strange look in his eyes. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels of difficulty, corresponding to the low, middle, and high levels in the God Lord. The price of Wood God flowers in each difficulty level is also different. They are also low, medium, and high level. Thousands of people can enter each difficulty level, and unlike other secret realms, thousands of people can meet each other in the same secret realm. This kind of rules, how are they similar to dungeons? Lin Moyu thought of the dungeons in the small world, which were divided into difficulty levels such as normal, hard, and hell. Different levels of difficulty will give different levels of rewards. The Wooden Mystery Realm seems to have many similarities with the dungeon. Lin Moyu doesn't know much more information than those gods. He knew that the Wood Mystic Realm also evolved from a core rune of the ancient warrior, and that the holy talisman Tianzuan also specially changed this rune. The rules of the secret realm were also formulated by holy talisman Tianzuan himself. Holy talisman Tianzuan changed the runes to formulate the rules of the secret realm, and left a part of his inheritance inside, waiting for others to obtain it. However, no one else knows how to obtain this inheritance, but Lin Moyu knows it. But the rules are unified. Over the years, if someone accidentally breaks the rules, they have been passed down. Lin Moyu analyzed it and felt that although this possibility is unlikely, it is not impossible. It can be seen that the arrangement of the holy talisman Tianzuan is still slightly inferior to that of the mysterious master. Lin Moyu came to the vicinity of the Mu Mysterious Realm and saw the secret realm from a distance. At the same time, he also sensed powerful auras. In the starry sky, the Sun constellation formation has been completed. These formations enclose a large swath of starry sky, forming an arena-like place that is managed uniformly by the Human Emperor Network. Gods who want to enter the secret realm will compete here, and only the winner can enter. Lin Moyu arrived silently. He was very low-key and did not say hello to any of the gods. But it still attracted the attention of many gods, mainly because he was too famous and because of his strange, current state. Lin Moyu stepped down a law galaxy, looking a bit like flying with a sword. Others have the laws of the galaxy on their heads, but there is no one like Lin Moyu who has the laws of the galaxy under his feet. It's Lin Moyu, how can he step on the law galaxy? I didn't expect him to come to Mu Mystic Realm. Unfortunately, Mu Mystic Realm has strict restrictions on realms. Yes, although he has amazing combat power, according to the rules, he can only enter the low-level difficulty. Actually, he shouldn't come. The Mu Mystic Realm is of little use to him. Even if he wants to come, he has to wait until he becomes a high-level god. Yes, if he reaches a high-level god, it is possible to clear the secret realm and obtain the Wood God Flower King. In the mysterious realm of wood, there is a supreme flower called the Wood God Flower King. The Wood God Cow will appear in high-level difficulty, but no one can get it. It is said that you can only get it after clearing the secret realm. In the eyes of these gods, although Lin Moyu is very strong, he is limited by his realm and cannot truly clear the secret realm and obtain the Wood God Cow. But the appearance of Lin Moyu also changed the number of people in the low-level difficulty, from 1,000 to 999. After all, Lin Moyu can even clear high-level secret realms, so there is no doubt about his combat power. Everyone was talking about Lin Moyu, and at the same time, some people were saying hello to Lin Moyu. Most deities have good intentions toward influential figures like Lin Moyu. Mr. Lin. A familiar voice came. Lin Moyu looked over and saw Yu Qingfeng and several other Yu family members. These people have all fought side by side with him in the Dark Void, and they can be regarded as comrades in arms. Lin Moyu smiled and said hello, Senior Yu is here too. Yu Qingfeng came over on his own initiative, come here and try your luck, but it's hard to say whether you can get in. The Yuqing Wind God is at the 8th level, and his strength is not bad, but there are many high-level gods here, and there are still people coming, so he can't guarantee that he can get in. Lin Moyu felt the aura of Yu Qingfeng. Senior Yu seems to be not far from a breakthrough. Yu Qingfeng said, it's really only a little bit close. As long as we can get in this time and get a Wood God Flower, we can break through. If there were no Mu Shenhua, it would be enough to go into seclusion for decades. Yuqing has an elegant temperament and looks like a scholar when he is not using his hands. He didn't speak hastily or slowly. He sounded very calm and not in a hurry. It would be best if you can get in, but it doesn't matter if you can't. But the several 3.7 Yuja gods who were with him were obviously more urgent. They all wanted to enter the secret realm and obtain the Wood God Flower. Yu Qingfeng said, Mr. Lin's visit this time is unexpected. With Mr. Lin's level, the Wood God Flower should be useless to Mr. Lin. Yu Qingfeng probably knew something about Lin Moyu, and knew that Lin Moyu's soul state was unusually high, so he asked this question. Lin Moyu smiled and said, I'm not here just for the wooden flower. Yu Qingfeng was a little surprised and asked, doubtfully, could it be that your target is the Wood God Cow? Lin Moyu smiled and did not answer. It's hard to say whether Wood God King Flower is useful to me. But the goal of my trip is indeed not the Wood God Flower, but something hidden in the deepest part of the secret realm, which is far more precious than the Wood God Flower. Yu Qingfeng did not ask further questions, but instead said that the competition will not start until one more time. Lin Moyu glanced towards the distance, then winked at Yu Qingfeng, follow me. Lin Moyu flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. Yu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, follow me. The several members of the Yu family who were with him all followed him immediately and followed him. The vortex at the entrance to the secret realm is extremely huge, like a star, slowly rotating in the starry sky. Every turn can absorb huge amounts of force. Lin Moyu came to a stop 100,000 meters away from the entrance of the secret realm. He could no longer get closer. Before the secret realm opens, you can only come here. If you continue to get closer, you will be blocked by the power of the secret realm. Some people have tried to break in, but all ended in failure without exception. Lin Moyu naturally knew that it would be impossible to successfully break in. Those were the rules set by the Holy Talisman. Let alone the Divine Lord, even if the Holy Lord came, there would be nothing he could do. There is a layer of supreme between Tianzuan and Xingzuan, and the difference in strength between the two is incalculable. Tianzuan's little trick is an unsolvable problem for Holy Zun. The 7 Yu Qingfeng people followed Lin Moyu without saying anything. They didn't know what Lin Moyu was going to do, but they also knew that Lin Moyu was full of mystery and his various methods were very magical. Yu Qingfeng had some vague guesses in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal surprise. Could it be that, sir, there is a way? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. I will send you in 04. As he spoke, he tapped his fingers and drew the runes on the spot. Since Holy Talisman Tianzuan specified that he should come to Mu Mysterious Realm, he would not let Lin Moyu wait for hundreds of years. No matter what state the secret realm is in, even if it is not revealed, Xingzai Tianzuan has a way to let Lin Moyu enter. Now there are still 3 years until the secret realm opens, and the secret realm has been revealed, so it becomes easier. Lin Moyu followed the method left by the Holy Talisman Tianzuan and drew a rune that looked extremely complicated. The rune sparkled in Lin Moyu's hands and looked beautiful. Yu Qingfeng exclaimed, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a talisman master. Lin Moyu said, just doing some random research. Yu Qingfeng said, Mr. Lin is being humble. The runes are profound and profound. Although Qingfeng doesn't understand them, he has also had contact with the runes masters. Those runes masters are not as good as Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu's technique of drawing runes is indeed beyond the comparison of ordinary spell masters. That kind of naturalness can be felt completely by Yu Qingfeng. Lin Moyu activated the rune, and the rune immediately shot out a white light that passed through a distance of 100,000 meters and reflected on the secret vortex. The secret vortex made a roar, and its rotation speed suddenly accelerated a lot. The white light of the runes turned into a passage, and Lin Moyu said, go in. Without any hesitation, Yu Qingfeng waved his hand, definitely. The 6 people behind him immediately flew into the passage, and at the same time Yu Qingfeng handed over to Lin Moyu, thank you Mr. Lin. Although he was the leader of the 7, he was the last to enter. Lin Moyu also entered the passage. After he entered, the passage also closed and disappeared. This action attracted the attention of the gods in the distance. How could they get past it? The secret realm has been opened in advance? Impossible. How can it be opened in advance? The Mu Mysterious Realm has been there for many years and it has never changed. Some people didn't believe it and immediately flew to the secret realm, only to be stopped by an invisible force 100,000 meters away. They could see that Lin Moyu and others had arrived in front of the secret realm, but they were blocked outside. A group of gods looked puzzled and couldn't understand. It should be Lin Moyu. I just saw him draw a rune. He used the rune to open the passage. I didn't expect that Lin Moyu is actually a talisman master, but it's not surprising when you think about it. The secret realm is originally related to runes, and talisman masters will have a certain advantage. It seems that his ability to pass the secret realm is also related to his identity as a talisman master. I don't think it matters much. There are many talisman masters, and I haven't seen anyone clearing the secret realm easily. There was a talisman master among the deities present. The talisman master's eyes flickered and he whispered, he is different from other talisman masters. Some people wonder, what's the difference? He is the honorary president of our Talisman Master Association, and he has been kind to us. All of us must respectfully call him Master Lin. As soon as these words came out, all the gods present were in an uproar. It is not surprising that Lin Moyu is a talisman master. Many gods have other identities. There were weapon refiners, alchemy masters, and formation masters present. However, Lin Moyu is not only a talisman master, but also the honorary president of the Talisman Masters Association. He has a great kindness to the talisman masters and is respectfully called Master Lin by the talisman masters. In this way, the meaning is completely different, indicating that Lin Moyu has reached the pinnacle of this journey. It is incredible to think that a cultivator of the 2nd level of the Divine Lord can reach the pinnacle of runes. Many people don't believe it, but they have to believe it. The fact is that Lin Moyu used runes to clear the way and came directly to the entrance of the secret realm. He did not have to wait for the secret realm to open like them, nor did he need to wait for the competition to be selected. There are 7 people from Yu Qingfeng, plus 1 person from Lin Moyu, for a total of 8 people. Now among the 7 people in Yu Qingfeng, 3 were shrouded in dim light and disappeared into the secret realm. Then 3 more people were similarly shrouded in light and entered the secret realm. Then they saw Yu Qingfeng bowing to Lin Moyu, and he was enveloped in a faint light and entered the secret realm. Lin Moyu was the last one to enter. After he entered, the secret realm returned to its normal state, still rotating slowly. Watching them enter with my own eyes, someone suddenly said, "Do you think Lin Moyu will clear the secret realm again this time? It's difficult. His level is too low. He can only enter the low-level difficulty, and it's impossible to pass the level." I don't think it's possible, but he is Lin Moyu, it feels a bit hard to say. If he passes the level and the secret realm disappears, the wood god flower will also be gone. That doesn't matter. It only means that Mu Shenhua has no fate with us. I'm a bit conflicted, just let it go. Some people hope that Lin Moyu can pass the level, but some people don't hope because they will lose Mu Shenhua. Everyone has their own ideas, but it has nothing to do with Lin Moyu. In the secret place, birds are singing and flowers are fragrant. Lin Moyu is in the dense forest, looking at the warm sun above his head. The warm sunlight falls from the interlaced leaves, forming strips of light, which is very beautiful. Because the secret realm has not been officially opened, the Human Emperor Network has not released corresponding tasks. Lin Moyu sent out the skeleton general as usual and began to explore the secret realm. He really wants to clear the level. To obtain the core runes, he must clear the secret meaning. At the same time, he also wanted to obtain the third inheritance left by the holy talisman Tianzuan. The first inheritance was given to an ancient box, and I didn't know what was inside. The second inheritance gave me the inheritance talisman and a core rune, as well as the inheritance of the Starlight Law, which is of great use to me. The third inheritance, I don't know what it will be. The Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's method of cultivating successors is somewhat similar to that of the Starry Sky Celestial clan. We are both Heavenly Lords, so we should be acquaintances. The roar of wild beasts came from the dense forest, and the ground began to shake. The skeleton god general encountered the enemy, and the two sides started fighting. Lin Moyu came to the fighting site in 2 or 3 steps. When he arrived, the battle was over. In the dense forest, a big tree has fallen, and there are 2 wild beasts beside the big tree. Whether it is a big tree or a wild beast, they are all transformed by runes and belong to the rune beasts, plant-type rune beasts. They did not turn into runes immediately after death, but it took a minute for them to turn into runes and dissipate. Then another skeleton god general encountered the enemy, and the battle started suddenly and ended quickly. There are a lot of rune beasts in the dense forest, and the battles are ongoing. Lin Moyu was thinking about the specific rules of Mu Mystic Realm. The Mu Mystic Realm is extremely special and can accommodate thousands of people at the same difficulty level. And these thousands of people all have the opportunity to meet each other. However, the encounter is not something you can encounter at the beginning, but you need to deal with your own great god first. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the entire secret realm is divided into countless independent areas on the same difficulty level. Everyone who just comes in is in their own area. At that time, they will not meet each other. Then they need to find the wood god flower in their own block. After killing the rune beast guarding the wood god flower and getting the wood god flower, you can lead to another area. At that time, you may meet other practitioners. In the same area, there are several sleeping god flowers, depending on how many people there are. Similarly, as the number of people increases, the difficulty will also increase. When 2 people meet, the difficulty will increase approximately 3 times, and both parties need to cooperate to have a higher probability of passing. The disadvantage is the increased difficulty, but the advantage is that the level of the great god flower will increase. There was once a low-level area where 4 people met together, and the difficulty increased 6 to 7 times. There are also 4 wood god flowers, but the level of each wood god flower has reached the middle level. Fortunately, there is no danger in this secret realm. If you find yourself defeated, you can leave by using the escape talisman. The current highest record in the secret realm, in the low-level difficulty, is a 3rd-level god who obtained 5 low-level wooden gods. In the intermediate difficulty, there is a 6th level god who obtains 4 intermediate level wooden flowers. In the high level difficulty, a peak god obtained 4 high level divine flowers. According to the information left by the holy talisman Tianzuan, if Lin Moyu wants to obtain the inheritance, he needs to clear the level 10 times in a row, and 10 times in high level difficulty, and obtain 10 high level wooden flowers. But Lin Moyu is currently at the 2nd level of the Divine Lord, and he has entered the low-level difficulty. There are also corresponding rules for the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. Lin Moyu can first obtain 10 low-level wood god's flowers, and then he can overcome the difficulty and enter the intermediate level. Then get 10 more mid-level wood god flowers to be able to enter the high level. Lin Moyu thought about all the details and said to himself, as expected of a talisman master, what he thinks about is complicated. Are you trying to highlight yourself by making the secret realm so complicated? Lin Moyu was a little speechless with Xingfu Tianzuan, but the rules were like this, so he could only abide by them. If you have the opportunity to meet the holy talisman goddess in the future, you must ask carefully, is this fun? Of course, the premise is that holy talisman Tianzuan is still alive and has not been blocked. The secret realm is very large, each area is very large, with a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. The wood god flower itself is extremely small. It is said that it is only the size of a fist. If it is buried in the grass, it is easily missed. Looking for the wood god flower in the secret realm is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if it is a god, it will take a lot of time. The skeleton god general searched for a while and reached the edge of the secret realm, but did not find it. Lin Moyu ordered them to conduct a carpet search. Lin Moyu thought about whether to use explosive luck and choose any direction, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If possible, he didn't want to rely too much on explosive luck. The runes all have their own laws of operation. Even the holy talisman Heavenly Lord cannot completely violate the laws. His rules can change the rules to a certain extent, but here, there is no need to do so. The rules of runes. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and discovered something unusual. After the talisman beasts died, their bodies seemed to be pointing in the same direction. Whether it is a plant-type rune beast or an animal-type rune beast, as long as they are killed, they all point in the same direction. Lin Moyu immediately knew where he should go. The skeleton god will be one step faster than him, moving in the direction pointed by the corpse. I encountered many rune beasts on the way. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, the direction pointed by a rune beast after its death suddenly changed and turned into the opposite direction. Going too far. Lin Moyu immediately realized that he had gone too far and started to turn back again. At the same time, the skeleton god will find and kill the rune beast nearby, and draw a straight line in his mind based on the direction the rune beast pointed after it died. Where the straight lines intersect is where the wood god flower is located. It was a boulder half a meter high, surrounded by grass. Under the boulder, there is a depression without a starting point, and the wood god flower is inside. Only half a hand high, the small Kikama sacred flower was hidden under a stone and blocked by grass. It was normal for the skeleton god general not to notice it. Lin Moyu reached out and picked the wood god flower. As for its guardian talisman beast, it had just been killed by the skeleton god general. Lin Moyu couldn't tell which one it was. Anyway, he fought all the way here, killing everyone he saw, and didn't bother to care who was who. The wood god flower has only 3 petals, which are all white and exude a light fragrance, which smells very good. Just smelling the fragrance of flowers makes Lin Moyu feel comfortable in his soul. But Lin Moyu felt strange again. This wood god flower seemed to have been seen somewhere before, and it looked very familiar. Suddenly he thought that he had seen it somewhere, in his own soul world. On the branches of the world tree, spiritual flowers are budding, and the wood god flowers are exactly the same as the spiritual flowers. How could this happen? Lin Moyu was surprised and a little confused. He knew that the origin of the wood god flower must have been created by the holy talisman Heavenly Lord. Even Tianzuan can create life, and it is normal to create some flowers and plants. But why are the wood god flower and the spirit flower exactly the same? Is it a coincidence? Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out for a while. It is estimated that only the holy talisman Tianzuan can answer this kind of question. He put away the wood god flower and quieted Wang Miao. Where the wood god flower was originally planted, a stream of light flew out, forming a portal in the sky. Lin Moyu enters the portal directly and heads to another area. He can move here without any scruples, and he won't run into anyone else anyway. With this first experience, Lin Moyu then became familiar with searching for Mishenhua. You don't even need the skeleton god to explore the map everywhere, you just need to kill the rune beasts and move forward in the direction pointed by the rune beasts. In the primary secret realm, the strength of the talisman beast is no better than that of the gods of the first to third levels. For Lin Moyu, it is a one-sided crushing. The skeleton god general can kill dozens or hundreds with just one strike. Soon, the second flower, the third flower. Land. One after another, the wood god flower was found, and the so-called guardian talisman beast, which was a little stronger than the ordinary talisman beast, was still killed by the skeleton god general. In just half a day, Lin Moyu had collected 10 wooden flowers. However, after receiving the 10 wood god flowers, there was no movement at all. The secret realm was peaceful and quiet, and there was no entrance to the next area. Didn't you say that Tian Duo Shenhua can overcome the difficulty? Lin Moyu was a little strange. After thinking about it, he took out all 10 wood god flowers. 10 wood god flowers automatically flowed in the air, exuding a refreshing floral fragrance. The fragrance of the flowers gradually became stronger as one, and the 10 wood god flowers began to move closer to each other with the fragrance as a link. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, so that's it, holy talisman Tianzuan has so many tricks. 10 wood god flowers merged together and turned into a brand new wood god flower. The size has expanded by about 50% compared to before, and the petals have changed from 3 to 6. The color also becomes more crystal clear and full of texture. The 6 petals represent that it has transformed from a low-level wood god flower into a mid-level wood god flower, and its effect has become stronger. Lin Moyu felt more and more similar to the spiritual flower on the world tree. There are countless spiritual flowers on the world tree, and among them there are several spiritual flowers that grow slightly faster, and the prototypes can already be seen, and they are indeed almost the same as the wood god flower. After the wood god flowers merged, the fragrance of the flowers became stronger, and then a ray of light shot out from the flowers. A portal appeared in the sky. The portal was transparent, showing another world. Lin Moyu flew into the portal holding the wood god flower, crossing the difficulty level and entering the intermediate difficulty level. Since the emergence of Mu Mystic Realm, no one has ever accomplished the feat of crossing the difficulty level. As the level of cultivation increases, it becomes more and more difficult to fight across levels. It is difficult for some gods who have reached the 3rd level to challenge the 4th level gods, let alone fight against the 5th level gods. Lin Moyu is an outlier among outliers. When the 10th wood god flower is obtained, the strength of the rune beast has been increased to the 5th level of the god. Moreover, there were so many rune beasts in that area that it was difficult for ordinary gods to move forward. Therefore, it is almost impossible to obtain 10 wood god flowers. From this point of view, holy talisman Tianzuan has extremely high requirements for his inheritors, and ordinary people are simply not in his eyes. The picture in front of me changes, and the sound of rushing water reaches my ears. Lin Moyu saw a waterfall. The waterfall was more than 10,000 meters high. It was very spectacular. The turbulent water flowed down from the air and caused thousands of waves. Lin Moyu looked along the water flow. The water branched not far away, split into 3, and flowed to different areas. There are high mountains on both sides, which seem to connect heaven and earth without end. This is a canyon. Lin Moyu looked at the surrounding environment and knew that he was in a canyon. The canyon is very large and also densely forested. A skeleton god general flew upwards. After flying 1,000 meters, it hit an invisible high wall and was unable to continue flying upwards. At the top, this secret realm limits the flight height. An altitude of 1,000 meters is not enough to fly above the canyon to view the terrain. Lin Moyu still chose to use local methods and used the skeleton god general to explore the path. I wonder if the way the rune beast guides the way has changed. I think it must have changed. With the temperament of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, the same method will definitely not be used twice. The skeleton god will soon encounter rune beasts. Among the mid-level difficulty rune beasts, the weakest ones are all 4th level gods. If the number is large enough, it can give the gods, Ebe, a headache. But when they meet Lin Moyu, they can only be considered unlucky. Under the sword of the skeleton god general, the rune beasts were killed one after another. The rune beast after death turned into runes and dissipated in an instant, leaving no body at all. Lin Moyu saw this scene and said to himself, I knew it would be like this. Just as he guessed, the previous method was useless, and he had to find the wood god flower through other methods. Other gods rely on luck, but Lin Moyu is not like that. He knew that there must be a way to quickly locate the wood god flower, and he preferred to find the right method. This process is actually a process that tests your own observation skills. If you look for it by accident and luck, no matter how bad it is, there will be something wrong. Holy Talisman Tianzuan has a weird temper. If he messes up, God knows if there will be some backup plan waiting for him. Lin Moyu felt that since the Holy Talisman Tianzuan made such a setting, there must be a purpose. The skeleton god will open the way ahead, and Lin Moyu walks along the waterway while thinking about the solution. He observed various things around him, such as grass, leaves, and the direction of rocks, all of which were examples of his observation. No similarities can be found in these things. This time, Holy Talisman Tianzuan made the clues more hidden, making them difficult to discover. Soon we came to the fork of the waterway. The waterway was divided into 3, and the canyon was also divided into 3. Lin Moyu now needs to choose one of 3 and enter one of them. The 3 canyons look exactly the same, without any difference. Even if Lin Moyu opens the eyes of the soul, he can't find the difference. Without any clue, I finally chose the one in the middle. The skeleton god general divided his troops into 3 groups and entered 3 canyons, respectively. There are many rune beasts in the canyon, and the skeleton god will kill them all the way, and they will soon reach the end. Lin Moyu searched carefully and found nothing. In a blink of an eye, he saw the exit and opened it. The moment he left the canyon disappeared behind him. The sound of rushing water came to his ears, and Lin Moyu found that he was back at the edge of the waterfall, which was exactly the same as the waterfall he had just seen. He's actually back. Lin Moyu found himself back where he was, and starting from scratch again. In other words, his previous choice was wrong, so he walked through the canyon and returned to the original place. Do it again. Even the number and location of the talisman beasts did not change at all. It was still the same dish, the same taste, and the experience just now was repeated again. This time, Lin Moyu chose the canyon on the far left. The situation in the canyon is the same as before, without any changes. I quickly crossed the canyon and found no wood god flower. Lin Moyu appeared in front of the waterfall for the 3rd time and was speechless for a while. Come again. Lin Moyu did not believe in evil and started his 3rd trip to the canyon. In the same position and with the same number, the killed rune beasts appeared again and were killed again. Choose the canyon on the right and cross the canyon for the 3rd time. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu appeared in front of the waterfall again, but still did not find Mu Shenhua. 3 times of traveling ended in failure and they all returned to the original place. Lin Moyu did not move again, but thought about what happened before. 3 attempts to travel without results meant that he made the wrong choice each time. I chose the left, middle, and right options, which means that the correct path is different every time. No matter how many times he travels, the probability of each choice is 1/3. The probability of 1/3 is actually not low. Lin Moyu feels that depending on his luck, if it is really 1/3, he may be right. Being wrong 3 times made Lin Moyu realize that besides luck, there might be some other factors involved. Maybe Holy Talisman Tianzuan has some arrangements. As long as a certain condition is not met, no matter what choice you make, it will be wrong. The more Lin Moyu thought about it, the more it seemed possible. With the eccentric character of Saint Fu Tianzuan, it was not impossible to make such an arrangement. The condition for low-level difficulty is to find the wood god flower from the direction of the rune beast's corpse. The triggering condition should be to kill the rune beast. This condition is actually the same as none, so it can be obtained by luck. The conditions for the intermediate level difficulty are not yet known, but according to the information on the Human Emperor Network, those who obtained the wood god flower spent a lot of time. According to this reasoning, as long as I keep walking through the canyon, as long as the times are enough, or the time is up, I can also get the wood god flower. Time or frequency should also be one of the conditions. Lin Moyu thought about it and felt that it should be time. He travels very fast, and the time it takes for other gods to travel once is enough for him to travel several times. Therefore, the number of times cannot be used as a condition, but time can. But time is not the right condition. Lin Moyu feels that he should find the right method as soon as possible before the time condition is reached. He came to the mouth of the canyon again, looked at the 3 identical entrances, and fell into deep thought. The canyons and waterfalls are new, and the dense forest existed before, so the conditions should be above them. No, in addition to canyons and waterfalls, there is also water, and Lin Moyu realized that he had overlooked a detail. There are not only waterfalls and clear rivers, but also the gravel under the rivers. These stones are sharp on one side and rounded on the other. The sharp point is staring in one direction. Lin Moyu had ignored it before, thinking that it was normal for some stones to exist in the water. But now when I look more closely, I find something unusual. The directions of the stones are too uniform, and the water flow cannot be so regular. There is always some origin, and there will always be islands of error between the stones. Moreover, this is not the real world, but a world where runes have evolved. The stone should not have signs of wear and tear in the first place. Lin Moyu moved forward along the river and came to the fork of the canyon again. At this time, he discovered that after the river branched into the valley, the stones in the water disappeared. At this time, all the stones point to the canyon on the far right, uniformly. Lin Moyu believed in his own judgment and walked towards the canyon on the right. He walked slowly, paying attention to the stone. Just less than 3 meters away from the canyon on the right and about to enter, the direction pointed by the stone changed. The stone suddenly turned at the same time, pointing to the canyon in the middle. Sure enough, the correct path will indeed change. If you can't find the stone, you won't be able to choose the right one, just by luck. Only by waiting for the time and luck to get the wood god flower. Lin Moyu knew that he had finally solved this game. He walked toward the middle canyon, still focusing on the rocks. He wasn't sure if the stone would change again. Fortunately, nothing changed this time, and Lin Moyu walked into the canyon. There were no more stones to guide the way under the river in the canyon, so Lin Moyu still let the skeleton god general open the way and fight his way through. At the same time, he paid close attention to every detail in the canyon. The rune beasts and scenery in the canyon are exactly the same as before, with no changes. In fact, the scenery in the 3 canyons is exactly the same. Even the position of every blade of grass and the placement of every rock are exactly the same. All the way to the center of the canyon, a 6-petaled flower appeared on a huge gray stone. Lin Moyu remembered this gray stone, which had been found in the canyon 3 times before. Such a dazzling and unique stone, you will never forget it once you take a look at it. There was no wood god flower on this stone before, but this time there was it. That is, the sleeping god flower will only appear after you choose the right one. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry to get it. He didn't walk very fast this time, and the skeleton god general was only a short distance ahead. He didn't encounter the talisman beast guarding the wood god flower. Then let's see what the talisman beast that protects the wood god flower looks like. Lin Moyu approached the wood god flower. When he was still 5 meters away from the wood god flower, the river beside him exploded and water columns rose into the sky. At the same time, accompanied by the unique roar of snakes, a giant python with flashing runes all over its body rushed out of the river and came straight out of Lin Moyu. The aura of Mushinhua's guardian talisman beast is not weak, it has reached the 5th level of the god. It is much stronger than the talisman beasts killed along the way. Unfortunately, they were facing the skeleton god general. The skeleton god general raised his bone sword and wielded his sword energy. After the pure white sword energy passed, the guardian talisman beast disappeared into thin air. It seems that by the time I get the wood god flower for the 10th time, the talisman beast should be able to reach the high level of god. The talisman beast became stronger every time, but it was only a high-level god, and was not taken seriously by Lin Moyu. He took the wood god flower generously and then walked out of the canyon. See the familiar waterfalls, familiar rivers, and familiar stones again. Lin Moyu smiled, knowing that the same experience would happen again. Finding the right path is no longer a problem, the next step is to test the combat power. In the last few passes, it is necessary to achieve the strength to fight beyond the level, which is impossible for ordinary gods to do. Holy Talisman Tianzuan has set various thresholds to select successors, but in Lin Moyu's opinion, the difficulty this time is not as good as the Xuanqing secret realm. After tirelessly walking the same path and doing the same thing again and again, Lin Moyu obtained 9 intermediate-level wooden flowers. For 9 times, Lin Moyu didn't meet anyone else. According to the data, after each selection, it seems that it is still the same area, but in fact it has entered another area. The mid-level difficulty is the same as the low-level difficulty. It is also divided into countless areas, but each area is exactly the same. There were also people who met in the middle-level difficulty. After meeting, the difficulty of the secret realm would increase. However, there are only 7 people including Lin Moyu in the intermediate difficulty level of the secret realm, so the probability of meeting them is extremely low. By the 10th time, all the rune beasts in the secret realm had reached the peak of the 6th level of god, and their combat power was already comparable to that of the skeleton god general. But in terms of numbers, the skeleton god will completely crush them, and there is still no pressure. Based on this calculation, the combat power of Mushinhua's guardian talisman beast will break through the 6th level of a god and reach the level of a high-level god. Just as Lin Moyu expected in advance. Lin Moyu even judged the combat power of the rune beasts in the high-level difficulty through the difficulty here. He guessed that it would eventually reach the level of half a step to the other side. If you want to obtain the inheritance of the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, your realm cannot exceed the peak of the Godly Lord, and your true combat power cannot be less than half a step to the other side. No, it's not that it's not less than half a step to the other side, it's that it's better than half a step to the other side. It's very difficult. It seems that not many people in the human race can do it. Among the peak gods, there are very few people who can reach the combat power of half a step to the other side. Even the former Zhu Qiwu may not be able to achieve it. Zhu Qiwu once fought against Bamboo Bianbo. Although he defeated the opponent, he also paid the price. Facing half a step to the other side, Zhu Qiwu, who can save his life, is already a rare genius. The Tianzuan in ancient times had a really high vision. Ordinary people simply cannot penetrate their eyes. When we came to the wood god flower again, the river exploded with water splashing all over the sky, falling like raindrops. Having experienced the exact same situation 9 times, Lin Moyu is used to it. Amidst the roar of the rune beast, the undead dragon knight rushed out silently and surrounded it. Outside the secret realm, a deity from the Yu family suddenly appeared. Someone's out. His appearance attracted the attention of a group of people, and many people immediately gathered around to ask about the situation. The deity of the Yu family was generous and told his experience in the secret realm. His experience is similar to the information on the Human Emperor Network. He won 3 wooden flowers in total. Although he did not tie the record, it was still a good result. The gods in the city know about the Yu family and how huge it is, and behind the Yu family there is Mrs. Yu. So even the high-level gods were very polite to him. The main purpose of their inquiry is actually to see if they really went. Will it make any difference if I go in early? There seems to be no difference now, exactly the same as before. From this point of view, the truly powerful one is Lin Moyu. Being able to bring them in is beyond the imagination of all the gods. Then the deities of the Yu family came out one after another, and they basically all got 3 divine wood flowers, which was a good result and proved the combat power of the deities of the Yu family. Yu Qingfeng was the last one to come out. He entered the high-level difficulty and got the high-level divine flower. When Yu Qingfeng entered, he was at the 8th level of the divine being, and when he came out, he had already reached the 9th level of the divine being. He directly used the wood god flower in the secret realm to advance himself in the secret realm. After being promoted, his strength increased greatly and he got another wood god flower. Yu Qingfeng obtained a total of 4 high-level wood god flowers, tying the highest record in the secret realm. Yu Qingfeng's strength is amazing, and suddenly someone discovered that Lin Moyu hadn't come out yet. The 7 gods of the Yu family have all come out, even Yu Qingfeng has come out, but Lin Moyu has not come out yet. Lin Moyu's fighting prowess can't help but make people think. Someone asked, Senior Yu, do you think Lin Moyu can break the record? Yu Qingfeng said, it is inevitable to break the record. I think Mr. Lin is very likely to pass the secret realm. The gods were all in an uproar. They didn't expect Yu Qingfeng to speak so highly of Lin Moyu. And he called Lin Moyu Sir, with respect in his tone. For some reason, Yu Qingfeng had blind faith in Lin Moyu and felt that there was nothing Lin Moyu could not do. Lin Moyu said before entering the dungeon that he would try to pass the level. Yu Qingfeng chose to believe in Lin Moyu. Since Lin Moyu said he wanted to pass the customs, he would definitely succeed. In the secret realm, Lin Moyu stepped into the high-level secret realm. In his hand was a very special wood god flower with 10 petals. 2, 8, 3 is well known, and the petals of the sleeping god flower are distinguished by 3, 6, and 9. 10 petals, never seen before. At that time, he fused 10 intermediate-level wood god flowers, but it did not open the path to high-level difficulty. Later, he took out the wood god flower that he had fused before, and the 2 already fused wood god flowers immediately fused for a second time, allowing him to overcome the difficulty again. After the second fusion, the wood god flower became what it is today, with 10 petals. Lin Moyu doesn't care about this, as long as he can overcome the difficulty. The secret realm of high-level difficulty is full of flowers, plants, and trees, which is a bit more lively than the low-level and intermediate levels of difficulty. Lin Moyu felt different. Although he knew that it was all falsehood brought about by the evolution of runes, he seemed to be able to see the pursuit of the runes together from the falsehood. Lin Moyu feels the years from here. The nose can smell the smell of flowers and plants, both fragrant and rotten. Runes make the whole world more vivid and closer to the real world. No matter which secret realm before, there was no existence of time. No matter how long it has been, everything is new. Now, Lin Moyu not only smells the smell of rot, but also sees trees with rotten roots. Holy Talisman Tianzuan is pursuing life. He wants the runes to have real life. Unfortunately, he seems to have failed. The falsehood remains false and has not become reality. Perhaps his greatest ideal is to turn the ancient warrior into a real living being, but the result still ended in failure. If there had not been the invasion of the Black Blood realm, Holy Talisman Tianzuan might still have a chance, but now, Lin Moyu guessed in his mind while carefully observing the changes in the surrounding environment. Based on the previous 2 experiences, every detail in the secret realm cannot be missed. Any special feature may become a guide. There are flowers, plants, and trees everywhere here, on the ground, on both sides, and above your head. The flowers, plants, and trees above the head grow upside down and correspond to the ground, giving the illusion of a mirror. But those things that grow upside down on the top of the head are also real. Flowers, plants, and trees are everywhere, forming a real dense forest. Could it be that I'm in a huge cave? Lin Moyu did not send out the skeleton god general, this time he used the Death Dragon Knight. Not long after the Death Dragon Knight was dispatched, he encountered the first wave of rune beasts, and a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. The combat power of the rune beasts here has been upgraded to the 7th level of gods, and they are genuine high-level gods. There are runes shining all over the body, and the runes have evolved into the power of rules. However, it is still inferior to the Death Dragon Knight. The Death Dragon Knight has already reached the peak of the 7th level, while these runic beasts have only just reached the 10th level. In one-on-one situations, the Death Dragon Knight can finish off his opponent within 5 minutes, not to mention that Lin Moyu always likes to fight in groups. Thousands of Death Dragon Knights bombarded the rune beast indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, the rune beasts returned to dust, turned into runes again, and disappeared into the secret realm. The combat power displayed by the runic beast was in line with his expectations. If nothing else happens, combat power won't be a problem. It seems that the key to clearing the secret realm is to rely on observation and solve the puzzles set by Xingzai Tianzuan. The secret realm is not very big, only 10,000 kilometers in diameter, and the Death Dragon Knight has explored it thoroughly in a short time. It is indeed a closed cave, with flowers, plants, and trees in all directions, both in the sky and on the ground. The density of vegetation is far greater than the previous 2 difficulties. Some plants and trees have grown taller than Lin Moyu. In order not to affect his sight, Lin Moyu could only fly up and stand in mid-air. He flew very slowly, carefully checking the situation in the secret area. No waterfalls, no water, no rocks. There is no body left behind after the rune beast dies, and there is nothing directional. Then what is the crux of the problem? Senior Tianzuan, what is the mystery you left behind? Lin Moyu couldn't find a solution to the secret realm for a while, and time passed by. Lin Moyu knew very well that time was limited. When the time comes, he may be able to get the wood god flower, but he will definitely not get the inheritance of the heavenly saint talisman Tianzuan. In the secret realm information, many people get the 10th wood god flower in about an hour after entering the secret realm store. In other words, the time left for you is 10 hours, and you must solve the puzzle left by the holy talisman Tianzuan within 10 hours, and get the wood god flower in the correct way. Instead of saying that after 10 hours, the secret realm will automatically send the wood god flower over. For others, it would be nice to get the great god flower. But for me, this means I am eliminated. I don't know if there will be a second chance. What is it? 2 hours have passed in the blink of an eye, and still nothing has been discovered. Then try the stupid way. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and countless god generals appeared around him. He summoned a total of 100 million skeleton generals and began to search the secret realm. The so-called stupid way is to use the characteristics of the wood god flower. As long as you get close to the wood god flower, the guardian talisman beast will be attracted. Lin Moyu certainly knows that this is a stupid way, but this stupid way does not violate the rules. In the low-level difficulty, he had the experience of killing the guardian talisman beast first and then getting the wood god flower, which had no effect on the result. If you find the wood god flower in this way, and then work backwards from there, you may be able to find the correct method. However, Lin Moyu does not have high hopes for this method. He thinks it may not be feasible. With the means of holy talisman Tianzuan, he would not find it so easily for himself. This has been proven at the intermediate level of difficulty. In fact, Lin Moyu was right. After searching for a while, the skeleton god still found nothing. 4 hours have passed, and there are still 6 hours left. It seems that stupid methods are unreliable. Then look for it again. If you still can't find it in the end, use explosive luck. Lin Moyu sighed and could only continue searching. If he used explosive luck, he believed he would be able to find it. Then you can enter the second time and buy yourself another hour. No matter what, make sure not to be eliminated the first time. The flowers and plants here are very dense, but also very messy and irregular. Trees seem to have no pattern, and there are many branches and no directionality. The only strange thing is that there is also a roof on the cave, and it's upside down. If I stood on the roof of the cave. Lin Moyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and discovered something he had never noticed. Lin Moyu came to the top of the secret cave and stood upside down at the same time. For a moment, he couldn't tell which side was the roof of the cave and which was the ground. He even had the illusion that when he first entered the secret realm, he was actually upside down. Only now do we really stand on the ground. This illusion is very strong. There is no such thing as top or bottom in the starry sky, so top and bottom must be relative. Lin Moyu changed his perspective and finally saw some different pictures. The ground before became the top now. Looking further away, Lin Moyu saw that the trees in the secret realm vaguely seemed to form a rune. This rune feels familiar. This is a guiding rune. I didn't expect the holy rune to be used as a puzzle. But this rune is not complete, only 1/3. The other half is here. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he flew up again to change direction. The top and bottom of the cave, where the trees each constitute 1/3 of the rune. The other third is around. Lin Moyu combined these trees in his mind to form 3 or 4 runes. Then he stretched out his hand to draw the runes. The runes were not complicated and were formed by the fusion of 2 basic runes. As long as a talisman master above the 7th level can draw it and fuse it. The difference is that it is difficult for other talisman masters to achieve perfect fusion of runes. But Lin Moyu can perfectly integrate runes. This rune is not complicated or difficult in his eyes. The real difficulty is how to see that the runes are made of trees and then combine them. After all, there are too many flowers and plants here, and there are too many disturbing factors. If you are not particularly familiar with runes and observe extremely carefully, you will not be able to tell it at all. A rune formed on the fingertips. After the rune was activated, it immediately turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. The rune flew to the edge of the secret realm, disappeared into an inconspicuous bush, and disappeared. Lin Moyu keenly saw that behind the grass, a wood god flower with 9 petals appeared. This wooden myth is as white as jade, with a shimmering light all over its body. It no longer looks like a flower, but more like a piece of fine white jade. The fragrance of flowers penetrates into the soul, shocking Lin Moyu's spirit. The wood god flower does have the effect of enhancing the soul, especially the high-level wood god flower, which has a great effect. Lin Moyu determined that there was no wood god flower in this patch of grass before. It was because of the runes that the big god flower appeared here. Runes are the key to this secret realm. Runes not only guide the way, but also activate the arrangement of the holy talisman to truly obtain the wood god flower. Lin Moyu went to pick the wood god flower, and there was a vibration from the side. A big tree suddenly grew crazily, reaching hundreds of meters in height in an instant. This ordinary big tree transformed into a rune beast in the blink of an eye, and it was also a high-level rune beast, and the power of rules in it was quite strong. The branches whipped down like whips. Lin Moyu did not dodge or even pay attention. The Death Dragon Knights were the first to meet them, their bodies flashed with golden light, and their golden armor talismans blocked the whips. They surrounded the big tree and started fighting in groups. The big tree is very strong, not weaker than the Death Dragon Knight. Unfortunately, it cannot defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it cannot last long in the face of siege. Lin Moyu successfully picked the wood god flower and said to himself, another piece of Tianzuan's puzzle has been solved. In less than a minute, the scream of the rune beast was heard in the ears, and the giant tree of the rune beast was killed and turned into runes and dissipated. The guardian talisman beast died, the wood god flower was obtained, and the secret realm roared and shook violently. Lin Moyu raised his head and saw a large hole in the sky above his head, which was shrouded in hazy mist. In the mist, a huge wood god flower loomed. This wood god flower has 12 petals and looks like it has completely turned into jade. Its whole body is emitting white light and is extremely holy. Kagami Cow. Lin Moyu knows that everyone who gets the high-level wood god flower will see the king of wood god flower. Therefore, there are many records about the wood god cow in the data, but I just saw that no one has ever been able to obtain the wood god cow. Looking at the wood god king flower, Lin Moyu said to himself, you belong to me. In the mist, a portal appeared, and Lin Moyu rushed into the portal and entered the next secret realm. Exactly the same cave, seemingly no different environment. The Death Dragon Knight took the lead in clearing the rune beasts in the secret realm. The rune beasts were slightly stronger than the previous time, but they were still overwhelmed by the Death Dragon Knight. Lin Moyu looked up at the big tree in the secret realm and combined it in his mind to form a text. The runes have changed. Lin Moyu found that the runes this time were different from the previous time, and it was a brand new combination of runes. Compared with the previous runes, the two runes combined this time are a little more complicated. But it still didn't stump Lin Moyu. Not only did he draw the runes, he also achieved perfect integration. The runes fly out and activate the wood god flower. The Death Dragon Knight dealt with the rune beast, and Lin Moyu spent the wood god among the people. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. Lin Moyu experienced the secret realm 6 times, and the difficulty of the secret realm became higher and higher every time. The rune beasts are getting stronger and stronger. By the third time, the rune beasts are as powerful as the Death Dragon Knight. Of course, this refers to a one-on-one situation. On the fourth pass, the rune beast reached the 8th level of the god, officially surpassing the Death Dragon Knight. At this time, Lin Moyu dispatched the Legion ruler. Under the leadership of the Legion ruler, the combat power of the Death Dragon Knight Legion increased significantly, and the rune beast was killed again instantly. Rune beasts are just a test of combat power. Another test is for runes, and the difficulty is also constantly increasing. The runes are becoming more and more complex, and the more complex the runes are, the more difficult they are to see clearly. On the fourth pass, Lin Moyu discovered that the nature of the flowers and plants he had previously classified as interference factors had changed. Flowers and plants are no longer disturbing factors, they have also become a part of the formation. The trees become the backbone of the rune, while the flowers and plants become the 357 twigs of the rune, both of which are indispensable. The difficulty of the runes increased and became more and more complex. Lin Moyu realized that the holy talisman Tianzuan was passing on his runes in this special way. In the process of observing and combining runes again and again, my understanding of the runes is gradually deepening, and I have gained some new insights. Runes can not only be combined, but also split. A complete rune can be split into 2 or even more. The runes that seem to have been separated can still be connected and maintain their original functions. Lin Moyu thought of the ancient box. The runes on the ancient box were like this. Take apart an ancient talisman and cover it on the ancient box. The seemingly scattered runes are actually still a whole that maintains its original function. In this way, Lin Moyu thought of many new uses of runes. Especially when used in a talisman array, it can make the talisman array more flexible and changeable. This is the legacy. In Tianzuan's inheritance, data and information are only one aspect. The information is like words in a book, not vivid. Now, it's more like teaching you step by step. If you can understand it, you can inherit it. If you can't understand, then there will be no follow-up. Lin Moyu has a deeper understanding of the holy talisman Tianzuan. The requirements for Tianzuan's inheritance are actually very high, and he has all-round requirements for the inheritors. Regardless of combat power, understanding, acumen, or luck, none of them are indispensable. On the 7th visit to the secret realm, Lin Moyu finally felt a bit of pressure. From this time on, all the rune beasts in the secret realm have reached the 9th level of gods, and can barely be regarded as peak gods. Even if the Legion ruler leads the Death Dragon Knight Legion, it will take a lot of effort to kill them. Lin Moyu saw this in his eyes, and his heart was like a mirror. The Skeleton King will be dispatched next time. Fortunately, each secret realm lasts 10 hours, and the secret realm is not too big, so Lin Moyu doesn't have to worry too much. He summoned 300 legions of Death Dragon Knights, which were distributed throughout the secret realm, and at the same time eliminated the rune beasts. This kind of difficulty is indeed very high for other practitioners. Even if those peak gods come over, they will have a headache when they are surrounded by runic beasts, and when they are exhausted, they will not be able to fight forever. Needless to say, the 8th time, even the 4th time, facing a large number of 8th-level divine talisman beasts, the peak divine lord will fight until exhaustion. not to mention the existence of guardian talisman beasts. Lin Moyu followed the Death Dragon Knight Legion and carefully observed the distribution of trees in the secret realm, taking into account the flowers and plants. Gradually, he frowned, and the difficulty of the runes in the secret realm increased again. Lin Moyu could see that there were 3 runes this time. There is a circle around, at the top, and at the bottom. Moreover, the runes were dismantled, and part of the top runes was on the ground. And some of the runes on the ground are around. They are connected in a strange way, some are vines, some are flower veins. It has formed a pattern in which you have me, and I have you. The runes were dismantled and distributed in various areas, and Lin Moyu had to use these tiny connections to recombine them and draw the correct runes. There are thousands of kinds of runes, and some runes are very similar. As long as there is a slight misunderstanding, the drawn runes will be wrong. Then the final fused runes will not be correct, and the wood god flower will not be able to appear. Lin Moyu could quickly find the correct runes before, but this time Lin Moyu's speed also slowed down. He combined and restored all kinds of detailed information in his mind. Outside the secret realm, gods come every day. At this moment, the arena has been built, but no god has entered to compete. They are not in a hurry. Lin Moyu is the center of their conversation. Almost 5 out of 10 sentences revolve around Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has been in the secret realm for many days and has never come out. Some people even speculated that Lin Moyu had died inside. Although there is no danger in Mu Mystic Realm, it cannot be said that there is absolutely no danger. Some people died in the secret realm because they did not use the escape talisman in time. There are not many such people, but there will be some every time. If Lin Moyu really died inside, it would not be surprising. But when these words fell into Yu Qingfeng's ears, they were immediately refuted. Yu Qingfeng, who was like a scholar, expressed disdain for such remarks. He knows how strong Lin Moyu's combat power is. Even if he had a life-and-death fight with Lin Moyu, he would only die. It is absolutely impossible to say that Lin Moyu will die in the secret realm. But Yu Qingfeng won't say it. If you want to guess, I'll let you guess. He told the god of the Yu family who was traveling with him, just let me know the news about the secret realm, and give these old guys a good slap in the face. Several Yu family gods also showed smiles. They looked at those gods as if they were watching a joke. 4 hours later, Lin Moyu finally successfully drew the 8th rune. 3 seemingly uncomplicated basic runes, using the soul as a bridge, were perfectly integrated together to form a brand new rune. The fusion of 3 runes is a difficult problem for many runes masters and is not easy. Only some 7th level rune masters and above can complete the fusion of 3 runes, but it is not possible every time. As for perfect fusion, it is naturally even more impossible. After the runes were fused, they exploded in the air, creating a huge gap in the secret realm. Countless mist poured out from the gap, and at the same time, a giant tree several thousand meters tall grew out of the mist. Starry Sky Giant Tree? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. This tree was very similar to the giant tree in the starry sky, but it was made of runes and just simulated the shape of the giant tree in the starry sky. Behind the giant tree is a wood god flower with 9 petals. The runes have become more difficult, the difficulty of the secret realm has increased, and even the appearance of the wood god flower has become different. Lin Moyu said with a smile, Tianzuan has so many tricks, and he looks a little more advanced. This giant tree of guardian talisman launched an attack on Lin Moyu, and the ruler of the legion led the Death Dragon Knight Legion to rush forward. 100,000 Death Dragon Knight Legions were so densely packed that they didn't know how many levels they surrounded the giant tree. The leader of the legion rushed to the front, raised his sword, and launched a fatal blow. The critical strike is his strongest attack, gathering the power of the entire legion. A slash of the knife brought out a large ray of light and cut off countless branches. But when the knife fell on the giant tree of the rune beast, it couldn't move any further. The powerful defense of the rune beast giant tree blocked the attack of the legion ruler. The Death Dragon Knight breathes dragon breath, and the immortal flame carries the law of immortality and burns blazingly. But it's still hard to hurt it at all. The guardian talisman beast twitches its branches crazily. Once the Death Dragon Knight is hit, it will be shattered on the spot. In one round of beating, tens of thousands of Death Dragon Knights were killed on the spot, and more than half of a legion was killed or injured on the spot. The undead spiritual magic was activated, the Death Dragon Knight came back to life, and the two sides continued to fight fiercely. The Death Dragon Knights and Legion rulers can't really hurt the Guardian Talisman beasts, and the Guardian Talisman beasts can't kill them either. Lin Moyu knew that if he continued to fight like this for several days and nights, there would be no results. His time is limited and his fingers are tapping. The skeleton throne emerged from the immortal flames. The 10,000-meter-tall skeleton king stood tall in the secret room. The bone sword was swung in the flames, slashing out a sword light spell, kill god. The signature technique, the sword of the god of craftsmen. The sword light exploded on the guardian talisman beast, and a large hole was blown out of the talisman beast on the spot, almost breaking at the waist. The skeleton king is the true peak god, and his combat power is much stronger than the guardian talisman beast. With just one sword strike, the guardian talisman beast had already lost half of its life. Then the skeleton king rushed forward, and sword light fell like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the guardian talisman beast was chopped into pieces. Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. Every time the high-level god is missing one level, his combat power is the difference between heaven and earth. The ruler of the legion was already at the peak of the 8th level, and could only scratch his skin. The Death Dragon Knight couldn't even hurt him, so it was still up to the skeleton king to decide the outcome. After getting the wood god flower, Lin Moyu stepped into the portal and began to enter the secret realm for the 8th time. The difficulty increased again on the 8th and 9th passes, but not by much, and they were all solved by Lin Moyu. Until the 9th high-level wood god flower was obtained, a dark portal appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The portal is like a man-eating monster, as if it wants to swallow Lin Moyu. Behind the portal, there is a faint whirlpool spinning. All the changes indicate that the 10th time will be unusual. Lin Moyu looked at the entrance and felt that the 10th trip to the high-level difficulty secret realm was going to be unusual. But he can't quit now, he must move forward. Put away the wood god flower and stride into it. The picture in front of me became dim, and the whole person felt like he was in the starry sky. In the lingering mist, starlight kept coming, but there was no starlight law that could be felt in the starlight. Lin Moyu steps on the galaxy of starlight law and has the clearest sense of starlight law. These starlights are not ordinary starlights, but artificial illusions. He himself is still in a secret realm, and everything in the secret realm evolved from ancient talismans. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he chooses to wait and see. The fog is gradually receding, and the picture in front of us is becoming clearer. He indeed entered a starry sky, a false starry sky evolved from ancient symbols. Congratulations, my successor. Familiar voice, from Xingfu Tiandao. Lin Moyu looked forward, and in the starry sky, hundreds of stars lit up at the same time to form a rune. The runes reflected a throne, and the holy talisman Tianzuan was sitting on the throne leisurely. This time Lin Moyu felt a trace of soul, and Xingde Tianzuan left a trace of soul here again. 547. This ray of soul obviously has its own will, and is more powerful than the one in the Xuanqing secret realm before. Lin Moyu saluted to the holy talisman Tianzuan. This junior has met the Tianzuan. Holy talisman Tianzuan chuckled. Yes, the little guy is very polite. Congratulations on passing the previous test. You are better than I imagined. A mere second-level god has combat power comparable to that of a peak god. Even in my time, this was rare. I am very curious about you, don't resist, let me take a look. In the starry sky, the stars were shining brightly, and countless rays of light came from all directions and reflected on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's heart tightened. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't. Holy talisman Tianzuan did not give him the right to choose at all. Lin Moyu could only accept it. Anger was rising in his heart, and Lin Moyu felt that holy talisman Tianzuan had gone too far. Even if you are heavenly lord, you cannot pry into my privacy like this without my permission. The holy talisman Tianzuan in front of him was different from the one in Xuanqing's secret realm. His temper was not so bad-tempered and his personality was not so arrogant, but he made Lin Moyu feel even worse. Faintly, Lin Moyu disliked Xingfu Tianzuan and felt that this guy was not a good person. The soul of Holy Talisman invaded Lin Moyu's soul world and wanted to pry into the soul. In the soul world, the world-burning fire suddenly erupted, and a fierce scream came from the mouth of Xingtian. Thick flames suddenly rose from the body of the Holy Talisman, and the immortal flames instantly swallowed its soul. In the immortal flames, the Holy Talisman Tianzuan screamed repeatedly. Lin Moyu could feel that the soul of Saint Fu Tianzuan had been severely injured and was being burned by the immortal flames. This time, the immortal flame was different from the one activated by Lin Moyu himself. The flame contained the power of world-burning fire. This kind of power can even burn the world, which is extremely terrifying, but now it's just fire, not big enough. If it is powerful enough, it can instantly burn the remaining soul of the Holy Talisman to ashes. No matter how weak the remnant soul left by Holy Talisman Tianzuan is, it is still the remnant soul of Tianzuan. The remnant soul of the Heavenly Lord is fully capable of suppressing the Holy Lord. It can be said that he is not weak. But he couldn't stop the fire that burned the world. Lin Moyu is more interested in the world-burning fire. If the world-burning fire is strong enough, can it burn the real Tianzuan to death? Maybe it really can. Lin Moyu is looking forward to this. Looking at the screaming Holy Talisman Tianzuan, Lin Moyu had no sympathy at all. This is entirely his own fault and he deserves it. After a while, the flames on Saint Talisman's body finally slowly extinguished. Saint Talisman looked at Lin Moyu with lingering fear, and said in a trembling voice, "How can you have his flame?" His flame? Lin Moyu thought of the mysterious master who was more terrifying than Tianzuan. It is not difficult to analyze from the words of Holy Talisman Tianzuan that the world-burning fire is unique to that mysterious master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. The burning fire may be a symbol that has meaning beyond the flame itself. Lin Moyu did not answer, but looked at the Holy Talisman Tianzuan quietly. After such a burning, the remnant soul of Holy Talisman Tianzuan was at least half weak, and it began to dissipate uncontrollably. Lin Moyu saw a hint of fear and resentment in his eyes. No, this residual soul gave birth to self-awareness. Lin Moyu thought of a not-so-good possibility. The remnant soul has been preserved from ancient times to the present. In order to ensure that the remnant soul does not dissipate, the Holy Talisman Tianzuan must have arranged some means to nourish and preserve the remnant soul. Moreover, there are obviously more remnant souls left here. They are so powerful that it is not impossible to give birth to self-awareness. In this way, he figured it out. Why did the last secret realm change? There should not have been such a change in the first place. He should have gone through the 10th secret realm as before, and then fused the wood god flower and obtained the inheritance. It was because of this remnant soul that gave birth to self-awareness. He no longer wanted to do what the Holy Talisman Tianzuan had said, he wanted to have his own ideas. Combined with his previous actions, Lin Moyu finally understood why. Lin Moyu's eyes turned cold. You don't want to pry into my secret, but you want to seize my body. Remnant Soul's eyes changed, revealing a hint of confusion. What are you talking about? How can I swallow you up? You enter here, pass the test, get recognized by this heavenly lord, obtain the inheritance, and become the successor of this heavenly lord. You will be my disciple from now on. How could I take you away from me? Looking at his clumsy performance, Lin Moyu sneered, your performance is too clumsy. You also said that you are a god of heaven. You dare to do it, but don't recognize it. Do you still deserve to be called Wu Zun? How dare you be so disrespectful? Remnant Soul roared angrily. Lin Moyu waved his hand, I've waved it off, I don't want this inheritance. If you ask me to leave, I'll pretend it never happened. Remnant Soul said angrily, you have to take this inheritance even if you don't want it, it's not up to you. He finally stopped acting, his eyes were fierce and murderous. The entire starry sky was shaking, and endless power came from all directions, as if it was going to crush Lin Moyu to death. Lin Moyu had no fear at all and looked at him calmly. He had already guessed this answer. No matter what, the remnant soul is just a remnant soul. It is his instinct to become a living being. How could he let himself go after finally waiting for someone like him? Lin Moyu said, "You should know that Tusha will not succeed." Remnant soul sneered, "Although you have his flame, you are not him after all. As long as I kill you, his flame will naturally disappear." Lin Moyu spread his hands helplessly. "In that case, we don't have to talk anymore. If you want to kill me, you can try." As soon as the words fell, countless undead legions appeared in the starry sky. Billions of skeleton gods will fly out and attack the stars in the starry sky. There are so many stars arranged here. These stars are the power of the remnant soul, and they can be connected to form various runes. To deal with the remnant souls, the first step is to destroy these stars. The stars lit up quickly, and countless starlights intertwined into a large number of runes. The runes either turned into flames or turned into thunder, overwhelming the undead army. The originally silent starry sky suddenly became extremely lively. Seas of fire, seas of thunder, and ice storms appeared one after another, overwhelming the undead army. Every rune is very powerful. Although it is not an ancient rune, its power has reached the limit of advanced runes. Every attack was infinitely close to the other side. The undead army died in large numbers and was completely defeated. Lin Moyu felt inferior. If he were to draw these runes, he would definitely not be able to achieve such power. After all, he is Tianzuan, and this rune is really strong. Remnant Soul gritted his teeth and let out a cruel laugh. "Just give up. Although you have many summons, you can't stop me from killing him." Gigwai was killed by this heavenly lord, and then his body was taken away by the heavenly lord. Even if you have his flame, you can't control this flame. You only have one way to go. Lin Moyu ignored him. He was just a remnant soul and would die soon. No matter what he did. He looked at the runes in the starry sky with interest and did not pay attention to the battle situation. There are enough undead legions and there are undead souls, so there won't be any problem for a while. Lin Moyu took this opportunity to admire these runes, which he wanted to learn. He knows every rune, and he has drawn some of them, so why are the powers different? This is a very interesting thing. If he can figure it out, it will be of great benefit to his way of runes. The stronger the runes are, the stronger the runes they form will be, and the fused runes will also become stronger. The foundation is everything, that's right. Lin Moyu compared carefully, looking for the differences between himself and the other party. The first difference is that the soul power carried by the runes is different. The runes of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan use the soul power of the Tianzuan realm, which is stronger than mine. The second difference is that these runes seem to have undergone some changes. Generally speaking, they have not changed. There have been some changes in details, making the runes more powerful. It should be the changes made by Holy Talisman Tianzuan based on his understanding of the runes. It seems to be closer to the Tao. Runes are the principles that cultivators understand from the runes of the big world, so this is not necessarily completely correct. After the Holy Talisman Tianzuan reached the Tianzuan realm, he revised the runes based on his understanding of the Tao, making the runes closer to the runes of the big world. After understanding these 2 points, Lin Moyu already knew what to do. He also drew a rune. The rune was called Thunder, which was the same as the Thunder rune in the starry sky. The Thunder Talisman drawn by Lin Moyu is also not weak. With his own understanding of the runes, coupled with the soul of the saint, the Thunder Talisman is enough to exert the 4th level attack power of the god. The power of the runes is 2 levels beyond his own realm, which is already considered top-notch, far exceeding that of ordinary runes masters. Then Lin Moyu began to adjust, using the Thunder Talisman in the starry sky as a sample to fine-tune his formation. Ordinary talisman masters don't have this ability, but Lin Moyu does. The soul power wraps the runes and fine-tunes them. Some details and the connections between strokes changed slightly, and Lin Moyu clearly felt that the power of the runes was getting stronger. The attack power of the Thunder rune has been increased from the 4th level of the god to the 5th level of the god. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that the runes had become more natural and harmonious, creating a natural and Tao-like feeling. Lin Moyu realized that what he did was correct. Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's way of runes has reached an astonishing level. I can copy his runes and quickly improve my understanding of the runes. With the progress, Lin Moyu became more confident and continued to fine-tune the Thunder Talisman. After a while, the power of the Thunder Talisman became stronger again, reaching the 6th level of God. The power of the runes exceeds the 4th level of one's own realm, leaving other runes far behind. However, this has reached its limit and cannot be improved further. Lin Moyu immediately began to draw another rune. The second rune was named the Sea of Fire rune, and once again copied the Starry Sky runes for fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is not about following the same pattern, but learning how to adjust and constantly accumulating experience. When you have enough experience and master it, other runes can be adjusted even if there is no comparison. Lin Moyu feels that this opportunity is great, and it is not much worse than the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. The remnant soul finally discovered that something was wrong. The undead army could not kill them all, and they kept killing so many people. Rune attacked like crazy, and it was no use even though the Starry Sky had been smashed. The remnant soul became anxious. He didn't have much time, and activating the runes required a continuous consumption of energy. If this continues, he will be consumed to death. He looked at Lin Moyu. There were so many undead legions that they covered Lin Moyu's figure so much that he never saw what Lin Moyu was doing from the beginning. This time he looked carefully, and after a while he finally saw clearly what Lin Moyu was doing. You actually copied the runes of this heavenly lord, how brave. Lin Moyu sneered, don't flatter yourself, this is not your rune, you are just a remnant soul of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. After the birth of consciousness, you regard yourself as the real Tianzuan? To put it bluntly, you know shit. These words stimulated the remnant soul, and the remnant soul roared like a wild beast. If you dare to speak to me like this, you are seeking death. He began to draw runes. As the remnant soul of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, he possessed part of the memory of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and naturally drew the runes. It's just that drawing runes requires a lot of soul power, and he would definitely be reluctant to do so. In order to kill Lin Moyu, he no longer had any scruples. He hated Lin Moyu to death, and burned half of his remaining soul with a fire that burned the world. A 3-dimensional rune was quickly drawn. Lin Moyu was wary and whispered, Ancient rune. The ancient talisman is at least in the other side realm and is extremely powerful. In order to kill Lin Moyu, Remnant Soul did not hesitate to waste his soul power and drew an ancient talisman. After the drawing of the ancient talisman was completed, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the residual soul was weakened by 3 points. At this moment, his soul power is only 1/3 of what it was at its peak. Based on his soul power, he could not draw a second ancient talisman. If he draws another ancient talisman, he may collapse on the spot, let alone seize his body. An ancient talisman, although powerful, is not impossible to deal with. The ancient talisman exploded in the starry sky and turned into a big tree. Try the power of the starry sky giant tree. Remnant Soul gritted his teeth and sneered. Lin Moyu looks weird and looks like a giant tree in the starry sky. It seems that the Holy Talisman Tianzuan likes the giant starry sky trees very much. In the secret realm of high-level difficulty, the giant starry sky trees protect the wooden flowers. It's just that the tree in front of you is transformed from a complete ancient talisman, making it more lifelike and more powerful. The giant tree in the starry sky appeared on the battlefield as if teleporting, with countless branches waving out. Wherever the branches passed, the undead legions were wiped out one after another, unable to stop its attack. The golden armor talisman was like a piece of paper in front of it, useless. The power of powerful rules spreads freely, and the giant tree in the starry sky has a sweeping posture. You are dead, starry sky giant tree, kill him. Remnant Soul issued an order to lock Lin Moyu. The giant tree in the starry sky immediately rushed towards Lin Moyu, sweeping its branches along the way and forcibly creating a path. Lin Moyu can feel that the giant tree in the starry sky has a combat power equivalent to that of the other side, but his real strength will not be stronger than that of the other side. In his eyes, it was similar to the white stars in the Xingho clan. In that case, let me give up. Lin Moyu sneered. The ancient talisman and jade piece appeared in his hand, and at the same time, the unique aura of the original magic technique rose from his body. The originally silent starry sky suddenly became extremely lively. Seas of fire, seas of thunder, and ice storms appeared one after another, overwhelming the undead army. Every rune is very powerful. Although it is not an ancient rune, its power has reached the limit of advanced runes. Every attack was infinitely close to the other side. The undead army died in large numbers and was completely defeated. Lin Moyu felt inferior. If he were to draw these runes, he would definitely not be able to achieve such power. After all, he is Tianzuan, and this rune is really strong. Remnant Soul gritted his teeth and let out a cruel laugh. Just give up. Although you have many summons, you can't stop me from killing him. Gigwei was killed by this heavenly lord, and then his body was taken away by the heavenly lord. Even if you have his flame, you can't control this flame. You only have one way to go. Lin Moyu ignored him. He was just a remnant soul and would die soon. No matter what he did. He looked at the runes in the starry sky with interest and did not pay attention to the battle situation. There are enough undead legions and there are undead souls, so there won't be any problem for a while. Lin Moyu took this opportunity to admire these runes, which he wanted to learn. He knows every rune, and he has drawn some of them, so why are the powers different? This is a very interesting thing. If he can figure it out, it will be of great benefit to his way of runes. The stronger the runes are, the stronger the runes they form will be, and the fused runes will also become stronger. The foundation is everything, that's right. Lin Moyu compared carefully, looking for the differences between himself and the other party. The first difference is that the soul power carried by the runes is different. The runes of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan use the soul power of the Tianzuan realm, which is stronger than mine. The second difference is that these runes seem to have undergone some changes. Generally speaking, they have not changed. There have been some changes in details, making the runes more powerful. It should be the changes made by Holy Talisman Tianzuan based on his understanding of the runes. It seems to be closer to the Tao. Runes are the principles that cultivators understand from the runes of the big world, so this is not necessarily completely correct. After the Holy Talisman Tianzuan reached the Tianzuan realm, he revised the runes based on his understanding of the Tao, making the runes closer to the runes of the big world. After understanding these 2 points, Lin Moyu already knew what to do. He also drew a rune. The rune was called Thunder, which was the same as the Thunder rune in the starry sky. The Thunder talisman drawn by Lin Moyu is also not weak. With his own understanding of the runes, coupled with the soul of the saint, the Thunder talisman is enough to exert the 4th level attack power of the god. The power of the runes is 2 levels beyond his own realm, which is already considered top-notch, far exceeding that of ordinary runes masters. Then Lin Moyu began to adjust, using the Thunder talisman in the starry sky as a sample to fine-tune his formation. Ordinary talisman masters don't have this ability, but Lin Moyu does. The soul power wraps the runes and fine-tunes them. Some details and the connections between strokes changed slightly, and Lin Moyu clearly felt that the power of the runes was getting stronger. The attack power of the Thunder rune has been increased from the 4th level of the god to the 5th level of the god. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt that the runes had become more natural and harmonious, creating a natural and Tao-like feeling. Lin Moyu realized that what he did was correct. Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord's way of runes has reached an astonishing level. I can copy his runes and quickly improve my understanding of the runes. With the progress, Lin Moyu became more confident and continued to fine-tune the Thunder Talisman. After a while, the power of the Thunder Talisman became stronger again, reaching the 6th level of God. The power of the runes exceeds the 4th level of one's own realm, leaving other runes far behind. However, this has reached its limit and cannot be improved further. Lin Moyu immediately began to draw another rune. The second rune was named the Sea of Fire rune, and once again copied the starry sky runes for fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is not about following the same pattern, but learning how to adjust and constantly accumulating experience. When you have enough experience and master it, other runes can be adjusted even if there is no comparison. Lin Moyu feels that this opportunity is great, and it is not much worse than the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. The remnant soul finally discovered that something was wrong. The undead army could not kill them all, and they kept killing so many people. Rune attacked like crazy, and it was no use even though the starry sky had been smashed. The remnant soul became anxious. He didn't have much time, and activating the runes required a continuous consumption of energy. If this continues, he will be consumed to death. He looked at Lin Moyu. There were so many undead legions that they covered Lin Moyu's figure so much that he never saw what Lin Moyu was doing from the beginning. This time he looked carefully, and after a while he finally saw clearly what Lin Moyu was doing. You actually copied the runes of this heavenly lord, how brave. Lin Moyu sneered, don't flatter yourself, this is not your rune, you are just a remnant soul of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan. After the birth of consciousness, you regard yourself as the real Tianzuan? To put it bluntly, you know shit. These words stimulated the remnant soul, and the remnant soul roared like a wild beast. If you dare to speak to me like this, you are seeking death. He began to draw runes. As the remnant soul of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord, he possessed part of the memory of Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord and naturally drew the runes. It's just that drawing runes requires a lot of soul power, and he would definitely be reluctant to do so. In order to kill Lin Moyu, he no longer had any scruples. He hated Lin Moyu to death, and burned half of his remaining soul with a fire that burned the world. A three-dimensional rune was quickly drawn. Lin Moyu was wary and whispered, Ancient Rune. The ancient talisman is at least in the other side realm and is extremely powerful. In order to kill Lin Moyu, Remnant Soul did not hesitate to waste his soul power and drew an ancient talisman. After the drawing of the ancient talisman was completed, Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the residual soul was weakened by 3 points. At this moment, his soul power is only 1/3 of what it was at its peak. Based on his soul power, he could not draw a second ancient talisman. If he draws another ancient talisman, he may collapse on the spot, let alone seize his body. An ancient talisman, although powerful, is not impossible to deal with. The ancient talisman exploded in the starry sky and turned into a big tree. Try the power of the starry sky giant tree. Remnant Soul gritted his teeth and sneered. Lin Moyu looks weird and looks like a giant tree in the starry sky. It seems that the Holy Talisman Tianzuan likes the giant starry sky trees very much. In the secret realm of high-level difficulty, the giant starry sky trees protect the wooden flowers. It's just that the tree in front of you is transformed from a complete ancient talisman, making it more lifelike and more powerful. The giant tree in the starry sky appeared on the battlefield as if teleporting, with countless branches waving out. Wherever the branches passed, the undead legions were wiped out one after another, unable to stop its attack. The golden armor talisman was like a piece of paper in front of it, useless. The power of powerful rules spreads freely, and the giant tree in the starry sky has a sweeping posture. You are dead, starry sky giant tree, kill him. Remnant Soul issued an order to lock Lin Moyu. The giant tree in the starry sky immediately rushed towards Lin Moyu, sweeping its branches along the way and forcibly creating a path. Lin Moyu can feel that the giant tree in the starry sky has a combat power equivalent to that of the other side, but his real strength will not be stronger than that of the other side. In his eyes, it was similar to the white stars in the Xingho clan. In that case, let me give up. Lin Moyu sneered, the ancient talisman and jade piece appeared in his hand, and at the same time, the unique aura of the original magic technique rose from his body. Original spell, gather. Lin Moyu's aura continued to improve, breaking through the 7th level of deity in the blink of an eye and becoming a high-level deity. Then the breath was like a rainbow, reaching the peak of divine status, only half a step away from the other shore. Remnant Soul showed doubts. Why did your realm suddenly improve so much? What spells did you use? Why can't I understand it? It turns out he doesn't have these memories. Lin Moyu sneered in his heart, the remnant soul was just a remnant soul after all, and it was impossible to get all the memories of the holy talisman Tianzuan. What he has is only part of it, the memory and knowledge given by holy talisman Tianzuan. It is normal not to know the original spell. Lin Moyu will not explain. 10 drops of colorful water and 100,000 power of faith burn at the same time, and together with the soul power, they are injected into the ancient talisman jade piece. A big fist appeared out of thin air and slammed into the giant tree in the starry sky. The ancient talisman also reached the other side realm with one punch, which was no worse than the giant tree in the starry sky. The original 500 technique, strong troops. The second original spell was activated, and at the same time, the immortal flame burned blazingly in the starry sky. 5 skeleton thrones emerged, and 5 10,000-meter skeleton kings stood up from the thrones. The multicolored water and the power of faith are burning brightly. Each skeleton king has hundreds of drops of multicolored water and millions of power of faith, combined with powerful military skills, pushing the skeleton king's lethality to the limit, almost to the other side. The golden sword appeared in his hand, and it also had hundreds of drops of colorful water and millions of power of faith bonuses. Lin Moyu also enjoyed the same treatment as the skeleton king. Remnant Soul shouted, "What is this? Why don't I know why? What methods did you use?" He instinctively felt that the colorful water Lin Moyu produced was dangerous and a great threat to him. But there are no such things in his memory, he doesn't know. Lin Moyu sneered and waved the sword together with the skeleton king. Spell, kill God. 6 sword lights flashed across the starry sky. The stormy branches suddenly stopped, and 6 sword lights exploded on the giant tree in the starry sky. At the same time as the sword light exploded, the ancient talisman hit it with a punch. The giant tree in the starry sky collapsed on the spot, and the tree body was smashed to pieces by sword light and giant fists. The ancient talisman shattered and gradually dissipated in the starry sky. Kanhan's eyes widened with a hint of fear. "This is impossible, how can you be so strong?" The giant tree in the starry sky that was transformed into an ancient talisman and was comparable to the other shore realm was killed so easily. Lin Moyu's fighting power completely exceeded his imagination. Lin Moyu said with a hint of disdain, "The remnant soul is just a remnant soul after all, it is far inferior to the real Tianzuan. Even if Tianzuan's ancient talisman is broken, it can exist independently in the secret realm of evolution. As for the ancient talisman of the remnant soul, if it is broken, it will be broken, and nothing will be left." Lin Moyu looked at remnant soul. "It's your turn next." The soul-killing sword emerged, and the colorful water and the power of faith were once again stimulated. The soul-killing sword flashed away, and the remaining soul screamed in agony. But Lin Moyu frowned. The remnant soul seemed to be in pain, but in fact it was not hurt at all. The soul-killing sword is not weak, it can cause damage to the other side realm, but it cannot hurt the residual soul. The reason is that the remnant soul belongs to the remnant soul of the deity, and the level difference between the two is too big, just like his curse can make the peak deity feel pain and even interrupt the spell. In fact, it cannot cause effective damage. To attack the soul-killing sword is already the most powerful method. Unless corpse explosion is used, other techniques will be useless against it. Runes flashed in the starry sky, and the battle between Zaiwen and the undead army continued. The remnant soul burst into crazy laughter and pain. "Ha ha ha ha, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. You are trapped here and you can never escape. Your lifespan is limited. I, the Heavenly Lord, can wait for thousands of years until your lifespan ends." As he spoke, his remaining soul gradually faded and disappeared. As it disappeared, the rune also went out. This space fell into darkness, and there was no starlight left. The battle came to an abrupt end. Lin Moyu frowned, this guy actually hid. He can sense the remnant soul and lock on the remnant. In the battle just now, the bone hell had marked the remnant soul silently. Even if the remnant soul is hiding now, it still can't escape Lin Moyu's lock. Now as long as Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion, he can kill the remnant soul. Lin Moyu believes that using the Supreme's corpse can cause enough damage to destroy the remnant soul of Tianzuan. But he didn't want to do this. It was too wasteful. It was not worth using his trump card on the remnant soul. The escape talisman cannot be used. I am indeed trapped. Can it really be trapped? It's just wishful thinking. Lin Moyu checked the escape talisman and found that it was indeed unusable. But as long as he is given time to deepen his understanding of the laws of space, he can also open the door to space and escape from the secret realm. There are ways to get out of trouble, but Lin Moyu doesn't want to use them either. Now that the fight has reached this point, Lin Moyu is no longer leaving, but thinking about how to destroy the remaining souls at the minimum cost. After thinking for a while, his attention finally fell on Fan Miazhong. The world-burning fire comes from the mysterious master's world-burning talisman. Different from ordinary runes, the world-burning fire has the power of virtuality and reality. It can burn the world, refine the world, and also burn the remaining souls zero. Try it. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he began to try to inspire burning world fire. The fire of burning the world has not yet fully grown, like a flower in bud. Lin Moyu now wants to let it bloom in advance and burn the world. The world tree obeyed Lin Moyu's will and dropped countless branches to wrap up the world-burning fire. The majestic soul power is injected into the burning world fire, stimulating its growth. The world-burning fire began to beat violently and became stronger and stronger. This kind of early stimulation, just like inducing birth, actually does not have much benefit. But there won't be much harm. At worst, I can redraw a world-burning talisman and create a world fire. Lin Moyu is a bachelor, and now he wants to kill the remaining soul. This guy deserves to die if he wants to take away his life. The fire grew stronger and stronger, and finally bloomed like a flower and turned into a blazing flame. Lin Moyu turned his palm upward, and a ball of flame appeared on his palm, exuding an indescribable aura. It looked somewhat similar to the immortal flame, both showing a gray color and without any temperature. But when everyone sees the fire that burns the world, they will have the fear that they will be burned to death. Go for it. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the world-burning fire suddenly exploded, silently across the entire space. Burn the world and refine the world. Lin Moyu doesn't know whether the world-burning fire can refine this secret space, it doesn't matter. The important thing is the world-burning flame, which can burn the soul of the dead. Screams came from the starry sky, and the remaining souls who were hiding did not escape the world-burning fire. It screamed in agony and was in great pain. Lin Moyu can clearly feel that it is being swallowed up and destroyed bit by the fire of burning the world. The remnant soul was once again revealed in the starry sky. It was rolling on the ground in pain, completely unlike what a heavenly lord should look like. Spare me, spare me. Remnant soul screamed, showing no sign of the majesty of the heavenly lord. Lin Moyu looked at it with cold eyes and said nothing. After all this, how could it be possible to spare it? Not only did he not spare it, Lin Moyu also enhanced his soul power, making the world-burning fire even more powerful. Well, Holy Talisman Tianzuan sighed, which also made Lin Moyu's heart sink to the bottom. This era is indeed difficult, and the world is about to end. Lin Moyu couldn't help but want to ask Tianzuan, why did you Tianzuan all run away? You are all so shameless and don't even want your own home. But he failed to say such words in the end. Holy Talisman Tianzuan looked at Lin Moyu. Do you know why there are only 100 divine roads? Lin Moyu shook his head. How could he know such a thing? I'm afraid no one in this world can answer this question. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, because we can only build 100 sacred roads. Lin Moyu was stunned on the spot. He could only build 100 sacred roads, so how could he pay for it? Why? Lin Moyu couldn't help but ask, is there anything special about divine roads? Why can only 100 of them be built? Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, you should have seen the Great World Runes. The Great World Runes are divided into hundreds of sub-runes. Each sub-rune represents a law, a avenue, and also represents a divine path. Although there are thousands of avenues, there are also 3,000 avenues, and 3 of them represent infinity. But in the final analysis, there are only 100 avenues. The path of cultivation ultimately leads to the same destination through different paths. No matter which path you take, you will eventually converge at the Great World Rune, which is the source of this world. There are hundreds of avenues, some are strong and some are weak, but as long as you keep moving forward, you will eventually have the opportunity to touch the Great World culture. It's a pity that now, the divine path has been cut off, and it can no longer be touched. Lin Moyu asked, is there any other way? Holy Talisman Tianzuan laughed loudly, of course there is, how could there be no other way? There is no absolute road. In our big world, at the beginning, there was only one divine road. The 99 divine roads that followed were all built up bit by each deity and Supreme One. Of course you can also build a divine road, and there is more than one way. Lin Moyu asked immediately, pay back what Qianming said. Every soul of Holy Talisman Tianzuan has its own personality. The one in Xuanqing's secret realm is irritable, the one in the previous inheritance is a bit straightforward, and the one who was killed by him before is irritable. The one in front of me is long-winded, quite long-winded. Lin Moyu has actually learned about the method of building a new divine path from the mysterious master. Now that the long-winded deity is willing to say it, he will listen again to confirm the 2 facts. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, the first method is to find a Tianzuan or a peak supreme person to tear down the damaged divine road, and then you can re-establish it in the original place. The second method is to find a way to let the big world runes evolve into the 101st Avenue rune, then you can build a new rune. The third method is that you can build a divine road directly to the runes of the big world, but that is too difficult and we have never done it. There are 3 methods, you can choose one yourself. Lin Moyu asked, the second method is how to evolve the Great World runes into new Dao runes. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, swallow other worlds and plunder the origin of the world. Lin Moyu finally understood how the hundreds of Great World runes came from. They were all obtained by plundering other worlds. Lin Moyu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. No wonder Huanwu Tianzuan said that the cause and effect of the big world itself is too heavy, plundering so many things, and leaving the creatures in those worlds unkilled. Cause and effect naturally accumulate and become heavier, and the most important principles are difficult to carry out until the world of heaven collapses. But now the big world is extremely weak. If we encounter other worlds, unless they are very weak, it will be a disaster for the big world. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, now you understand. Lin Moyu nodded, thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I will try my best at the party. Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, the fact that you can obtain the inheritance from me proves that your qualifications, luck, and talents are all perfect. I don't know what that person said to you or what his goal is, but I can tell you that if things are not feasible, you should make the right choice. The ultimate possibility lies in my inheritance. I hope you can get it. It's a pity that such a great world has been ruined by guys like us. We are ashamed of this world. With a sigh, the Holy Talisman Tianzuan disappeared into the starry sky. When he disappeared, Lin Moyu felt desolate. The sigh is full of helplessness, reluctance, and helplessness. Lin Moyu has been in contact with Xingfu Tianzuan many times and found that his personality is different every time. I don't know who is the real Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord. At least he knew the 3 ways to build a new divine road from the mouth of the Holy Lord Tianzuan, and then cooperated with the mysterious master's specific method and required materials to build a new divine road. Finally, I had a complete idea of how to build a new divine path. Outside the secret realm, everyone has been waiting for many days, but no one has started this round of competition. Everyone is waiting for a result, and everyone has a tacit understanding. Even the human emperor network fell into silence, as if even it was waiting. Finally, the entrance to the secret realm changed. The vortex that was spinning slowly suddenly stopped. This change immediately caught everyone's attention. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, the vortex quickly collapsed. After just a few seconds, there was no trace of the vortex in the starry sky. The secret realm is gone. Where the secret realm originally was, only Lin Moyu stood alone. He stepped on the Law Galaxy, like a king above the Law Galaxy, looking down at everyone in the starry sky. An indescribable nobility spreads over Lin Moyu. At this moment, everyone had the illusion that they were inferior to Lin Moyu. They have the Law Galaxy above them and they are below the Law Galaxy. Lin Moyu stepped on the Law Galaxy under his feet. It is self-evident which of the two is higher and which is lower. It's gone, the secret realm has disappeared. The mysterious realm of wood is just gone, and he actually cleared the secret realm. How did he do it? What kind of combat power is this? Impossible, it's impossible to clear the mysterious wooden realm. Countless voices resounded in the starry sky, some were amazed, some were disbelieving, some were questioning, and there were all kinds of voices. Some people wanted to ask Lin Moyu, but Yu Qingfeng was one step ahead of them and stopped everyone. Yu Qingfeng whispered, "Sir, I'm not awake yet. Please don't disturb me. If you have any questions, I'll ask you later." He saw that Lin Moyu was in a different state, so he stopped everyone. There are many peak deities present, and Yu Qingfeng is not the strongest, but he is a member of the Yu family. You don't have to give him face, but you have to give Mrs. Yu face. These gods also noticed that Lin Moyu was in a different state, and they all stopped. At this time a ray of light appeared out of thin air and fell on Lin Moyu. The power of the Human Emperor Network increased sharply, and Tianxin came into reality. It isolates Lin Moyu from anyone disturbing the shop. Lin Moyu's eyes were slightly closed at this time. When the secret realm collapsed, he simultaneously received the information from the Human Emperor Network. Please answer, has the mysterious realm disappeared? Please describe in detail your experience in the Mu mysterious realm. This time, Renhuang Network did not get any information about Lin Moyu's trip to the secret realm. Nothing like this has ever happened since the emergence of Renhuang Network. Not only the gods are curious, but also the Human Emperor Network is curious about what happened in the secret realm. Regarding the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, Lin Moyu did not hide it. Several saints who originally worked for it knew it, and the Human Emperor Network also knew it. Soon Renhuang Network got the correct answer and knew what happened in the secret realm. A Divine City announcement quickly appeared, shocking the world again. Announcement from Divine City, Senior Staff Lin Moyu has successfully cleared the mysterious wood realm. A huge announcement from the Divine City appeared on the Human Emperor's network. The news spread quickly to all the Divine City. All the gods outside the secret realm received the information from the Human Emperor Network at the same time. Wood Mystery Land has been permanently closed. It was only then that those doubts completely disappeared. All the gods present, one by one, looked at Lin Moyu in disbelief. Anyone's words can be doubted, but what Renhuang Network says is unquestionable. Ever since the emergence of Renhuang Network, there has been no nonsense. Lin Moyu slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the gods. Seniors, I'm sorry. Someone raised his hand and asked, "Little friend Lin, have you obtained the great god cow?" Lin Moyu admitted openly, "That's right." He opened his palms, and on his palms, a crystal clear wood god flower, composed of 12 petals, was slowly rotating. The fragrance spread in the starry sky, and everyone felt their souls shaken, feeling refreshed. Almost all the high-level gods have seen the wood god cow, and their eyes show envy. They also want cow, the wood god, but they can't get it no matter how hard they try. There was a hint of greed in some people's eyes, but it was immediately wiped away. They knew that anyone who wanted to snatch Mushin cow from Lin Moyu was seeking death. A peak god asked, "Xiao Yu Lin, how did you obtain the king of wooden flower?" Lin Moyu said, "I have told Renhuang Network about the specific method. If you want to know, go back to Huang Network and check it out." Someone immediately contacted the Human Emperor Network to check. This information is open to all gods, and there is no charge. The Mu mystic realm is gone, how can we still charge for it? After checking the information, all the gods showed confusion on their faces. They never expected that this would be the result. Wrong, we were all wrong. Originally there were two ways to obtain the wood god flower in the secret realm, but we both used the wrong method. It's not that we used the wrong method, it's that we never found the right method. Many gods present seemed to be shocked. After reading the guide to the secret realm, they realized that the methods they used before were all wrong. Looking for the wood god flower in the secret realm is not a matter of luck at all, but there is a correct method. In the low-level and intermediate-level difficulties, the secret realm gave clear instructions, but no one ever discovered it. When it comes to high-level difficulty, rune elements are added to the secret realm, and combat prowess is tested at the same time. If you are not a talisman master, you will definitely not be able to decipher the secret realm. If you only use time to pile up, the result is self-evident: it is impossible to obtain the wood god cow. And you have to clear the level 10 times in a row. Lin Moyu's previous highest record was 4 times, not even half of it. The gap is too big. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you have any questions?" Someone thought for a moment and asked, "Little friend Lin, Mogami cow, are you planning to sell?" Lin Moyu shook his head, "I don't plan to." Hearing Lin Moyu's answer, the gods were also slightly disappointed. They have been cultivating for many years and have a lot of money. If Lin Moyu really wants to sell, they can give a very high price. However, Lin Moyu didn't want to sell and couldn't force it. Lin Moyu put away the wood god cow. He has not yet decided whether to absorb the wood god cow directly or plant it and wait to harvest the magic flower. No matter which kind, he will not sell the wood god flower. Lin Moyu does not lack the merits of the divine city at all, and the merits of the divine city are of little use to him. The level he is at is completely different from ordinary gods. Seeing that no one asked any more questions, Lin Moyu said to Yu Qingfeng, "Senior Qingfeng, if I still have something to do, I will take the first step and see you again in the future." Yu Qingfeng cupped his hands and said, "Sir, have a good trip. I will remember this kindness." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, threw the battleship and turned into a stream of light and left. When he disappeared, Yu Qingfeng received a message from Lin Moyu's soul, "Senior Qingfeng, if you return to the Yu family, help me take care of Yuzhu girl." Lin Moyu flew a certain distance on the battleship and quickly entered deep space. The battleship sailed aimlessly in deep space, moving very slowly. Lin Moyu sat in the battleship and began to check the inheritance of the inheritance pearl, while also summarizing the harvest. This trip to Mu mysterious realm has been very rewarding. The first line is a deeper understanding of runes, which can not only be fused, but also split. The runes after being split can also retain their original functions. Moreover, the split runes can be combined with each other. In this way, the ways in which runes can be combined into runes become diverse. Lin Moyu once saw some extremely complex talisman formations in ancient battlefields. I still couldn't understand it at the time, but now that I think about it, the runes in the array were dismantled and scrambled. The talisman array, combined in this way, will become stronger. In addition to learning how to split runes, I also discovered ways to fine-tune runes to make my own runes more perfect. The more perfect the rune is, the stronger the effect will be, and the power will increase no matter what it is used for. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the house built. These two gains alone make the trip worthwhile, let alone other gains. Wood god cow, this is a valuable treasure. If you use it yourself, your soul can be raised to a higher level. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu decided to keep it and use it later. If your soul can successfully break through to the peak of the saint, then you can borrow the power of cow, the god of wood, to hit the supreme realm. Wood god cow is only effective for souls under the supreme realm, and it can also be used to attack the supreme realm. Once the supreme realm is reached, the wood god cow will be useless. The information in the inheritance pearl is coming continuously, and the amount of information is not very large. It contains this method of splitting runes. In addition, the split runes are used to arrange the runes. There are all kinds of talisman formations from simple to difficult. Xingfu Tianzuan gave many examples for Lin Moyu to refer to. Lin Moyu discovered that the inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan can be divided into several stages. What the Yunwu sect received was the first stage, which passed down the largest amount of knowledge. It contained information about all the runes, as well as a detailed explanation of the way of the runes and a detailed explanation of each rune. The amount of information was so huge that it almost overwhelmed my soul at the time. In the second stage, in the treasure ship Secret Realm, Holy Talisman God taught Lin Moyu how to repair runes, create rune warehouses, and use runes to create ancient warriors. In the third stage, in the mysterious realm of Xuanqing, Lin Moyu obtained the Inheritance Talisman, which is a magical rune created by the Holy Talisman. At the same time, in order to prove the power of the runes, the Holy Talisman also prepared the inheritance of a supreme law of starlight. The fourth stage is the Mu Mysterious Realm, where Lin Moyu learned how to split the runes and how to use the split runes to form an array to make the array more powerful. At the same time, he also realized on his own how to optimize the runes, as well as the rare treasure, the Wood God Cow. It has to be said that Xing Dai Tian is very sincere to his inheritors. Test again and again, reward again and again, inheritance again and again. Holy Talisman Heavenly Master uses his own method to teach his descendants how to correctly learn and use runes. Now, Lin Moyu has begun to formally learn to split runes and use the split runes to arrange arrays. Only by completing the most difficult talisman formation in this inheritance can you get the information of the next inheritance. There are 10 talisman arrays in total, from easy to difficult, one set linked to another. Splitting the runes and then crossing them to form a rune array is a very rigorous project. After reading it, Lin Moyu began to split the runes according to the method in the Heritage Pearl. Where can it be dismantled, where cannot it be dismantled, and how can the runes continue to maintain their original function after being dismantled? With his extremely precise controllability and extremely keen soul, Lin Moyu quickly mastered the correct method of splitting runes. Splitting runes is extremely difficult for others, but Lin Moyu quickly mastered it without spending too much time. Moreover, he knows everything from one method to all. He doesn't just follow the same pattern, but learns and uses it flexibly. He can quickly master the division method of each rune. Now you can tell at a glance which runes can be dismantled and how to dismantle them. After being dismantled, whether the runes will maintain their original function or become weaker. After mastering the method of splitting runes, I officially started to use the split runes to lay out the rune array. This is the beginning of the real difficulty. Even in ancient times, not every talisman master could master this method. Using the split runes to combine with each other to form an array can make the integration of the runes closer, truly becoming a pattern where you are in me and I am in you. After the formation is finally set up, it will become stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu keeps learning and mastering, forgetting time and not caring where he is going. After sailing in deep space for a while, the battleship naturally returned to surface space and continued to fly aimlessly. In the silent starry sky, a battleship flew slowly past. Occasionally, an astonishing aura will erupt from the battleship. Most of the time, the battleship is like a pool of stagnant water, without any movement. After the Bronze Lizard clan was wiped out, the human race directly killed the Pegasus clan. This battle lasted for a while. The human race first dispatched thousands of gods to launch a fierce attack on the Tianma tribe. The Pegasus clan seemed to have anticipated that the human clan would take action, and launched a strong defense from the beginning. All the defensive formations that can be activated are activated, and the army has already been mobilized to block the entire starry sky in the star field. The human race encountered resistance from the Pegasus tribe, and the Pegasus tribe was far behind the human race in terms of strength. However, the defense they prepared in advance still hindered the human race's attack and delayed a lot of time. The War Saint is presiding over this battle. In the state of space blockade, he is worried that after the army goes deep, there will be a sneak attack from the rear. So he ordered the army to slow down the attack, and at the same time sent the news back to the human race, asking for reinforcements. The nearest human army immediately took action, eliminating worries for the gods of the Temple of War. After such a delay, the gods of the Temple of War did not attack with all their strength, and the advancement speed was extremely slow. The Tianma clan took advantage of this time to ask for help from the nearby clans. It is true that several races sent people to support, but the impact was not big. Facing the strength of the human race, the support of these small races is meaningless. This situation did not change until the gods of the Golden Eagle clan came to support them. The Golden Eagle clan is a powerful clan, and this time they also dispatched thousands of gods to cooperate with the Tianma clan to resist the human gods. More than a dozen tribes, large and small, were tied together and had a fierce battle with the human god on the front line. The advancement of the human race was once again blocked and even stopped. Just when the Pegasus tribe thought that the human race would give up and retreat, the body of the Pegasus tribe leader suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Sha Xingzuan sneaked into the Tianma clan and assassinated the Tianma clan leader. For the Tianma clan, the killing of their clan leader was like a bolt from the blue. The structure of this race is different from that of the human race. The patriarch is not only the core of power, but also the spiritual core. When the clan leader died, the Tianma clan almost collapsed. It was at this time that reinforcements from the human race arrived, led by the hot-tempered sword master. According to the news that came out later, the sword master cut through the galaxy with just one sword, completely destroying the confidence of the Tianma clan. That sword forcefully tore apart the defense line established by the Tianma clan, leaving a galaxy of sword energy in the starry sky that was difficult to heal. After that, the human race god turned on his full strength and fought his way in. 1,000,000 troops are behind to prevent others from attacking from the rear. The Tianma clan wants to release the space blockade and activate the teleportation array to escape. It was only then that they discovered that the space had been blocked by the human race in reverse, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. The Golden Eagle clan couldn't do anything, and finally withdrew their team. Once the Golden Eagle clan leaves, it also heralds the complete doom of the Pegasus clan. The entire battle lasted for more than 3 months, and the Pegasus tribe was finally wiped out by the humans just like the Bronze Lizard tribe. Perhaps some of the Pegasus tribe members escaped and ascended to heaven, but the starry sky was so vast that it was difficult to find a place to stay. Their only way out is outside the territory. A ray of sword energy cut through the starry sky and turned into a bright galaxy. After several months, the sword energy still persists and the galaxy is still brilliant. The Sword Saint's sword was extremely brilliant. He killed hundreds of gods with one sword and tore apart the Pegasus clan's defense. Several saints with powerful auras appeared in the starry sky. They came from different races and appeared here at the same time. Demon Clan, Golden Eagle Clan, Bull Demon Clan. The 3 saints looked at the Sword Chi Galaxy together and felt the majestic power of the Sword Chi Galaxy. Very strong. We have reached the peak of the Holy Lord, and are only half a step away from the legendary realm. Although you and I both know that this half step is insurmountable, we have to admit that the human race's sword master's combat power has reached the top of the other side. I am not as good as her. I need at least 3 of them to fight against her. The Sword Saint is not the strongest saint in the human race. There are at least 2 people who are comparable to him. The human race is indeed far stronger than us. Okay, we have finished reading Sword Chi Galaxy, we should discuss the business. How do you plan to treat the human race? It's going to be difficult this time. It can be seen from the sword energy galaxy left by the Sword Saint that the combat power of the Sword Saint has reached the top of the other side. Several saints all know that among the human race, the strongest ones are the Heavenly Saint and the War Saint. Wu Xingzuan and Sword Saint are next, and Killing Saint is 1 level behind. As for the newly promoted Fu Xingzuan, because he is a newly promoted saint, his combat power is not much better. Maybe he is not as good as Killing Saint. They are both holy masters, but their strength is also very different. For an ordinary saint, several people would have to join forces to fight against a being like the War Saint. Now the Sword Master's combat power has reached the peak of his opponent, which is not a good thing for all races. They know very well that the most important thing in the race war is the showdown between the top combat forces. Once upon a time when the human race was about to perish, Xiao Zhantian emerged from the sky and defeated all races with the power of 1 man. This is the power of top combat power. They began to discuss how to deal with the human race. The human race is obviously determined to take revenge, and they don't know when they will stop. A perfect countermeasure must be discussed and dealt with. Lin Moyu's battleship floated in the starry sky for a whole year. Lin Moyu continued to split the runes and arrange the arrays, experimenting again and again, failing again and again, summarizing again and again, experimenting again, and the cycle continued. Since coming into contact with the runes, Lin Moyu has suffered from medical problems. Occasional failures will not affect your mood, but will arouse your desire for challenge. It is not difficult to split the runes, and it is not difficult to form a rune array, but when they are combined together, the difficulty increases several times. According to what Holy Talisman Tianzuan said, if you can learn how to split runes within 100 years, mastering the cross formation in China will be considered qualified. It only took him a few days to master the rune splitting. Now a year has passed, and he has mastered the rune formation 9 times out of 10. This kind of talent, even I feel a little abnormal. Lin Moyu remembered something Xingzuan Fu said to him. At that time, Xingzuan Fu said that he was born for runes. Lin Moyu didn't feel much at that time, but now, Lin Moyu feels that Fu Xingzuan is right. He didn't know how much time Holy Talisman Tianzuan spent back then, learning to split runes and form complex runes into complex talisman arrays. But he felt that Holy Talisman Tianzuan would not be faster than him. Finally, the last rune was dismantled, and one rune was split into 3 parts. It seemed that the rune had fallen apart, but it still maintained its original function. Lin Moyu uses soul power to maintain the runes. Then he tapped his fingers and pushed the dismantled runes into a rune array. 3 scattered rune fragments entered different areas of the rune array. The soul bond is still not broken. Not only is it not broken, but the talisman formation is also combined together. The talisman array was originally composed of dismantled runes, and they were all connected to each other with soul power, 26-inch. When the last rune entered, the rune array suddenly became complete. Not only the dismantled runes can be combined with each other to form new runes. Moreover, the soul powers are intertwined with each other, which greatly strengthens this connection. For a time, the talisman array became ever-changing. The talisman array was activated, and with a strong roar, the talisman array suddenly shrank, and all the dismantled runes were combined together to form a 3-dimensional complex rune. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and sucked the rune into his palm, observing it carefully. The 3-dimensional runes should belong to the category of ancient talismans, but it is a talisman array, not an ancient talisman. Lin Moyu naturally knows that not only ancient runes can be 3-dimensional, but some complex runes can also be 3-dimensional. Like the runes of the law of time and the law of space, they are basically 3-dimensional. At the same time, some talisman arrays can also be 3-dimensional. At this time, the talisman array in his palm is just like this, and there is still 3 points of ancient talisman aura. The function of this talisman array is to contain it. It has its own space inside, and its name is also called the containment array. When used on the enemy, it traps the enemy. If you use it on yourself, it will give you shelter. When used on objects, it means to accommodate. The internal space of the containment talisman array is so huge that Lin Moyu feels that a galaxy can fit inside it. And once this talisman array is activated, it can be hidden, making it very secretive and difficult to discover. Previously, the second soul of the Holy Talisman Tianzuan was contained and hidden with a similar talisman array. Of course, Tianzuan's method was far better than his own. Holy Talisman Tianzuan has thought of almost everything that can be considered. Lin Moyu looked at the talisman array, his eyes brighter and brighter. So that's it, I understand. He suddenly realized something. Why can those ancient symbols of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, even if they are broken into pieces, still exist independently and even evolve into secret realms? But the ancient talisman mastered by Fu Xingzuan does not have this ability, and it will fall apart if it falls apart. Before, he had always believed that the Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord was at a higher level, so there was such a difference. Now he finally understands that the root cause is not due to different realms. The root cause is the different methods of drawing ancient symbols. Holy Lord Tianzuan used the method of splitting runes in the ancient talisman. It looks like a complete ancient talisman, but in fact it is composed of countless split runes inside. These split runes can be combined into ancient runes and runes, or they can exist independently. Moreover, the holy talisman Tianzuan dismantled the runes very loosely. Perhaps a tongue talisman could be broken into tens of thousands of fragments. Each seemingly scattered fragment can exist independently, which leads to the collapse of the ancient talisman, but not annihilation. The Heavenly Lord is worthy of being a Heavenly Lord, and it is indeed beyond my reach at the moment. After all, Lin Moyu knew that he was not yet capable of doing these things. However, after mastering the method of splitting runes, he gained a deeper understanding of the remaining runes in the ancient battlefield. Lin Moyu's mind returned and he woke up. The talisman array in the palm of his hand continued to glow. Lin Moyu took out the inheritance pearl given by the holy talisman Heavenly Lord and threw it into the talisman king. The pearl suddenly erupted with intense light, and a rune on the pearl lit up, echoing Lin Moyu's rune array. Lin Moyu knew that this was the means left by the holy talisman Tianzuan, and it could only be activated with this talisman array. The inheritance pearl was completely activated, and the information entered Lin Moyu's mind. Then the inheritance pearl turned into powder and completely dissipated. Lin Moyu looked at the content of the message with a strange look on his face. This inheritance is outside the territory? Lin Moyu thought that holy talisman Tianzuan placed all the inheritance in the Divine City Star territory. After all, the ancient warriors fell in the Divine City Star territory at that time. So many secret realms in the Divine City Star territory are transformed from the ancient talismans of ancient warriors, and they are also the most suitable places for the layout of the holy talisman Heavenly Lord. Unexpectedly, holy talisman Tianzuan placed a piece of inheritance outside the territory. It's impossible to guess what Tianzuan is thinking. Then let's take a trip. Fortunately, it's not too far. But before we go there, let's go to the ancient battlefield first. Lin Moyu had a plan in mind. He wanted to go to the ancient battlefield to take another look at the incomplete talisman array. With his current understanding of runes, he might be able to see some more clues. Lin Moyu has never forgotten the ancient battlefield, where there is a suspected existence of the Xinxia Tower, and the Xinxia Tower is related to Meng Anwen. Lin Moyu wanted to know what was going on. He couldn't go back to the small world, and Antares didn't come out for the time being. The whole thing is like a huge mystery that has been shrouded in confusion, making it difficult for people to see clearly. Lin Moyu checked the star map and found that he was still wandering in the outer area of the Divine City. The nearest ancient battlefield was about 2,000 light-years away. Navigating from deep space takes less than half a day. Suddenly, a ray of light fell on the battleship, and Lin Moyu heard the voice of the Human Emperor Network. "Are you done practicing?" Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. Renhuang Network actually interfered with reality. Renhuang Network rarely talks to people directly, and usually just sends a message. Now directly interfering with reality and talking to oneself, it is obviously something wrong. I was practicing before, and the Human Emperor Network did not disturb me. Now as soon as I finish my cultivation, the Human Emperor Network will come. Lin Moyu responded, "It's over for now, what can I do? Wu Xingzuan has something to do with you. Enter the Human Emperor Network." Lin Moyu's consciousness immediately entered the Renhuang Network. In the Renhuang Network, his consciousness appeared in a virtual starry sky. A war is breaking out in the starry sky, and the human army is fighting the enemy. This is? Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that it was the demon race that was fighting against the human race. Naturally, there can be no war in the Human Emperor Network. It can only be said that this picture is transmitted from reality. In reality, humans and demons are at war in 4.6. At this time, Wu Xingzuan's figure appeared in front of Lin Moyu. His expression was slightly serious. "Let me tell you something. All races formed an alliance and started a war with the human race." Lin Moyu rolled his eyes slightly. As expected, it is the right choice to strike first and start a war. Saint Hao looked at Lin Moyu. "Have you expected this?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Sooner or later, as long as we don't stop taking revenge, sooner or later they will go to war with us. I estimated before that if we wiped out another 3 or 5 small tribes, they would form an alliance and start a war with us. Now that we have destroyed the Bronze Lizard clan, I think the Pegasus clan should also be destroyed, so it is normal for them to start a war with us. The voice of the Human Emperor Network suddenly sounded. He is right. According to calculations, the probability of all races forming an alliance and going to war with us is more than 80%. Wu Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu. Tell me your thoughts in detail. Lin Moyu had long expected that once the human race took action, all races would soon realize that the human race would begin to take revenge. It would be fine if only 1 or 2 were moved, but if more were moved, all races would quickly form an alliance to fight against the human race. They may even want to repeat what happened 100,000 years ago and dream of entering the human race again. No matter what the human race chooses, as long as they want revenge, they must face an alliance between various races. It's just a matter of time. If Lin Moyu was in charge of the whole thing, his approach would be different. After crippling the 3 silver tribes, he will take advantage of the fact that the soul-eating tribe's calamity is not over yet to kill another powerful tribe. Even if the human race has to pay some price, it is better than facing the allies of the powerful races now. However, the saints did not tell Lin Moyu the detailed plans at that time, so Lin Moyu did not put forward his own ideas. Lin Moyu said, if what I think is correct, although the various tribes are now in an alliance, this alliance is only superficial for the time being, and it is actually very fragile. The allied forces formed by various races are just for show, and will not really attack the human race with all their strength. Saint Hao nodded, it's really just a show. They may still need time. The alliance between various races is a big deal, and dozens or hundreds of races form an alliance together. There are many things that need to be discussed, including how many troops each will send, how to distribute the benefits, and wherever you fight and I fight, there will be business areas. Lin Moyu shook his head. The time can be long or short, it depends on the reaction of our human race. Their main purpose is to suppress, so that we will not care about others and will not attack those small races again. Saint Hao felt that what Lin Moyu said was correct. There is indeed a possibility, but this kind of containment does not actually have much effect. Lin Moyu shook his head. Of course it works. How long has it been since the battle began? In which area is it mainly concentrated? Saint Hao said, currently, it is mainly concentrated in the Suzaku Star territory and the associated Suzaku battlefield. The main force taking action is the Demon Clan, and there are some other small clans, but the pressure is not great. The gods are not on the field at the moment. The fighting has lasted for about 3 months, and our 2 sides have fought 12 times. Lin Moyu thought for a while. If I guess correctly, within a year, wars will start in several other star regions one after another, including the corresponding battlefields. Since we want to contain us, we naturally won't just control one star field. Let the practitioners in various battlefields be careful and come back when you can. All races form an alliance, and all human races are enemies. Naturally, the human army is not afraid, but in the battlefields of all parties, it is very dangerous for human cultivators to act alone and the whole world is the enemy. Lin Moyu continued, and the containment is only superficial. The pressure on the surface should not be too great, but if we dare to attack a certain clan again, they will send out an army to force us back. At the same time, our resources on the battlefield can no longer be obtained, which will slow down the development of the race. Saint Hao agreed with Lin Moyu. How do you think we should respond? Several saints must have discussed countermeasures, and Lin Moyu also expressed his own opinions. As for whether he will adopt them, Lin Moyu doesn't know. Lin Moyu thought for a few seconds before speaking. The first thing to do is to stop the practitioners in the battlefield from acting alone, but they should not fail to act. They can form a team and act collectively. I think all races will form teams and act together. In this case, we don't need resources, and just kill people. At the same time, cultivators in the star field can be allowed to go to the battlefield, and the Human Emperor Network will issue tasks to hunt various races. If you cut off my resources, I will kill your people. As long as I kill you, your resources will become my resources. At worst, we will break up and no one will think about it. It is foreseeable that although the battlefield in all directions is not the main battle area, it will become a sure field with corpses everywhere. Human cultivators can practice inside and gain a lot of practical experience. Wu Xingzuan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Lin Moyu continued, the second thing is to find a way to get the Starry Sky Fishmen to renovate some warships for us. We can pay some price. It is estimated that after a while, the Starry Sky Fishmen will not help us anymore. Wu Xingzuan frowned and immediately thought of why. Although the Starry Sky Fish human race now has a good relationship with the human race, there is no eternal benefit in the world. Facing the coalition forces composed of various races, the Starry Sky Fish people will inevitably choose to remain neutral and stand aside. Not only them, but also several other races will do the same. Now is the time to take sides. Lin Moyu said, the third thing is to inform several races that we have good relations with and let them choose. If they are willing to stand with us humans, move and give them 10 areas to live in. But I think most of them will choose neutrality, so remember to liquidate them in the future. Saint Hao frowned, is this appropriate? Lin Moyu's tone also became serious. Let me tell you the truth, in the big world, our human race is either a friend or an enemy. Lin Moyu knows that if he wants to save the world, he must first cut off cause and effect. It is the cause and effect between various races and the big world. If he cannot cut it off, all his efforts will be in vain. And if you want to cut off the cause and effect, there is only one way, and that is to destroy all races. Fortunately, there are not many races that have good relations with the human race, only 3 or 5. The Starry Skyfish people are among them. Of course, there are some neutral races. Even if some races do not participate in the war, Lin Moyu will regard them as enemy races. Among the 3 or 5 friendly races, except for the butterfly tribe, which has always been firmly on the side of the human race, the others were once neutral and later became friends with the human race. Now Lin Moyu knows that they will inevitably choose neutrality again. In the end, only the butterfly clan was left. In fact, in his eyes, the Starry Skyfish people cannot be regarded as a separate clan, because they come from a certain deity and are not an alien race. Saint Hao wanted to say something else, but Lin Moyu interrupted him. Senior, I know you have questions, but believe me, they can't live. Saint Hao seemed to realize something. I understand. Lin Moyu said, the fourth thing is that our human race does not need to take action for the time being. At this point, it is meaningless to destroy 1 or 2 races. Let them think we are being restrained. This battle will last for a long time, maybe hundreds of years, but there is no need to worry, we still have time. Just treat it as a large-scale training for the whole clan. I believe that in the flames of war, the human race will only get stronger and stronger. Saint Hao said, I understand what you mean. I will tell it to Saint Heaven and Saint War to see what they mean. Lin Moyu asked, I just read the information on the Human Emperor Network. During the battle with the Tianma clan, did the Sword Saint take action? Wu Xingzuan knew what Lin Moyu was going to ask. He was not asking about Sword Master at all, but his sister Lin Mohan. Wu Xingzuan said, your sister is very good. She is practicing with Jian Xingzun. Sword Xingzun has no secrets. The Sword Saint said that Lin Mohan is very suitable for swordsmanship, and she will be the sharpest sword in the human race in the future. Lin Moyu said, I never thought that she would become the sword of the human race. Even if she had to charge, I wouldn't be able to take her turn. Take care of her. If something happened to her, I don't know what I would do. Wu Xingzuan knew that the two had a close brother-sister relationship. Don't worry, she will be fine. Lin Moyu didn't know if his suggestion was useful. He didn't think about it and let everything take its course. Having seen the broader sky, Lin Moyu already had his own set of ideas. It's actually very simple and doesn't require any strategy at all. He believed that as long as he reached the Holy Realm, the undead army would sweep away all races. Unless there is a supreme being from each race, he will be unstoppable. Even if you have some background, it's still useless. The last word is to have a big fist. All kinds of plans are as fragile as paper in the face of absolute strength. After leaving the human emperor network, Lin Moyu launched the battleship and headed to the nearest ancient battlefield. The battleship advanced silently in the deep space. Lin Moyu did not waste half a day and began to fine-tune the runes. All the runes he has mastered need to be fine-tuned to adjust each rune to its most perfect state. You can get the best results when you draw the runes later. Lin Moyu took the trouble to fine-tune each step. He knows that this is also a kind of accumulation, and every fine-tuning is a verification of his own writing. While fine-tuning the runes, he did not forget to double-task and continued to refine the starlight to condense the stars. At this time, there are dozens of stars in the soul world. These stars are distributed throughout the soul world, shining with fused starlight, reflecting the entire soul world like a real starry sky. Half a day later, the battleship emerged from deep space. Lin Moyu left the battleship and set foot on the Starlight Law Galaxy to complete the final journey. Although navigation in deep space is fast, the disadvantage is that its accuracy is too poor. A difference of tens of millions of kilometers is normal, but when it is outrageous, the difference can be tens of millions or even 100 million kilometers. Fortunately, for me now, even if it is 100 million kilometers, it only takes a few seconds. The ancient battlefield was still silent. Lin Moyu stood above the battlefield and glanced over it. In the battlefield, the incomplete tower was very conspicuous. The appearance of each god's summer tower is 89% similar, and the tower is densely covered with runes. Not only the tower, but also the runes connected to the earth and the entire ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is actually a war weapon. After many years, Lin Moyu came back again. Lin Moyu's realm has improved, and his understanding of runes is also very different from before. Looking at the past with today's eyes, we do see many different pictures. Some parts of the ancient battlefield used the technique of splitting runes, but there were not many 10 people. It really looks like the teacher's handiwork. Lin Moyu entered the ancient battlefield and quickly found the core of the battlefield from the gaps in the battlefield. The core has been destroyed and not much has been achieved. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He left the ancient battlefield and then flew towards the next ancient battlefield. In the Divine City Star territory, there are a total of 999 ancient battlefields. More than 700 of them are distributed in the primary area, and the remaining 300 or so are distributed in the intermediate and advanced areas. Lin Moyu plans to see more ancient battlefields and compare the formations. Each battlefield has different formation damage points and degrees of damage. If you compare more, you can restore the complete formation. At that time, the 4-star field competition, the formations that generated puppets and gave them spiritual wisdom were restored from the ancient battlefield. Later, Lin Moyu also obtained this formation, but found that it was of no great use. There are too many restrictions and it is incomplete. In addition to the formation, Lin Moyu is more curious about why Meng Anwen's God Xia Tower appears here. What is the relationship between the two? Lin Moyu looked at the ancient battlefields one after another, from the primary area to the intermediate area and then to the advanced area. After looking at dozens of ancient battlefields, I finally discovered something. This ancient battlefield located in the intermediate area, the formation was also completely destroyed. Only in this small area in front of Lin Moyu, some runes are still intact. Lin Moyu looked at the rune in front of him with extremely complex eyes. This is the rune of the Law of Time. This rune was also destroyed by half, but Lin Moyu still recognized it at a glance. It was the rune of the Law of Time. The Law of Time runes are generally rarely used in runes, unless the formation is related to time. After seeing so many ancient battlefields, Lin Moyu already has a rough idea of the uses of formations in tomorrow's ancient battlefields. The first is to absorb energy and create puppet warriors made of energy. The second is to give these puppets simple intelligence so that they can follow commands and fight. Now comes the third discovery, the Law of Time. This formation is actually related to the Law of Time, which is completely beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. This talisman array is already quite complex and powerful. If the law of time is added to it, how powerful will it be? The law of time, what role does it play? Lin Moyu once felt that the timeline of the ancient battlefield was very confusing. The ancient battlefield seemed to be related to the ancient war. There was also a sentence left by Meng Anwen, which made him 100% sure that the ancient battlefield was related to Meng Anwen. Now that I see the time law runes, I think of the time and space calendar that once broke out outside the small world. Lin Moyu suddenly made a bold guess. Could it be said that the teacher traveled through time and space, stepped on the long river of time and returned to ancient times? Lin Moyu feels that this is not impossible. He can travel from another world, and the long river of time is real and may not be insurmountable. Other than that, he really couldn't think of how to explain what he saw in the ancient battlefield. In the final analysis, it's still because of lack of strength. Lin Moyu sighed softly and no longer struggled with this issue. The battleship enters deep space again and is about to embark on a long voyage. He wants to go outside the territory and go to the next inheritance place of Holy Talisman Tianzuan. Continue to fine-tune the runes, and at the same time continue to condense the starlight and gather the stars. Not only does Lin Moyu use 2 prongs, he also uses his soul to draw runes, split them up, and combine them into a rune array. Along the way, his understanding of runes gradually deepened, and unknowingly, Lin Moyu felt that his realm was also improving. He felt that he could go to the Law Galaxy to take a further step, and becoming a 3rd-level god would not be a problem. It's just that there hasn't been much progress in the laws of time and space, so he hasn't been able to improve his realm. My accumulation is deep enough. It seems that after this trip, I will have a good retreat. Lin Moyu feels that he is too busy and there is never enough to do on his hands. The battleship was sailing and suddenly stopped. Deep space was blocked, and Lin Moyu realized that he might have entered the territory of a certain race. At this time, all races formed an alliance and went to war with the human race. All races entered a wartime state, and the defense system was fully activated. Although some small tribes are weak, they also have complete defense systems. Once the defense is activated, deep space can also be blocked. The battleship emerged to the surface space. Lin Moyu glanced at it. Yuran. He did come to the territory of a foreign tribe. This star field belonged to a territory called the Blue Crane tribe. The characteristic of this race is that it is fast, somewhat similar to the golden eagle, but not as good as the golden eagle. He also invaded the human race back then and was later defeated by Xiao Zhantian. They stole a lot of things from the human race back then, and these formations that could seal off deep space were stolen from the human race back then. They are very weak and do not even have the realm of the other side. There are quite a few deities, but unfortunately they are useless. This place is very far away from the Demon Clan and the Golden Eagle Clan. Lin Moyu took out the 2-person array plate with a cold look in his eyes. You are in bad luck. Lin Moyu put away the battleship and activated the 2 array discs in his hands. In an instant, the starry sky for hundreds of millions of miles was enveloped by invisible power, and the space was affected, becoming extremely solid, and was triple blocked. The first level is the airlocking formation, created by the Qinghe clan themselves. The second level is the airlocking formation under Lin Moyu, which is more effective. The third level is to cut off the communication means within the range covered by the formation. Even the deity can feel this kind of blockade, but Lin Moyu didn't even think about hiding himself, he just rushed in so openly. He used the 3-light talisman to increase his speed to 27 million kilometers per second, far exceeding the deity and almost equivalent to the other side. Under the space blockade, warships cannot sail from deep space, nor can they jump in blocked spaces. This reflects the difference between space laws and battleships. Battleships use space formations to jump into space, which is relatively rigid. Although it is usually effortless to use, and the formation can continuously absorb energy from the starry sky, once it encounters a space blockade, it will be useless. Lin Moyu has mastered the space laws himself, so he can change along with the space and adapt to the space at any time. In this way, no matter how your space is blocked, For the controller of the space law, it only takes a little time to ignore the blockade. It only took Lin Moyu a few seconds to adapt to the space, and his figure disappeared into the starry sky. A galaxy of the Qinghe tribe appeared in front of us, located on the edge. In front of this military galaxy, there were troops stationed on the periphery of the galaxy 153. At this time, the military was under martial law, and they felt an unusual space blockade. Big blue cranes were suspended in the starry sky, lined up in an array, looking like they were ready to fight at any time. There are quite a few, as many as 100,000. At the front of the team are 3 blue cranes at the divine level. Giant blue crane wings that are dozens of meters wide are constantly inciting in the starry sky, and the fighting spirit is rising in them. It turns out there is a god. With the Divine Lord present, Lin Moyu knew that his actions could not be concealed from the other party. But so what, he came here so openly and never thought of hiding it. He is here to kill people, the kind that kills them all the way. Seeing Lin Moyu, the 3 deities of the Blue Crane tribe stood out. Human race, second-level god, alone? They were a little puzzled as to how a second-level god had the guts to break in. Then they seemed to have thought of something, their expressions suddenly changed, and they shouted angrily, "It's human Lin Moyu, run away!" Upon hearing the words Lin Moyu, the Qinghe army collapsed on the spot and turned around and ran away. Even the 3 gods were like this, they were the fastest to escape. Lin Moyu burst into laughter, "Am I so famous? It's a bit too funny to scare the Qinghe army to collapse with just a name." They escaped, but could not escape. Lin Moyu tapped his finger, and the hell of bones emerged and enveloped the starry sky thousands of miles away, and the entire army of the spleen and stomach crane tribe was shrouded in it. The flames of hell erupted like a volcano, and the evil spirits of hell rushed out crazily, biting and devouring the Qinghe tribe. The blood flows into the river of hell fire. The river of hell fire flows more turbulently, and the flames on the river of fire burn more intensely. For a time, screams could not be heard, and countless people from the Qinghe clan died. The bone hell is simply the ultimate weapon against such a weak army. It only requires one spell, and Lin Moyu doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Even the 3rd-level gods are biting the lower-level heroes under the evil spirits of hell. Lin Moyu doesn't look at the results. The results are already determined and have no meaning. He looked at the galaxy. This galaxy was very small, with only 1 star and 3 planets. One of them is a living planet with many buildings on it. There are also 2 resource planets that provide the training needs of the soldiers stationed here. At this time, a large number of Qinghe clan soldiers were flying out of the living planet. They were startled by the loud roar of the god just now. It's too late to escape now. The bone hell did not let them go and enveloped the planet. The evil spirits from hell ate up all the people of the Qinghe tribe, leaving the planet intact. The planet is a resource and cannot be wasted. Every bit of the first bit in the big world evolved from the power of the big world runes. Since the Great World Rune was severely damaged, this evolution has stopped, and the destroyed resources cannot be regenerated. Resources are becoming increasingly scarce, so they cannot be wasted. Try my new talisman array. Lin Moyu took out a brand new talisman array from the treasure ship warehouse. It was the containment talisman array that he had previously mastered from the inheritance of the holy talisman Tianzuan and could accommodate all things. During this period of time, Lin Moyu drew many containment arrays and threw them all into the treasure ship warehouse. He took out one and activated it, and the containment talisman array spread out in the starry sky, covering a planet. The planet disappeared and was included in the talisman array. He can sense the planets in the talisman array. The space of the talisman array is huge. A planet only occupies a small space in it. There is no problem in taking away the entire galaxy. Not bad, not bad. Lin Moyu controlled the talisman array and packed away the other 2 planets and stars. In the blink of an eye, the galaxy disappeared. The talisman array has endless magical uses, the rune path is vast and boundless, and Lin Mo's spectrometer has only scratched the surface. The battle ended quickly. Not only did no one escape, but even the information was blocked. In the Qinghe tribe, other galaxies have no idea what is happening here. Lin Moyu steps on the laws of the galaxy and uses starlight as a guide to go to the nearest galaxy. Lin Moyu is like entering a deserted land, a hell of bones, where there is no one left alive. Galaxies disappeared one after another, and Lin Moyu used the containment talisman array to pack up all the galaxies and take them away. He did a very thorough job of cutting off cause and effect. He wants to use his own way to save the world. Not only to save the world, but also to save myself, but also to save my relatives and friends, and to save the human race. There is no conflict between the other shores. Lin Moyu knows that in the eyes of many people, his method is cruel and not recognized. Even Saint Hao, who had a firm Taoist heart, frowned when he heard that he was either a friend or an enemy. But Saint Hao didn't stop him because he knew that what Lin Moyu said was not wrong. And Lin Moyu's Taoist heart is firmer than that of the Holy Lord. As long as he believes in something, he will not change it easily. There is no other side realm in the Qinghe tribe, so no one can resist Lin Moyu. Moreover, under the triple space lock, the Qinghe tribe in the distance did not know what was happening here. Lin Moyu never encountered any decent resistance along the way. The only thing he encountered was an 8th-level god, but he was killed by the Legion ruler's sword, and the body was also drunk with the evil spirit of hell. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, the hell evil spirit became stronger again, but it was still some distance away from the 8th level of the deity. After reaching a high-level god, devouring lower-level creatures is no longer useful. It is best to devour creatures above high-level gods. It is foreseeable that the growth of the bone hell will become increasingly difficult. After all, there are only a few high-level gods, and what the bone hell wants is not just one or two, but thousands. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry, he will have enough one day. 3 months later, Lin Moyu packed up another galaxy and stored it in the treasure ship warehouse. Looking into the distance, the Blue Crane clan has a total of 120 galaxies, and 60 of them have been destroyed so far, which is half of them. Let's continue. The path Lin Moyu walked did not leave a single galaxy behind, it was extremely clean. This is truly where no grass grows. The process of drawing the runes is also the process of learning and mastering the runes. Every rune master needs to spend a lot of time to become familiar with his own runes and runes. Lin Moyu continued to draw the containment array along the way. Gradually, the containment talisman array became more and more perfect, and the drawing speed became faster and faster. From the beginning it took half an hour to draw one, and later it only took 10 minutes to complete. However, 10 minutes is still too slow. In the first inheritance of Holy Talisman Tianzuan, it was said that the final state of the talisman master should be a single thought, and 10,000 talisman are born. As long as the thoughts come together, they should be drawn in the text. But it is very difficult to reach this state. Holy Talisman Tianzuan himself has only touched this realm. For some simple runes, Holy Talisman Heavenly Lord can already produce thousands of runes with just one thought, but for more complex runes, it still cannot be done. According to him, this realm will be the strongest realm for a talisman master. If he can fully achieve it, he may go one step further and come into contact with the ethereal Taoist realm. When I think about it, the realm of Wan Fuxing is too far away. Lin Moyu doesn't want to do it for the time being. He had seen Fu Xingzuan once cast a talisman array in an instant, using a large number of runes. Before, he thought that after reaching the Holy Master, he could draw runes in an instant, but later he learned that the Holy Master Fu also had a magic weapon similar to a treasure ship. Usually, the drawn runes are stored in it and can be called directly when needed. Over the past few months, the drawing speed of the containment talisman array has not only accelerated, but the effect has also become better and better, which is directly reflected in the increasing internal space. Containing galaxies is not a problem at all. Even if there are 10 stars in some galaxies, the stars are extremely huge and the containment talisman can still contain them. 7 months later, Lin Moyu left the star domain of the original Green Crane tribe. The formation blockade was removed, and the starry sky completely returned to normal. The warship sank into the deep air layer and continued to fly towards the outer layer. The starry sky that originally belonged to the Blue Crane clan was quiet and extremely empty, and the entire starry sky fell into deathly silence. Lin Moyu not only wiped out the entire Qinghe tribe, but also packed away their planet. At this moment, in the treasure ship warehouse, hundreds of containment talisman arrays are shining, and there is a galaxy in each containment array. There are 121 galaxies, and hundreds of planets of different sizes. The Qinghe clan is gone, their people are gone, and their family is gone. Lin Moyu sat in the battleship with a little surprise and a little excitement on his face. At the same time, his body exuded a mysterious aura, which he had seen before, and it was the aura of enlightenment. Just now, he had just experienced an enlightenment. Even Lin Moyu found it strange that he entered the state of enlightenment for no reason without doing anything. Until the end of his enlightenment, he didn't know why. Enlightenment did not last long, it only took one day, but for Lin Moyu, the harvest was extremely huge. Why? Lin Moyu has always liked to figure out the ins and outs of everything, especially after understanding the cause and effect. He also wants to know a why. The memory begins to go back, starting before the enlightenment occurred, and every detail and every feeling is not missed. Mainly because of his feelings, Lin Moyu was convinced that he had done nothing and there was nothing wrong with his behavior. Before he attained enlightenment, he once felt an inexplicable sense of relief and a sense of relief. But this feeling only lasted for a moment, not even half a second. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "Why do I feel relieved? Is it because I feel tired from the long battle? It's not impossible. After killing so many people along the way, it's normal to feel a little tired." Then I felt a strange breath again. Thinking back on it afterwards, that breath seemed a bit familiar. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he knew where that breath came from. That was the breath of the runes of the big world, and I had felt a similar breath before. The runes of the big world once cast a curse to prevent themselves from ever being able to do so. The Great World Rune has arrived, but this time it is not a curse, but a reward. Why are you rewarding me? Is it because of the Blue Crane clan? That's right, it's because of the Blue Crane clan. Lin Moyu finally figured out that he destroyed the Qinghe clan, which seemed to cause endless killing, but for the Great World Rune it was a good thing. The Great World Rune does not differentiate between right and wrong, good and evil. The Great World Rune only distinguishes what is beneficial or harmful to oneself. Obviously, what I do is beneficial to the Great World Rune. The runes of the big world are now entangled in cause and effect and overwhelmed, and the Qinghe tribe is one of them. I am actually reducing the burden on it. The big world runes are fair. If you do something beneficial to me, you will naturally be rewarded. So I realized the Tao and experienced the Tao that other cultivators could not obtain in their lifetime. Before entering the state of enlightenment, Lin Moyu summoned the two laws of time and space. After entering enlightenment, his vision fell into the boundless void and he began to understand the laws. After a whole day of enlightenment, I gained great benefits, because world runes seemed to know what I wanted. The two laws of time and space, the galaxies, are running endlessly in front of your eyes, and a lot of insights flow out of them and enter your soul. The laws of time and space are both steadily improving in the process of enlightenment. When the degree of control of the two laws reaches 20%, the laws begin to merge again. The integration went smoothly this time, and there were no constant conflicts like before. Even the training room in the Divine City was blown up. In the state of enlightenment, things become mysterious. Everyone wants to achieve enlightenment, and one enlightenment is worth hundreds or even thousands of years of practice. Many practitioners who are stuck in a bottleneck and have difficulty making sudden changes all their lives hope to have enlightenment and help them break through the bottleneck. Unfortunately, enlightenment can be encountered but cannot be sought, and most practitioners will eventually be unable to access it. Lin Moyu has achieved enlightenment for the third time, which is enough to make anyone envious. As the laws of time and space improved and the integration was completed, Lin Moyu knew that he could be promoted. He escaped from the deep space, left the battleship, and stood in the starry sky. This place is a void, there is nothing within hundreds of millions of miles. With a movement in his heart, the galaxy of laws flashed together. As Lin Moyu's natal law, the galaxy of the immortal law is located closest to Lin Moyu at his feet. Slightly lower than the immortal law galaxy are the time law galaxy and the space law galaxy. The two law galaxies run side by side, without distinction. At the bottom is the starlight law galaxy. The starlight law galaxy blooms with soft light, illuminating the other three law galaxies and setting them off. Lin Moyu took one step forward, and his physical body directly entered the galaxy of immortal law. The law of immortality turned into a huge wave and rolled in. When it encountered Lin Moyu, the huge wave suddenly became calm. He is already a second-level god and has already traveled the first 20% of the distance. Within this range, the law galaxy will not stop him. After a while, he had arrived at the spot he had walked last time and stood firm. This position has completed about 20% of the journey of the law galaxy, and it also represents his own realm, the second level of God. Then he continued to move forward, and the huge waves of law suddenly became stronger and no longer calm, like big hands slapping Lin Moyu, trying to knock him down. Lin Moyu paid no attention to the huge waves and continued to walk forward step by step. The farther he went, the more intense the waves became. In the huge law galaxy, Lin Moyu is the only one walking forward, looking brave and lonely. Step after step, the purple gold body shines brightly. Lin Moyu never stops. After walking 30%, he finally stopped again. The breath continues to rise, and the huge waves of law have become stable. Promoted. Lin Moyu sighed softly. Although it was expected, he was still happy. I was promoted, from the second level of God to the third level of God. Lin Moyu also didn't expect that by destroying the Qinghe clan, he could be promoted to a higher level. He recalled that when he destroyed the Bronze Lizard clan before, he never received any reward. Now that I think about it, it was mainly because he was responsible for destroying the Tongxi clan alone. At least the Bronze Lizard King was not killed by him, and the human god was also involved. In this big world, rewards are based on merit. Lin Moyu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then tested his difficulty method. The skeleton god general has finally reached the high level of God. Even if he has just entered the high level of God, the emergence of the power of rules has greatly improved the skeleton god general's combat power. The Death Dragon Knight reaches the 8th level of God. Under the control of the Legion ruler, the power of the Legion can be gathered to reach the 9th level of God. These changes were also expected by Lin Moyu. The Skeleton King is still at the 9th level of the God, and is a bit more powerful than before, but he still cannot break through to the God. Looking at it now, Skeleton King can be regarded as almost half a step to the other side, and he is already very close to the real other side. Lin Moyu is somewhat looking forward to the moment when the Skeleton King's strength reaches the other side. The strength of the undead army is increasing. Lin Moyu is a little confused about the use of the White Bone Law Galaxy owned by the undead army. At least so far, the White Bone Law Galaxy has not played its due role. The Law of Bones? Lin Moyu feels that he is far from his own immortality. After devouring a large number of Qinghe tribe, the Bone Hell has reached its limit now, and the next promotion is not far away. Some other spells have been improved to varying degrees. Lin Moyu tested his time and space laws again. The effect of the law of time has not changed much. If you use it on yourself, you will still get twice the time. The laws of space have improved again, and Lin Moyu can reach 40 million kilometers at each step, which is 10 million kilometers more than before. If the two laws of time and space are integrated, the effect of the space law can be doubled. Each step can reach 80 million kilometers, and each second can take 2 steps. Without using the 3 light talisman, Lin Moyu's speed can reach 160 million kilometers per second. If the 3 light talisman is used, it can reach 360 million kilometers per second. At this level, no matter how fast or slow the speed is, the difference is no longer very big. The important thing is that after the space law continues to improve, It can open the door to space and travel through tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of light years in an instant. There is also the power of time and space formed by the fusion of the laws of time and space, which can strangle the deity silently. That kind of power is extremely terrifying. But it's still early. Whether it's the law of time or the law of space, he is still just getting started and cannot aim too high. Re-enter the battleship and disappear into the starry sky. More than 10 days after Lin Moyu left, someone finally discovered something strange about the Qinghe clan. Soon people came to check and found that the Qinghe tribe had disappeared. Not only were the tribe members gone, but the stars were also gone. The starry sky that originally belonged to the Blue Crane clan is now empty, and it looks like people are developing behind their backs. The mysterious disappearance of the Qinghe tribe soon spread throughout all tribes. Soon, various speculations emerged. Some people say that the Qinghe tribe escaped and fled. But this statement is not very credible. Why did the Qinghe tribe want to escape? There is no reason to escape. Now the alliance has just been completed, and there is only a brief exchange of fire with the human race, and there is no full-scale war at all. Moreover, it was not yet time for the Qinghe tribe to go to war, and they didn't know the outcome at all, so why did they run away? This speculation was immediately rejected. If the Qinghe tribe was wiped out by the human race is always under the surveillance of all tribes. It is not so easy to destroy a race, especially when it comes to wiping out a race without any movement at all. The human race does not have this ability. Even if they didn't escape, it wasn't the human race who took action. The Qinghe tribe disappeared so silently, which is really unbelievable. Finally, a person from the other side of the trapped light tribe came to the territory of the Qinghe tribe. There happens to be a magic weapon in the other side of the Miguang tribe that can trigger a trace of the law of time. Through the law of time, you can go back in time within a certain range and see what happened in the past. The other shore realm of the Miguang clan used magic to see what happened in the Crane clan. Also coming with him were strong men from the other shore realm, the Golden Eagle tribe and the Demon tribe. They were also curious and confused about the Blue Crane tribe's disappearance for no reason. After the spell was cast, a huge light curtain appeared in the starry sky, and dots of pan-stars appeared in the light curtain. That was the starry sky of the Blue Crane clan. Lin Moyu suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the void. He felt that someone was spying on him, and the person spying on him came from a distant place. After sensing it carefully, I knew how the other party spied on me. The law of time. As soon as my heart moved, the galaxy of the law of time appeared, and the power of the majestic law enveloped the whole body. The best way to deal with the law of time is to use the law of time. Lin Moyu enveloped himself with the aura of the galaxy of time laws, completely disappearing into time and unable to be spied upon. The strong man on the other side of the Miguang tribe suddenly groaned, and the magic weapon collapsed and exploded into pieces. Failed. The Miguang clan's other side realm expert trembled all over. His body is a big white tree with no expression, but it can be seen from the trembling tree body that he is very scared at this time. The strong man on the other side of the Golden Eagle clan asked, "What happened?" The Miguang tribe's voice trembled. The opponent is proficient in the law of time. Several other people present looked shocked, and someone immediately asked, "Is there a mistake? How could anyone understand the law of time?" The strong man from the Miguang clan shook the tree. "There is no mistake, the other party did use the law of time to crack my magic weapon." After receiving an affirmative answer, there was silence in the starry sky. The laws of time are among the top terrifying laws in the first echelon. I have never heard of anyone who can understand the law of time. The laws of space do exist. The starry sky fishmen have inherited the laws of space, but the laws of time are unheard of. How terrifying it would be if there were really strong people who understood the law of time. Reversing time, accelerating and slowing down time are all shocking abilities, just thinking about them. The strong man from the Demon clan asked, "Is it possible that it is a strong man from outside the territory?" In ancient times, there should be someone who understood the law of time. The strong man from the Golden Eagle clan asked, "You mean, there are strong men from ancient times who have been sleeping until now, and they only woke up now? It's not impossible. I think it's unlikely, and even if it were possible, why would they attack the Qinghe tribe alone? That's right, why did he only attack the Qinghe tribe, and how did he do it so cleanly, not even leaving a single planet behind? I heard that there is a huge tomb outside the territory, and countless ancient powerful people are buried in it. Wherever it passes, there will be no grass. I've also heard that there is such a huge tomb, and it seems to be called the Sky Burial Tomb. If it is really the legendary burial tomb in the sky, it is impossible that there is not even a trace of it. It is said that the Sky Burial Tomb is so huge that it may swallow up the Qinghe tribe. Don't talk nonsense, no matter how big the Sky Burial Tomb is, it is impossible to swallow up the Qinghe clan, which has hundreds of galaxies. Everyone on the other side had a lot of comments in the early morning. They all had their own opinions, but none of them were sure.